Opening the era of black technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501, Fame and Fortune. Submit the report to Mr. Kiao according to the regulations. I won't interfere with this matter, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Zhao Weiming smiled awkwardly. How is the anti-strike project going? Su Pinggan asked. President, let me demonstrate it to you. Our balance technology has made progress. I believe that after we complete the test on different terrains, the balance technology will be further improved, Zhao Weiming said with a serious face. Su Pinggan nodded, and Zhao Weiming began to direct people to conduct drills. Soon, the mechanical dog that he rode at the beginning appeared. After some activities, the people next to him began to interfere. Kick, hit with hard objects, sneak attack from behind, and conduct back and forth drills. The balance has indeed improved a lot compared to the last time, but the size of this mechanical dog has also become much larger. Can the wires on the body be removed? Have you experimented with wireless control? Su Pinggan asked. It has been experimented. After removing the wires, the power supply can only support about 25 minutes, Zhao Weiming said on the side. Su Pinggan frowned. 25 minutes, this is too short. What kind of battery do you use? Carbon or aluminum battery? No, it uses lithium batteries, Zhao Weiming said directly. Why not use carbon or aluminum batteries? Su Pinggan asked curiously. Boss, our next step is to use hydrogen energy. We will install a hydrogen fuel tank at the rear of the robot dog. After using hydrogen fuel, it will be convenient for commercial promotion, Zhao Weiming explained. Su Pinggan nodded. When will we start the hydrogen energy experiment? You have to remember that cost is the key. Don't worry, President. We have already done an experiment to add the fuel bottle of the car to the robot dog. It's just that we haven't set up the power system yet, so we need to conduct repeated experiments. We made a big breakthrough a few days ago. When we go to the northwest for testing, we can conduct a new power installation experiment. The two tests will be carried out together, Zhao Weiming said seriously. Submit the report to President Kiao according to the plan. Other project teams have already won 2 bonuses. You won't be jealous. Kane is now a world-renowned authority on single-person aircraft. What about you? Don't you want to become an authority on mechanical mounts and become famous in one fell swoop? You know, you can earn millions of euros by giving a class, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and he had already seen the light in Zhao Weiming's eyes. Seeing Zhao Weiming's condition, Su Pinggan was relieved. He patted Zhao Weiming on the shoulder and left. He went to other project groups and markets. It was a necessary trip to inspect all projects. Time passed slowly. Su Pinggan stayed in the Science and Technology Park for almost 2 weeks before he set off to return to J-City. After resting at home for a few days, Su Pinggan started to work. His life was very dull. Every day was just work and home. It was boring and made Su Pinggan plan to go on vacation. On this day, a vice president named Zhou Wei from Su Pinggan's alma mater, Magic City XX University, came to the door. Su Pinggan would definitely not avoid him and personally received the vice president. At that time, Zhou Wei was still the dean of teaching and had a lot of dealings with Su Pinggan. Unexpectedly, he was promoted to vice president now. The two sides were polite when they met. Calling Su Pinggan Mr. Su was rejected by Su Pinggan, so he just called him Pinggan, showing a very friendly attitude. Pinggan, I came here this time to ask for sponsorship with a thick face, Zhou Wei said straight to the point. Su Pinggan was stunned. This shouldn't happen. His alma mater doesn't lack money. He donates a lot every year. Why is he still asking for sponsorship? He asked in confusion. President Zhou, what kind of research do you plan to do? Pinggan, I am a professor in the Department of Archaeology. This time, we finally got the approval for an archaeological excavation at a site in Colombia. The school has already arranged the research funds for this year, so there is no way to support us. If you want to get the funds, you have to wait until next year. If you really wait until next year, you will miss the time for this archaeological excavation. Therefore, I am shamelessly seeking your support. This time I plan to lead the team to excavate this archaeological site in person, Zhou Wei briefly explained the matter. Zhou Wei is an authority on ancient research in the domestic archaeological community. He has participated in archaeological excavations abroad many times and has published many papers on ancient civilizations internationally. He is also a little famous in the International Archaeological Circle. This time, the school held an exchange meeting with Columbia University, sponsored a batch of experimental equipment, and signed an agreement to exchange international students. In order to maintain good cooperation, Columbia approved this archaeological request. Calamar is located in the deep forest of the primitive forest. A flood broke out and a group of artifacts with obvious characteristics of Mayan civilization were washed out in a valley. This place has become an international archaeological hotspot. Many countries have come to this place for archaeological excavations, but they all left disappointed. The artifacts in the valley have been excavated and transported away. Many places have been excavated around, but nothing has been gained. Zhou Wei inferred from the information he had that there should be a Mayan pyramid temple near the valley. Once the Mayans branched out, each branch must build a temple in the settlement. No one knows why. Many people have this inference, but they have not excavated the place. Zhou Wei's inference is different from these people. The direction is wrong. After consulting the galaxy map at that time, the approximate location was determined. The location of the temple is about 100 kilometers east of the valley. This is a bold speculation. Whether it works or not must be verified by field investigation and excavation, which requires a lot of expenses. After applying for special national funds, university funds, and international archaeological funds, the gap is still not small. After thinking about it, I thought of Su Pinggan, so I visited Su Pinggan and sought Su Pinggan's support. Principal, in what name are you conducting archaeology this time? Su Pinggan asked. Personal name, of course, if you don't mind. You can also conduct archaeology in the name of Shianki Group, Zhou Wei said immediately, reacting quickly. Su Pinggan smiled. He was indeed a dean of teaching, his reaction was fast, and the students' tricks could not be hidden from the dean of teaching. How much money is still needed? Su Pinggan asked directly. Zhou Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Su Pinggan's words had already revealed his intention of sponsorship. Pinggan, the current funding gap is not small, and more than $6 million are needed. More than 6 million, not much. This is what Su Pinggan thought in his heart, thinking seriously. Principal, you have been to Columbia. It is very chaotic there. How do you plan to solve the security problem? We contacted a local security company, $1.2 million a month, to protect us for 3 months. Zhou Wei told the truth. Seeing the tanks and guns in the security company, Zhou Wei believed that this was a powerful security company. Su Pinggan shook his head. In Su Pinggan's memory, many cultural relics in the auction house were provided by security companies. How did the security companies get these cultural relics? The darkness inside can be imagined. According to Zhou Wei's approach, it would be fine if nothing was discovered. Once something was discovered, I'm afraid that all the personnel would be very likely to disappear. There are virgin forests there. They can just find a place to deal with you and no one would know. Is it reliable? The principal should know that many archaeological teams have had accidents there, Su Pinggan said. Zhou Wei nodded. Pinggan, we know this, but there is no good choice now. If there is a discovery, what about the excavated cultural relics? Su Pinggan asked. Zhou Wei looked at Su Pinggan, understood what Su Pinggan meant, and thought about it. According to Colombian law, no matter what is excavated under private land, it belongs to the landowner. Su Pinggan understood after hearing this sentence. There was no need to explain the words, just stop at the point. Let's do this. This time the archaeological excavation will be conducted in the name of our Apocalypse group. I will transfer the security personnel from Europe to you. I will be responsible for the funds. I will arrange 2 financial personnel to accompany the team. In addition, that place is a primitive deep forest. My botanical research institute needs to go there for investigation. Let's act together. What do you think, President? Su Pinggan looked at Zhou Wei and said. Zhou Wei said excitedly, Great, Pinggan, thank you. I have no problem. With Su Pinggan's full support, funding is not a problem at all. The two were polite for a while and discussed some details. At noon, Su Pinggan personally invited Zhou Wei to dinner. After the meal, he changed the hotel for Zhou Wei to have a good rest and returned to school tomorrow to start preparations. After the people from the Apocalypse Botanical Research Institute arrived in the Magic City, they set off for Columbia together. The security personnel will meet with them in Bogota. Su Pinggan didn't care about millions of dollars. Anyway, The Botanical Research Institute also needed to collect wild plants for experiments. Things that happened along the way would be arranged at that time. If there is a discovery, then buy the piece of land. If there is no discovery, forget it. This time, let Rut lead the team from Paris. It can be regarded as a test for Rut. Going with the flow not only solves his own problems, but also helps Joe Wei, the best of both worlds. Only those who can take advantage of the situation can go smoothly and gain both fame and fortune. In the evening, Su Pingyan called Buck and told him about the matter. Boss, I think this test is very necessary. Although Rut is performing very well now, people will be more assured after the test. That's what I thought too. You explained to him that the location is in the primitive deep forest in Colombia. Select people with jungle experience to go there. The number of people will be set at 50. It's good as a special training for jungle combat. I'll send you the details later, Su Pingyan said directly. I will make arrangements immediately and ask them to go to the designated location in advance to conduct investigations and preparations. The equipment problem will be solved locally, which will reduce a lot of trouble, Buck said directly. Su Pingyan nodded. Buck arranged it very well. So, you can equip 4 single-person aircraft. This way, it will be foolproof. 498 revisions have not been reviewed and need to be revised again. Today, I will update twice. It's painful to continue to revise. Chapter 502 New Space Shuttle. After contacting Buck, Su Pingyan called Zhang Senlin again and sent a team to collect wild plants in the primeval forest of Colombia. Zhang Senlin had reported this topic to Su Pingyan before, but it was not so urgent and was dispensable. Now, it was just right to take this opportunity to solve it together. The application for the investigation of the primeval forest of Colombia is very easy to handle. Zhang Senlin can apply for it himself. It is nothing more than spending a little more money. It is not a big deal for the Apocalypse Group. He called Niels again and asked him to arrange 2 financial personnel who know Colombian to temporarily take charge of the expenses, allocate $10 million as a reserve fund, and set off with the security personnel sent by Buck to contact them by themselves. After finishing all this, Su Pingyan went to rest. Su Pingyan didn't need to worry about the rest. Let them contact and negotiate the time by themselves, and just wait for the final result. Many wealthy people are collectors of cultural relics. They are willing to spend a lot of money for their favorite things. Even some inexplicable metals can be found in the cultural relics. Su Pingyan doesn't care about the cultural relics, but the materials. The Mayan civilization has been promoted as a miracle by movies and books. This time is just a test to see if some valuable items can be found. Time passed slowly. Recently, Su Pingyan has been spending more time in the company, because his parents have once again started to urge him to get married and have children. One of the 2 must be done to relieve the loneliness of the old couple. Getting married is not so easy to solve. Having children is something that none of the 3 women want. It is useless for Su Pingyan to work hard alone. In order to avoid it, he can only stay in the company for a while. After processing the documents, he started playing games. The cultivation world has been open for almost a year. Although no one has reached the foundation building stage, the PK level is rising sharply. The reason why there is no foundation building stage is because the death mechanism is infinitely close to reality. The penalty for death is very severe. In addition, if you want to build a foundation, you must use the foundation building pill. The foundation building pill is not so easy to obtain. The explosion rate is extremely low in the dungeon. On the online trading platform, a foundation building pill is as high as 100,000 Xianchao coins. Although it is a virtual item, it is still sold at a high price. Su Pingyan's account is still in the human world, and has not reached the level of breaking the void. Others don't know, but Su Pingyan is very clear that the characters who break the void and go to the world of cultivation will increase 5 points of constitution and 5 points of qualifications after rejuvenation. Constitution increases your endurance, and qualifications increase your spiritual roots. These 2 things are very rare, and this is the foundation. With this foundation, you can go further than others. Therefore, honestly, a person alone brushes the dungeon and does tasks to hone his martial arts. Anyway, now there is a voice control system. The speed of killing monsters is very fast. Most people directly delete their accounts 3 days later, log into the world of cultivation directly, start over, and skip the original version directly. Many people who know this feature have honestly started from the basic version and killed all the way to the broken void, just for these 5 points of constitution and 5 points of qualifications. After more than half a month of hard work, Su Pinggan's account finally broke the void and entered the world of cultivation. He let out a long breath. At this time, Liu Wenjin pushed the door in. Liu Wenjin's vacation time is up, and it's Darina's turn to start her vacation. She asked Liu Wenjin to go to the headquarters of the Science and Technology Park for authorization authentication before coming to Hanover. This time Liu Wenjin should have gone to the tropics for vacation. The skin on his face looked darker, obviously because of the sun. He gave one gift to Su Pinggan, one to Darina, and one to Feng Xia before taking over the work. "Boss, Lu Xian's phone number," Liu Wenjin said, and handed the phone to Su Pinggan. When Su Pinggan was playing games, he gave the phone to Liu Wenjin. For unimportant calls, he would say that Su Pinggan was taking a shower. "Old Liu, what's the matter?" Su Pinggan asked after taking the phone. "President, the rocket base has been completed. We passed the inspection of the supervision company yesterday. The financial allocation requires you to give a heads up to the president," Lu Xian said directly. Usually, Lu Xian can make all the decisions on small accounts, but for this kind of transfer of billions of funds, Su Pinggan must call Ho Minghe. Without Su Pinggan's call, Ho Minghe will not allocate funds. Su Pinggan was very surprised and said, "So fast, President, time is running out." According to the plan, the project was to be completed in September, but now it's already October, a month late, Lu Xian reported. Su Pinggan rubbed his head. It was true. The original plan was to complete the project in September. "I'll call Ho Minghe. I'll go over for a day and listen to your report." Has General Manager Chen Qilin sent security personnel over? The security personnel are already in place. The headquarters has sent 100 people, and another 150 people have been recruited locally. They are divided into 2 shifts for day and night patrols. Various monitoring equipment has been installed, Lu Xian told the truth. After the two communicated for a while, Su Pinggan hung up the phone, then called Ho Minghe to arrange for the allocation of funds to Xiancheo Construction Group, and Ho Minghe agreed immediately. "Wenjin, make arrangements in the next 2 days. We will leave for Dunhuang the day after tomorrow," Su Pinggan said, and handed the phone to Liu Wenjin. Liu Wenjin took the phone, nodded, and went out. Su Pinggan stretched his body and got off work. Another day had passed. It was really boring. Now all branches of Xianqi Group have basically figured out Su Pinggan's habits, and Su Pinggan is very satisfied with his work, so there is no need to intervene. The renewable resources company has built several ecosystems together, without any panic, and is proceeding in an orderly manner. At present, it has started to operate, and the personnel recruited from abroad have been trained. There is no problem in launching projects abroad next year. According to the plan, 10 renewable resource ecosystems will be started abroad next year, and 10 will be launched in China. Baozing's ambition has also risen. Things are done very beautifully, without blind expansion, and proceeding according to plan. The number of employees is strictly controlled, and Su Pinggan does not need to worry too much, which makes Su Pinggan very satisfied. Poseidon's multipancreatic preparations are still undergoing human experiments. According to the data collected by Liu Wenjin, the progress is very smooth, and good news has come from 4 countries. It can be foreseen that a product comparable to superfish oil will soon be launched, and Poseidon's profits will achieve explosive growth. The 3 major domestic operators have already started 5G construction at a very fast speed. They are willing to invest, just to complete the 5G layout before the breakthrough of Xianqi Group's products. After dividing the market, they have sufficient strength to compete with Xianqi Group. Now the market in China is prosperous, and the media are all about 5G reports. Xianqi Group has become quiet instead, and there is not much news, which makes people very uncomfortable. 2 days later, Su Pinggan and Liu Wenjin took the guards to set off in a single-person aircraft. It is much better to watch the scenery from high altitude than to sit in the car. At least the mood is much better. After adding fuel twice along the way, they arrived at the headquarters of Xianqi Space Mining. The single-person aircraft stopped at the company and took a car directly to the hotel to rest. "If there is anything, we will talk about it tomorrow. I really have no energy today. Now Dunhuang is different from before. There are 2 canals in the city, and there is less drought in the air. These are all recycled water resources, and there is no waste at all. A lot of trees have been planted. Green trees are all over the city and suburbs. The air is very good, which is completely different from the scene when Su Pinggan came last time. After eating some food and taking a shower, he went to rest. He was very tired after flying for most of the day. It would be great if his palace in the sky was completed. It was a pity that he had to wait for 3 months. The next morning, Su Pinggan took a car to the space mining headquarters. At present, the headquarters is being renovated. Don't underestimate this renovation. The cost is no less than the construction cost. The rocket launch platform is made of special materials, which are not cheap at all. 4 kinds of alloys are laid in a layer of 10 centimeters thick, and 2 layers are laid, and then high-temperature resistant materials. The road is very spacious. Because the rocket body is very large, the road is not wide enough. The convoy entered the parking lot. After getting off the car, everyone used the battery car to walk towards the headquarters. The large conference room here was renovated first. Su Pinggan began to listen to the reports of Lu Xian, Zhao Changkong, Bao Doi, and Chen Haiping. The renovation speed is very fast and it is expected to be completed in about a month. So, what is urgently needed now is to buy equipment, Su Pinggan said to the 3 people. Lu Xian and the other 3 nodded. President, now is the time to purchase equipment. Lao Zhao and Lao Bao have already started designing a new generation of space shuttles and rockets. With the equipment, their speed will be greatly improved, especially the new generation of large databases and supercomputers. These are necessary and urgently needed. We can slowly purchase other testing equipment according to the situation, Su Pinggan nodded. Lu Xian's mind was clear and he knew what was urgently needed. You don't need to worry about these 2 things. I will call the technology company Qiao Yichen and ask him to purchase them directly. The delivery location is yours. When the time comes, I will arrange for Minister Zhu Hongyan to send a team to conduct inspections to prevent backdoors from being left on some equipment. Is there anything else that is urgently needed? Lu Xian and the other 2 looked at each other and then at Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment, then he understood and waved his hand. The bodyguards around him, including Liu Wenjin, stood up and went out. Obviously, the 3 wanted to talk to Su Pinggan alone. The door of the conference room was closed again, and the 3 of them sat next to Su Pinggan. Zhao Changquang took out a document and handed it to Su Pinggan. President, this is a new type of aircraft that has been carefully verified by the 3 of us. The space shuttle and the rocket are not separated, but directly assembled into one, with vertical takeoff and landing capabilities, but the cost is a bit high. The President can review it. If it is approved, we will focus on the technical breakthrough of this new type of space shuttle. Su Pinggan was stunned. What is the concept of a new type of space shuttle integrated with a rocket? He took the document and began to read it carefully. Su Pinggan was pretending, mainly for the review of Xingling. Soon, Xingling gave the answer. This plan is feasible, but the material requirements are very high. Only the new type of high-temperature and low-temperature resistant materials sealed by the German Apocalypse Advanced Materials Research Institute can meet the needs. Chapter 503 You Can't Hide. This material needs to be produced by a steel mill, and ordinary steel mills are not enough. It must be produced by a new steel-making process. It is inevitable to acquire a steel mill. This is the conclusion given by Xingling. I approve your plan. The materials required here do not need to be developed anymore. The German Apocalypse Branch Research Institute already has this technology. The new material can withstand ultra-high temperature, ultra-low temperature, air friction and electromagnetic radiation. However, this technology has been sealed. Now it is time to start. You should design it according to the plan. When necessary, you can contact the Italian Mechanical Equipment Research Institute. They have strong technical strength. Su Pinggan looked at the 3 people and made a decision. Lu Xian, Zhao Changkong, and Bao Dai were all shocked. It turned out that the company already had this material. The outside world analyzed that Apocalypse Group had hidden a lot of technology, which was not groundless. By the way, ordinary reusable rockets also need to be developed. We can't rely on the space shuttle to be responsible for everything. Satellite launch still needs rockets to be responsible. The meteorological satellite of Apocalypse Island is almost ready. Start the design of reusable rockets first, Su Pinggan added. Understood. This new space shuttle project is top secret. Only one team is responsible for the design, and the rest of the staff are focused on reusable rockets. According to the design drawings provided by the headquarters, We can complete the design in just a few months on this basis, Zhao Changquang said very seriously. President, we are currently short of staff and need to add some R&D personnel, Chen Haiping said on the side. Su Pinggan looked at Chen Haiping. Why, do you feel pressure? Chen Haiping nodded. Rocket engines are different from ordinary engines and require greater thrust. Even if we have carbon magnetic supercharging technology, we must redesign it. With our current staff, it is very difficult, and we must add a group of high-quality talents. Fortunately, there are some rocket engine drawings provided by the headquarters. We have not been idle during this period of time. We have carried out some public relations transformation and found that ordinary hydrogen fuel cannot meet the needs of rocket engines. I contacted General Manager Tang Zixin of Xianqi Hydrogen Energy Group and needed them to produce a batch of high-purity liquid hydrogen as fuel. General Manager Tang has agreed to produce 20,000 tons of high-purity liquid hydrogen fuel for us as soon as possible. I'll solve the personnel problem for you. The headquarters will recruit more attractive people and attract a lot of international talents, Su Pinggan said directly. Chen Haiping nodded and said no. When you design, you should consider the upgrade problem. At present, there are thousands of research institutes around the world studying the new generation of materials, and several countries have already formulated plans to build bases on alien planets. We also need to have a plan for alien planet bases. You should know that this is just an ordinary rocket launch base. The island of Adrius is our space base. When necessary, we must organize the deployment of personnel. Going to outer space requires a lot of knowledge, many categories, and multiple technologies can only be broken through together. Therefore, we must consider the upgrade problem. It is best to build a modular rocket. Su Pinggan looked at the four people and told them his plan. The four people's eyes lit up. The president's outer space project was not a hobby, but a long-term plan. They were relieved and did not need to consider other things. They could just devote themselves to scientific research. Please rest assured, President. We will strictly control the number of scientific researchers. This base will only serve as a commercial satellite rocket launch base. We will place all the more advanced technologies on Adrius Island, Lu Xian stated directly. Su Pinggan nodded and said, Zhang Xianwen, who is in charge of Adrius Island, was originally the deputy director of the administrative department of the group headquarters. He can be trusted. I will give him another instruction and ask him to cooperate with you. The space project is the focus of the future development of the Apocalypse Group. This is a strategic issue. No matter how difficult it is, the headquarters will continue to invest. Therefore, you must also show corresponding strength. Su Pinggan's words put a lot of pressure on several people. The group's continued investment must see results. If there is no corresponding effect, the headquarters will not accept this result. After talking to the four people for a while, the meeting ended and they went to eat together at the base. The cafeteria in the base has specially hired chefs. Su Pinggan tasted it in the small restaurant and it tasted very good. The next day, the domestic and international versions of the Apocalypse Group's official website published recruitment notices, recruiting 10 rocket engine engineers, 10 photo-rocket architects, 10 microelectronics engineers, 10 anti-electromagnetic interference engineers, and 10 space engineers. A total of 27 positions were posted, each recruiting 10 people, with preferential treatment, and the work location was at the headquarters of the Apocalypse Space Mining Group in Dunhuang. This time, the signboard information of the Apocalypse Group directly caused a stir. This recruitment represented that the Apocalypse Group officially intervened in the aerospace industry. Many people smiled bitterly and shook their heads. International giants have basically launched their own space projects. How could the Apocalypse Group be an exception? It will definitely be involved in a tank. These international giants rushing into space, whether it is good or bad, no one can tell. At the same time, Su Pinggan contacted Daco Headhunting Company and Korn Ferry International, two headhunting companies, to help find all the recruitment positions. There is nothing to hide, and it is carried out with great fanfare. Qiao Yicheng began to contact suppliers and issued more than 400 orders. All the companies that received the orders were very happy. Xianqi Group purchased spare parts. As long as the quality was good, everything would be fine. China, Japan, the United States, Germany, Italy, Russia, France, Spain, Australia, Canada, and several other countries shared the order fees. The deposit alone was as high as 4 billion euros. It is conceivable how large the scale of this purchase was. Just when all the major parts suppliers were excited, Bruce began to act. He inspected the steel mill and wanted to acquire a steel mill abroad. The reason why he did not buy one in China was because of the production suspension issue. For the sake of environmental protection, he directly stopped production for a period of time, which would greatly increase the burden on the company. There is no such restriction abroad. You can produce as you like. The steel mill needs a lot of workers. Everything needs to make way for employment. In just a few days, Bruce had news. The speed was so fast because Su Pinggan had mentioned before that he would need his own steel mill sooner or later, so Bruce began to pay attention. As the exclusive lawyer of Su Pinggan, the president of Shianqi Group, Bruce earned tens of millions a year. Money is not so easy to get. You must show your value. Bruce has been running around tirelessly for the past few years because of this. He must live up to Su Pinggan's trust. In Morocco, there is a steel company that is about to go bankrupt, BMD Steel Group. Although this company is about to go bankrupt, it still has a lot of assets, especially land assets. In order to cope with the shrinking of the steel industry during its heyday, it began to transform and invested in many projects. As a result, they all lost money and gave up. Although it suffered losses, the company did not sell its land resources. Including more than a dozen sealed mines, they were not sold. There are many good things in hand. Bruce has been eyeing this company for a long time. Now that he has received Su Pinggan's instructions, he can do it. The scale of BMD steel plant is not small. It can be completely demolished and rebuilt as a leading steel plant. Moreover, the price of human resources in Morocco is very low, even lower than the human cost in China. More importantly, this BMD Steel Group belongs to the French Vidouin Group. Vidouin Group has long been willing to give up this heavy burden and start formal negotiations with Bruce. No one knows about it in secret. After several days of negotiations, during which Bruce and Su Pinggan talked frequently, they finally reached an agreement that the two sides held a press conference to announce the matter. The Vidouin Group sold all the assets of its BMD Steel Group to the Apocalypse Group in a package. The transaction amount was 8.4 billion euros, a cash transaction, and it has now been submitted to the French and Moroccan authorities for approval. After obtaining the approval of the two governments, the transaction can be successfully completed. After the news came out, it directly caused a shock in the steel industry. No one thought that the Apocalypse Group would directly intervene in the steel industry. Could it be that the Apocalypse Group had a technological breakthrough in steel? Did the Apocalypse Group conduct research on steel? Many people were confused. Soon, a British newspaper directly reported a news that caused the collapse of global steel companies. The German Apocalypse Advanced Materials Research Institute acquired a Portuguese research institute 4 years ago. This institute is engaged in steel research and has been doing so for decades. According to the reporter's investigation, the Portuguese institute did not stop research in this area after being acquired by the Apocalypse Advanced Materials Research Institute. The article lists a lot of data, which are the amount of iron ore and other metal ores purchased by the Apocalypse Advanced Materials Research Institute. Every year, dozens of tons of various metal ores are purchased, and iron ores as high as 80 tons. In general, the Apocalypse Advanced Materials Research Institute has been conducting research on steel for decades. The Apocalypse Group's research and development capabilities are recognized to be strong, and it is impossible that there is no achievement at all. The biggest possibility is that the Apocalypse Advanced Materials Research Institute has hidden the results. It must be that the Apocalypse Group has made a major breakthrough in the field of steel and can produce one or several new materials. Otherwise, the Apocalypse Group would not have acquired the steel group with great fanfare. It can be expected that the global steel groups have opened the curtain of reshuffle. This time, I don't know how many steel companies can survive. According to the impact ratio caused by the Apocalypse Group's products in the past, it is estimated that more than 80% of the steel groups will go bankrupt this time. This is the crushing brought by technology, and you can't escape it no matter what. Chapter 504 Those who cannot keep up with the times will be eliminated. Soon, a French media published an article with a different view, believing that the involvement of the Apocalypse Group in steel enterprises would not have a great impact on ordinary steel enterprises. The Apocalypse Group has already established the Apocalypse Space Mining Group. Now the acquisition of the Steel Group is obviously a supporting enterprise of the Apocalypse Space Mining Group, specializing in the production of high-tech steel products. The Apocalypse Group should not look down on the profits of the civilian market, but on the market for special steel products. This kind of high-tech steel has high profits and wide demand. As countries around the world pay more and more attention to outer space, the market for special steel products will become larger and larger. The article lists a lot of data and the analysis is relatively detailed, which makes many steel company bosses feel more stable after reading it. However, they still cannot be careless, because no one knows what the products of the Apocalypse Group are now. Bruce, the lawyers of the Vidwin Group, and some directors began to travel back and forth between France and Morocco. A week later, France took the lead in approving the acquisition. The Vidwin Group is a large comprehensive group that has promised the French government that half of the funds obtained from the sale of assets this time will be invested in France, providing no less than 3,000 direct jobs. With this guarantee, the French side quickly approved it. Besides, the relationship between Apocalypse Group and some people in France is also very deep. A few days later, Bruce promised the Moroccan government on behalf of Apocalypse Group that the original steel plant would be demolished and a modern steel enterprise with the highest global technology content would be rebuilt, providing no less than 4,000 direct jobs. With this promise, the Moroccan government also approved the acquisition. Apocalypse Group and Vidwin Group jointly issued a statement that the acquisition was officially effective and had been approved by the two governments. Tina from Deco Headhunting Company has begun to run around. Sue Pingan has called Tina. She needs the person in charge of the steel enterprise, the president, the vice president, and various management positions. 18 senior managers are needed. Tina took people and started to act. The first people she contacted were the presidents and vice presidents of many steel enterprises. After the news spread, many steel group boards of directors curse Sue Pingan. Those with strength have provided new contracts to the presidents and vice presidents, and raised their salaries and benefits across the board. Those without conditions have begun to play the emotional card. In short, they resisted the poaching of Apocalypse Group at all costs. Waltz, the president of the third largest steel group in the United States, Binez Steel Group, resigned directly. The official website of Binez Steel Group cursed the Apocalypse Group, saying that they had no face at all and poached our company president directly. It was too unkind. After the news spread, many people were shocked. The president of a group company was poached. The Apocalypse Group was awesome. Within a few days, more steel groups joined the camp of cursing Sue Pingan. They were all victims of this poaching. Waltz, from the Binez Steel Group in the United States, Akazan, from the Tata Steel Group in YD, Scott, from the AMBL Steel Group in Spain, Deborah, from the Swift Steel Group in Poland, Hashimoto Naka, from the steel group under the Mitsubishi Corporation in Japan. Wait, all 18 senior executives came from different steel companies, and they all held important positions. Once they left, it would be difficult to find qualified replacements in a short period of time. How could these poached steel groups not be angry? You are angry, but there is nothing you can do. The resignation procedures have been completed. Moreover, if you do not approve the resignation, you will have to provide a higher salary. No one wants to pay this fee, so you can only approve the personnel to leave. Sue Pingan also left the Apocalypse Space Mining Company and went to France. After all, the transaction contract between the two parties must be signed by the chairman. The chairman of the Vidwin Group has come forward, and Sue Pingan does not come forward, which seems unequal. After meeting and talking with everyone, Waltz was appointed as the general manager of the Apocalypse Steel Group. Akazan was appointed as the deputy general manager and the purchasing director. Scott was appointed as the deputy general manager of the group and the manager of the Moroccan Minerals Department. Deborah was appointed as the production director. Although Deborah is a woman, she has a great reputation in production management. Hashimoto Naka was appointed as the sales director and deputy general manager. The rest of the management positions are also in place one by one, and the management team is fully configured. These people were given 10 days to go home and make arrangements. 10 days later, they officially went to Morocco to start work. They have signed employment contracts with the Apocalypse Group. At the same time, Niels, the European Apocalypse accounting firm, also sent 3 people to the Apocalypse Steel Group. These 3 people will be responsible for the finances of the Apocalypse Steel Group and set up the finance department. Bruce also sent 3 lawyers to set up the legal department. Time passed slowly, and 10 days passed in a flash. Waltz and everyone were already in place. The first thing to do was to demolish the original steel plant. Morocco's Kassan Construction Company obtained the contract to demolish the original abandoned steel plant. France's Vandica Construction Company obtained the contract to build a new steel production base. Then, Waltz began to call on parts suppliers to place orders. Many parts suppliers around the world began to gather in the small town of Chichava in Morocco. This abandoned town began to regain its vitality. Unfortunately, no one can profit from this. When Bruce was negotiating with the Vidwin Group, he had already sent people here to clear out the houses in the town and bought the entire town. After a discussion with the city to which the town belongs, you can set up a police station and a town management agency on your own, and the city will send people to assist. According to the agreement, the management rights of the town belong to the Apocalypse Group, and the public resource investment also needs to be invested by the Apocalypse Group. It only needs to pay more than 1 million land taxes to the city every year. This is a place that is about to be abandoned. There are basically no indigenous people. There are also a few households that have sold their houses and land to the Apocalypse Group. According to the laws of this country, this is private land belonging to the Apocalypse Group. For private land, you only need to pay land taxes, and no other taxes or fees are required. Of course, there are still taxes and fees that companies should pay, but they are very few. Morocco has given great preferential policies. It can be said that this is the largest preferential policy that the Apocalypse Group has obtained abroad since its establishment. The Apocalypse Group promised to build 2 high-grade highways. The first is a high-grade highway from Chichal to Marrakech City, and the second is a high-grade highway from Chichal to Lamidi Port. At the same time, the Apocalypse Group contracted Lamidi Port. The contract was signed for 50 years. During these 50 years, the Lamidi Port operated by the Apocalypse Group was responsible for its own profits and losses. Lamidi Port has been losing money for more than 10 years, and Morocco needs to invest a large amount of money every year to maintain it. Now, after the Apocalypse Group contracted it, this burden was completely thrown off, and it can also get a contract fee of 1 million euros every year. The original port personnel were also taken over by the Apocalypse Group and could not be dismissed without reason. After the signing of the agreement, the Spanish Matador Construction Group won the highway contract of the Apocalypse Group and was responsible for the construction of the high-grade highway from the port to Chichava. Italy's Miranda First Construction Company won the contract for the highway from Chichava to Marrakech, and has begun to send equipment and personnel to it. After the personnel arrived, they started working directly. The contracts outsourced by the Apocalypse Group this time are not so simple. There are big guys behind each company. This is an exchange of interests and a kind of network building. The gathering of various networks of all sizes is an incredible force. As time goes by, the new steel plant equipment has been divided up by major parts suppliers. No one expected that this time Italy actually got 48 contracts and became the biggest winner. The second is Japan, which also received 26 contracts. The Chinese companies only received 9 contracts, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Afterwards, a failed parts supplier in China explained the reason. It was not that Shaanxi Group did not give the contract, but that the production equipment required by Shaanxi Steel Group made him incomprehensible, and he could not figure out what products such advanced equipment would produce. After the news spread, it directly triggered the media's thinking. Many media began to investigate. The more they investigated, the more frightened they felt. The technological content of the equipment purchased this time was more than twice that of ordinary steel plants. Moreover, according to the company that received the contract, the price of the equipment purchased by Shaanxi Group this time was very high, and the profit was also very good. Correspondingly, Shaanxi Group also had very high requirements for equipment standards. Parts suppliers must be careful in production. If they are not careful, equipment worth tens of millions will be worthless, and you will have to compensate for the cost of not being able to deliver on time. The risk is high and the profit is high. This is the most intuitive feeling of these people. Soon, a new round of conjectures emerged. After a long period of experiments, the Apocalypse Advanced Materials Research Institute has made a great breakthrough. The products produced will definitely subvert the entire industry in one fell swoop. This topic is getting more and more outrageous. Su Pinggan smiled while looking at the newspaper in the manner. Spread it. Then you will know what I will produce. There will be a time for you to cry. Those who can't keep up with the pace of the times will be eliminated. This year is almost over. When Su Pinggan was alone and had nothing to do, he calculated that this year's money was not spent in the right place, especially the start of several major projects, which cost a lot. the construction of the Apocalypse Space Mining Company, the construction of the Apocalypse Island, and the construction of the Apocalypse Steel Group. Just these three major projects will cost more than 20 billion euros. Fortunately, the Apocalypse Group is a company with terrifying profits. If it were another company, it would definitely not be able to bear it. This kind of expenditure is almost the annual profit of an average international multinational company. Wenjin, send a notice to each branch to cancel this year's annual meeting, turn in profits by the end of December, and submit a full-year work summary report and next year's work plan. Notify Wu Sike, Ho Minghe, Niels, and Bruce to come to my manor in France for a meeting on January 5th, and bring the year-end bonus distribution list and financial summary report. Su Pinggan gave the order while holding tea. I'll go and draft the document right away. Liu Wenjin went straight to the second floor. There was a room on the second floor with all office equipment. It was the office of Liu Wenjin and Darina. Not long after, Liu Wenjin came down with a report. Su Pinggan took a look and signed it directly. This kind of report must be signed by Su Pinggan to take effect, otherwise it would be invalid. Chapter 505. No one wants to fall behind. Soon, all branches received the notice, and many people breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't need to go to the annual meeting, and they could spend more time with their families. The Xianchao financial headquarters and the European Xianqi accounting firm began to get busy, and began to count the funds handed in by each branch and sort out the bills of each branch. When they went to Su Pinggan for a meeting, they needed to let Su Pinggan take a look. On this day, Su Pinggan received a call from Miao Yi, who planned to travel to France to relax. Su Pinggan would definitely not refuse, and arranged a cart to pick up Miao Yi at the airport 2 days later. Liu Wenjin and Darina were a little unhappy. I don't know why, as long as Su Pinggan was with Song Zinayu, Miao Yi, and Isabella, they were in a bad mood. They thought that their beloved toys that belonged to them were taken away. This kind of thought came and went quickly. Song Zinayu, Miao Yi, and Isabella all knew about the two of them, but they didn't point it out. Women really change a lot when they are together. In less than a day, everything went well. The three of them started to go shopping for clothes together, chattering non-stop, while Su Pinggan was happy to be free. On this day, Xianqi Recycling Resources Company issued a statement that all the 700 foreign trainees recruited had passed the examination and resumed normal treatment from January 1st, with salary and benefits exceeding the normal industry standards. At the same time, it was announced that Xianqi Recycling Resources Company will start the construction of recycling ecosystems in 8 countries, including the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Canada, Japan, Austria, Italy, and New Zealand this year. Legal contracts have been signed with the local governments of relevant countries. This group of trainees will serve as the management of these newly built recycling ecosystems, responsible for middle and senior management. At the same time, it was also announced that the construction of 5 recycling ecosystems will be started again in China. Facts have proved that Xianqi Recycling Resources Company can perfectly solve urban garbage and reduce urban garbage pollution to the lowest standard. The garbage problem in some countries is more serious, but the government is unwilling to pay, so Xianqi Recycling Resources Company can only give up building recycling ecosystems in these countries. After the news spread, many people were shocked. They didn't expect to start the foreign recycling system so soon. Not to mention how much, just the recycled resources, how much profit will it bring to the Apocalypse Group every year? Many people are very jealous. Su Pinggan doesn't authorize it to the outside world at all. It's clear that he intends to eat alone. But you have no choice. Refuse it. Your city garbage has reached a point where it can't be delayed. Don't refuse it. Seeing so much profit being taken away by the Apocalypse Group, it's very painful. Every year, each city must give a certain amount of garbage disposal fee subsidies. The recycled resources sold by the recycling resources ecosystem are also tax-free. Su Pinggan makes money on both ends, and it's all pure profit. Although each city earns little every year, it adds up to a lot. A city earns tens of millions, a provincial capital earns hundreds of millions, and a super city has reached 200 million. The garbage subsidies of Magic City, Beijing, and first-tier cities are all in the amount of 200 million. Now 5 ecosystems have been completed, plus the annual sale of fertilizers, feed, electricity sales, heating, plastic particles, metals, wood, pulp, etc. These recycled raw materials have brought rich profits to the Apocalypse Recycling Resources Company. What makes these cities feel relieved is that Apocalypse Recycling Company provides a large number of jobs. Garbage sorting is a labor-intensive enterprise that can provide thousands of direct jobs. It can also provide a lot of low-priced public materials. Purified water is a very good material. With the canals invested by the state, the cost of farmers irrigating the land is plummeting, and the cost of urban greening water is also plummeting. Resources are used more effectively. This is the benefit brought by the Apocalypse recycling system. Denmark's recycling system has been running for more than a year, and Isabella has made a net profit of tens of millions of euros every year. The benefits are also obvious. First of all, the employment rate has been greatly improved. Only when urban people have jobs can they have income, and only when they have income can they have consumption, forming a virtuous circle. Another thing is that garbage pollution has been greatly reduced. According to Danish policy, you can earn points by placing garbage at designated locations, and these points can be exchanged for a lot of daily necessities. The cost of these items is shared equally by the city government and the recycling company. It doesn't cost much, but it can solve the garbage problem well and the environment will become better. Before everyone reacted, the Shyanki Renewable Resources Research Institute signed a contract with the Celestial Empire to build air purification facilities in 14 areas in the north that are prone to fog outbreaks. The land for air purification facilities will be provided free of charge by the local government. The Weather Resources Research Institute will build 68 air purification towers to capture PM2.5 dust in the air. Each air purification tower is 70 meters high and consists of 4 huge air purification facilities of 15 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, and 70 meters, which purify pollutants in the air at multiple levels. The total investment is as high as 11 billion. The government subsidizes 30,000 yuan for each air purification tower each year to deal with the adsorbed harmful substances harmlessly. The contract period is 30 years. All air purification towers are built based on the characteristics of airflow and can be adjusted according to wind direction. In the absence of wind, fans can be driven by the current generated by solar energy and wind energy to circulate air. This business is a loss-making business. Su Pinggan approved this business for long-term interests. He must get something in return for monopolizing the garbage disposal industry. The bosses knew Su Pinggan's intention very well. They had already invested more than 10 billion yuan in vain. It was not good for them to ask for anything. They just let it go. Time passed slowly. Wu Sike, Ho Minghe, Niels, and Bruce all arrived at Su Pinggan's manor in France. The list of year-end bonuses had been released, and Su Pinggan was now doing the final review. Although the expenses this year were higher than last year, the income was also higher than last year. In particular, the two major game companies had a record harvest. After the voice control system was fully operational, the growth was visible to the naked eye. Su Pinggan adjusted the year-end bonuses of Yu Changlin and Jacques, the year-end bonus of the head of the research institute, and Bannon's year-end bonus. Of course, the year-end bonuses of Wu Sike, Ho Minghe, Niels, and Bruce were also adjusted. 2 days later, several people gathered in Su Pinggan's study for a meeting. The year-end bonus will be issued according to the amount I adjusted, Su Pinggan said, handing the document to Ho Minghe and Niels. Which companies have not completed the reserved funds target this year? Su Pinggan looked at the two and asked. Boss, according to statistics, Apocalypse Supermarket Group, Apocalypse Video Company, Apocalypse Agricultural Group, Apocalypse Logistics Company, Apocalypse Technology Company, Apocalypse Life Research Institute, Apocalypse Agricultural Research Institute, Apocalypse Space Mining Offensive, Apocalypse Steel Group. These companies have not completed the target. There are companies newly established this year, and there are also companies that have been established for several years, Ho Minghe reported. Su Pinggan smiled and said, Apocalypse Technology Company is on the list every year. It can make money and spend money. The investment in scientific research is really huge. I estimate that it will be difficult to make a profit in the past 2 years. Indeed, I talked to Kiao Yichen on the phone. They lost 1.7 billion euros after deducting profits this year. Each project team is a money-eating beast, and the funds have been eaten by the project team, Ho Minghe said with a smile. The same is true for French technology companies. After deducting profits, they lost 1.9 billion euros. I looked at the detailed financial statements. The funds have flowed into each project team. The purchase of equipment and materials is really expensive. Niels also sighed on the side. Bruce was quite surprised. He didn't expect that a technology company would lose so much. You know, the patent fees charged by technology companies are not small. Are the R&D expenses so high? Bruce asked puzzledly. Boss, how much is our Apocalypse Group's annual R&D expenses now? Why are they still losing money? Bruce, the actual R&D expenses of our Apocalypse Group last year were as high as 36 billion euros, Su Pinggan said to Bruce. Bruce and Wu Sike both took a deep breath. They didn't expect to spend so much. Our profits are recognized as high, but most of our profits flow into scientific and technological research and development. The top leaders of many countries are aware of our expenses. This is also the fundamental reason why those countries have not increased taxes on us. If we don't have such a large investment in scientific research, tax increases are inevitable, Su Pinggan explained a little. The president is right. This year, our scientific research expenses will set a new record, because space technology research and development will be carried out on a large scale this year. It is really difficult for technology companies to get rid of losses in a few years, Ho Minghe said on the side. President, space technology costs so much, why do we have to invest in it? Currently, all countries have limited investment. Is it worthwhile for us to invest so much? Wu Sike asked with a frown. Ho Minghe, Bruce, and Niels also looked at Su Pinggan. They were all puzzled by this question and didn't understand why Su Pinggan had to vigorously develop aerospace technology. Su Pinggan's enthusiasm for this area exceeded expectations. Gentlemen, what I am going to say next is top secret, understand, Su Pinggan said and looked at the four people, and the four people nodded seriously. According to the investigation of the Intelligence Department, the U.S.'s extraterrestrial base plan is likely to become a reality in the next 5 years, and its true strength is much more terrifying than what the outside world says. Japan has been secretly using satellites to collect samples of meteorites from outer space for many years. Otherwise, how could Japan lead the way in advanced materials? Other countries have their own space plans, and they all have their own unique features. Why do international giants spend so much money every year to carry out their own space projects? These expenses are their net profit, because they all have the latest news about global aerospace technology. In the future, it will depend on who can make breakthroughs in aerospace technology. If you have paid attention in recent years, you will see it. Many countries have made major breakthroughs in aerospace technology. In the past few years, Russia's new spacesuits, our new generation of radiation-resistant materials, the United States extraterrestrial gravity warehouses, super engines, super fuels, China's new generation of space stations, and Europe's highly sensitive sensors. Wait, these breakthroughs all illustrate one thing, that is, all countries recognize that space is the future. If you want to seize the future, you must go to space, so, we can't fall behind. Otherwise, when other international giants go to space in a few years, we will be out of date. More importantly, the resources on meteorites in outer space will no longer belong to us. Japan plans to launch 4 satellites this year. As far as I know, one of them is a manned satellite that can stay on some larger meteorites. The outside world only believes that China, Russia and the United States have mastered manned satellite technology. In fact, Japan and some other countries also have this technology, but they just keep it secret. On the international black market, rocket engine drawings, satellite design drawings, etc. have begun to circulate. What does this show? It shows that major powers have mastered a new generation of technology. This old technology is not very useful anymore. In this way, some countries can be drawn into the space competition. The more countries participate, the faster the space technology will develop. This is a good thing for mankind. There is a very important criterion for future international giants, and that is your space strength. International giants without this strength will fall behind. This is a competition between companies. You have all seen that the 3 small islands sold by France have all been bought by international giants, and they are all conducting space technology research and development. They have all seen this and are unwilling to fall behind. Su Pinggan looked at the 4 people and explained briefly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Give Me Some Face. Several people discussed in the study for more than 3 hours before they finished. They drank a cup of coffee together at noon and then separated. The four people could rest for a day before leaving France. Su Pingyan was drinking tea in his room, and he was talking to Xingling in his mind. Xingling, please calculate, according to the current progress, is it possible to complete the construction of cross-dimensional aircraft in my lifetime? The possibility is only 1.8%, although it is very low, but according to your current layout, it will gradually increase, and it is expected to be increased to the maximum standard in 10 years. Conduct a comprehensive analysis in 10 years, and it will be more accurate at that time. If the feasibility is less than 20%, I will sleep and save energy to the maximum extent, Xingling said directly. Now that we have this foundation, plus your 10 years of assistance, if we still can't reach 20%, I have no complaints, Su Pingyan said this with a serious face. Although it is difficult, he has already walked this road. Su Pingyan does not intend to turn back, and he is very yearning for the high-dimensional world described by Xingling. A lifetime is only 100 years, and you must pursue something. Su Pingyan rested for a few days, attended several cocktail parties, and held a private cocktail party himself, inviting all friends to come and consolidate his personal connections. After finishing this time, he set off to return home. The Chinese New Year is coming soon. The year-end bonuses of various branches of Xianqiao have basically been issued, and various benefits have also begun to be distributed one after another. The duty schedule has been issued, and the company has begun to take holidays step by step. Su Pingyan stayed at the headquarters for a few days and then stopped going to the company. He stayed at home with his parents to prepare for the Chinese New Year. The only place that is still working as usual is Adrias Island. The progress of the project there has not stopped. There is no spring festival abroad. The staff of Xianqiao Construction Group only rest on New Year's Eve and the first day of the New Year, and continue to work on the second day of the New Year. Xianqiao Construction Group is very experienced in building deep water port terminals, and the progress is very fast. Now, the desalination plant has started to operate. There is no shortage of fresh water on the island, and the speed of various projects has increased. It is expected that the airport will be completed around April, and the speed of other projects will be further improved at that time. By the end of June, the deep water port terminal will be completed, and the construction speed of Adrias Island will reach its peak. There are many people in the family during the New Year this year, and many of them are relatives who are indirect. Now the global economy is weak, but a few companies such as Xianqi Group are maintaining a high speed of development. Finding a stable job for the younger generation of the family is the first goal of many families, and Xianqi Group is the best choice. It was busy until the 5th day of the first lunar month, and Su Pingyan started to drive to visit relatives. On the 7th day of the first lunar month, Su Pingyan went to the company and left in a single-person aircraft under the protection of bodyguards, flying straight to Quanzhou. Usually, no one could spare the time. So they agreed to meet at Mabo's place in Quanzhou on the 8th day of the first lunar month this year. Li Rulong did not rest during the National Day, and volunteered to be on duty until the 5th day of the first lunar month. He began to rest on the 6th day of the first lunar month, and took this time to rush to Quanzhou to meet with his brothers. Song Zinai has arrived in Quanzhou at this moment. After all, he is from the same village as Mabo's family. Knowing that Su Pingyan and others are going to have a party, he stayed in his hometown for a few more days, accompanied Su Pingyan to meet with everyone, and then returned to Jinling. The last time the animation film failed, Song Zinayan was depressed for a while and regained his fighting spirit. A new animation film was put on the agenda again. This time he was very patient and reformed the company. The animation film department was set up in a separate office in a district, and the rest of the project team began to frantically accept outsourcing work to ensure the normal operation of the animation film department. The rent collected at the end of last year had been fully planned. With continuous investment, a hit must be made. When they were about to arrive in Quanzhou, Mabo sent Su Pingyan a hotel location. Su Pingyan flew directly to the top floor of the hotel. Mabo was already waiting. After turning off the single-person aircraft system, the two went downstairs together with laughter. Knowing Su Pingyan's habits, Mabo arranged a spacious suite with excellent lighting. He brewed a pot of tea and the two talked in the living room. "You are the first to come here. Others will arrive tomorrow," Mabo said directly. Su Pingyan nodded and looked at Mabo seriously. "Just now I felt that you were not right. Now I can be sure that you are really wrong. You look weak and have been too romantic. Go away, brother," I am so annoyed now. Mabo looked like he had no hope in life. Su Pinggan was really interested. Tell me what it is. I am very interested now. Mabo sighed and began to tell the story. Ki Fiayu, a childhood friend and best friend of Song Zinayan, somehow fell in love with Mabo. Song Zinayan didn't even know that she called Mabo on the 4th day of the Chinese New Year and said that she was pregnant. What's more terrible is that Ki Fiayu's pregnancy was discovered by her parents. They were so angry that they called Mabo's father to ask for an explanation. Ki Fiayu's parents were not simple people either. Her father was the deputy district chief in Quanzhou, and her mother was the vice principal of a middle school. Ma Ziqiang and Qi Yunfeng started dealing with each other since the day when the Ma family business was founded. The two families were also old friends. Even rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. Now his daughter was made pregnant by Mabo. How could Qi Yunfeng accept it? Now they are in a mess. Song Zinayan is currently accompanying Qi Fiayu. Mabo used the excuse that Su Pinggan came today to make him free. Otherwise, he would still be criticized at home. Mabo was extremely conflicted. It was quite happy to be with Qi Fiayu, but Mabo knew his situation and knew that he couldn't just give up and be with Qi Fiayu. But things had already come to the point and had to be resolved. Su Pinggan was lying on the bed laughing. He had expected this day, but he had never waited for it. He didn't expect to see it today. It took a long time for Su Pinggan to stop laughing. He sat up and saw Mabo staring at him with a gloomy face. He smiled awkwardly. Don't be happy too early. Tomorrow, Song Zinayu's father Song Zhimin will also be back. He will have to talk to you. Song Zinayu has been following you for several years without knowing why. Let's see what you can do, Mabo said with a sneer. Su Pinggan was stunned. Was he mistaken? He glanced at Mabo and said, You are not responsible for this, are you? Yes, I arranged it. We are brothers. We should suffer together to save you from laughing at me. Mabo admitted it directly. Su Pinggan pointed at Mabo with a helpless look on his face. Seeing Su Pinggan's expression, Mabo felt a little better. Finally, someone could share some of his pain. Mabo was almost broken down in the past few days. Don't be happy too soon. I am sure I can deal with Song Zhimin. Just wait and see if you don't believe me, Su Pinggan said with a turn of his eyes, staring at Mabo. Mabo looked at Su Pinggan with suspicion. You know Isabella's identity. I can handle her family. How can I not handle Song Zhimin? Su Pinggan added, and Mabo's brows immediately frowned. After a while, Mabo's eyes lit up and stared at Su Pinggan, which made Su Pinggan feel uneasy. Brother, you are a love saint. Teach me, as long as you can let me pass this level smoothly, I will arrange a one-stop service for Hawaii vacation. How about it? Mabo said with hope. Su Pinggan smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, Boss, our situations are different. My method is not suitable for you. Mabo sighed deeply. The two people's situations were indeed different, and there was not much to learn from. By the way, young Master Lin must have experience in this kind of thing. You can ask him tomorrow, Su Pinggan said while looking at Mabo. How long have you not contacted Sandizi? Mabo looked at Su Pinggan with a suspicious look on his face. Su Pinggan was stunned, not understanding what Mabo meant by this sentence. We contact each other every month. We brothers talk every month, Su Pinggan said truthfully. Sandizi is getting married this year, and this time I came here to send out invitations, Mabo said with an uncomfortable expression. Damn, how can this be possible? In this way, only you and I are left unmarried. Isn't this embarrassing for us? Su Pinggan was really a little confused at this moment. I don't want to think so much now. At most, I will play for a year, and I guess I will also enter the grave of marriage. I found that last year, there was only one woman around me, Qi Fiayu, and I actually resisted and didn't make trouble, Mabo said with a frown. He was a little scared of his current state. After having kept a woman for a whole year, was he still himself? As a famous playboy, this was too incredible. Su Pinggan looked at Mabo seriously, and then sighed, Boss, you are tired. To be honest, so am I. Go away. You are surrounded by girls, and you are the same. You are fooling the devil, Mabo said unhappily. Su Pinggan shook his head with a wry smile. There are only 3 of them around me. I used to think about meeting a few beauties when I attended parties, but now I don't have this idea. This is a manifestation of tiredness, Pinggan. I am really impressed by your shamelessness. What do you mean there are only 3 of them? Where are your 2 assistants? You told me that you have nothing to do with them. Mabo looked at him with contempt, and Su Pinggan could only smile awkwardly. Forget it, let's not say these spoiling words. What are you thinking? You actually invested in rocket launches. Don't you have too much money and have nowhere to throw it? And how did you get the approval document from the Ministry of Telecommunications? Mabo asked a series of questions. Let's talk about it later, or tomorrow, so I don't have to explain it over and over again. They will definitely ask about these things tomorrow. I will explain them together during dinner, Su Pinggan said directly. I was mentally prepared for these things. Others were embarrassed to ask, but the brothers would definitely ask. It would be better to explain them together when everyone was together. Okay, have a drink with me later. I can find an excuse not to go home if I get drunk. I am really afraid to go home now, afraid of the ringing of my cell phone. Yesterday, I had an idea to abandon everything, find an uninhabited area, stay alone for a few days, and really relax myself, Mabo said with emotion. Don't say you are tired. Who is not tired in today's society? Those migrant workers are more tired than us. We are tired, but we can still make a lot in a year. Those migrant workers work hard for a year, and 60 to 70% of their income is contributed to the landlord and the restaurant. In the end, how many people can really make money? They look bright and beautiful on the outside, but how many people can understand the real pain inside? Su Pinggan shook his head and said. This is why your recruiters refuse labor dispatch, Mabo said while looking at Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan nodded. This is just one of the reasons. Labor dispatch companies rely on workers to survive and extract the hard-earned money of workers. I don't like this, so I refuse all labor dispatch personnel and do not cooperate with them. As a result, you can see that the employees of various factories under my Apocalypse group live very well and are loyal to the company. There is no such thing as a monk ringing the bell for a day. They complete their work seriously every day. Bolson of Apocalypse Light Energy told me something that shocked him a lot. When the strong typhoon came, the factory needed to be reinforced, but the rainstorm came first. As a result, hundreds of employees spontaneously went to the factory to help on a voluntary basis, helping the engineering department staff to reinforce the factory building. They love the factory like their home. This is a scene that Bolson and Carol have not seen in decades of work. Can you see this kind of scene in labor dispatch personnel? You can't see it at all, because many people are deceived into working, and they run away directly after getting their salary a month later. They ask for a monthly salary of 8,000 or 10,000 yuan, but in the end, it's just over 8,000 yuan after all the deductions. What's more, you won't get that much at all. If a company can give you 3,000 yuan after all the deductions, it's already a conscientious company. No one cares whether your factory lives or dies. Many people even hope that your factory will be destroyed by a typhoon. Working in the Apocalypse Group factory, employees have found a long-lost sense of belonging. This is the biggest difference between the two models. Nowadays, many factories are saying that they are short of people. In fact, they are not short of normal workers, but super cheap workers. In their view, giving you 2,000 yuan a month is already a lot. Such companies can be found everywhere. Mabo was really stunned for a moment, and nodded after a long while. I've heard about the situation you mentioned from my father. Their company was like this before. Although they didn't make much money, everyone's heart was placed on the factory. Now you repeatedly emphasize what loyalty to the company is. Before emphasizing this matter, you should first ask, is the company loyal to its employees? If you don't treat workers as human beings, don't blame the workers for being disloyal and not working actively. I've learned from you. I'll change it later and take back several jobs that were outsourced to labor dispatch. Loyalty requires both parties to invest together. Many good traditional concepts have been discarded. This is a waste. The two discussed some things about the development of the company and went to dinner together. The two drank a bottle of white wine together. Mabo had already booked a room for himself, and they went back to their rooms to rest after dinner. The next day, Lin Yide, Zhang Wenin, Su Minggang, and Li Rulong all arrived in the morning. When they arrived, Su Pinggan and Mabo hadn't gotten up yet. Mabo was under a lot of pressure recently and mentally exhausted, so he took advantage of the alcohol to have a good sleep. Su Pinggan played games until after 2 a.m. and definitely couldn't get up in the morning. At 11 a.m., he was still pulled up by Zhang Wenin. In Su Pinggan's room, the brothers sat down to drink tea and chat. Now they are all successful in their careers. Looking back, they didn't expect that so many years have passed since graduation. As they chatted, the topic unconsciously shifted to Mabo. Everyone knew about Kifiu, but no one laughed. Instead, they looked at Mabo with interest. "Boss, get back on track. It's time for us to start a family." "I'm tired of playing," Lin Yide said with emotion. Old Lin is right. Pingan was an honest child at the beginning. Now, he is influenced by the boss and has been hugged by many people. It's time to get back on track. Marriage is an inevitable step in life. Sooner or later, we will have to go together, Zhang Wenhun said directly while looking at Mabo. Su Pingan smiled after hearing this. He picked up the cup and clinked it with Zhang Wenhun. "You know me well. Brother, I was led astray by the boss." Mabo almost spit out the tea in his mouth, and said with an unhappy face, "Mr. Su, who forced me to arrange it for him? What else did you say? It's the boss's responsibility to take the blame for his brothers. And you, Sandizi, you are destroying the bridge after crossing the river." Ha ha ha. Su Mingang, Li Rulong and Zhang Wenhun all laughed. During the Shanghai Youth Forum, it was Su Pingan and Lin Yide who forced Mabo. Otherwise, Su Pingan and Miao Yi would not have any relationship. Su Pingan and Lin Yide both smiled awkwardly, and then began to give Mabo ideas on how to deal with this matter. As everyone was talking, ding ding. Ding. Mabo's phone rang. Mabo picked up the phone and looked at it. He looked uncomfortable. He made a gesture to silence everyone and answered directly, "Dad, what's the matter, where are you?" Ma Ziqiang asked. "At the hotel, Lin Yide, Pingan and the others are here. Let's get together," Mabo said directly. There was a silence on the phone. "Your Uncle Song is here too. Bring your friends to our house for dinner," Ma Ziqiang's voice came over. Su Pingan immediately put his hands together and gave Mabo a pleading expression. The other smiled and said nothing. Mabo didn't want to go back either. He could imagine what kind of situation he would face. "Dad, there are a lot of people. They all brought their partners with them. There are more than a dozen people in total. There is no room for the dining table at home. I'll have dinner with them outside." Mabo's brain reacted really quickly and he found an excuse directly. "No need to be so troublesome. The women will be accompanied by your mother, Zinan and Fiu. You guys can just come to our house." Ma Ziqiang obviously thought of what excuse Mabo would make and had already arranged it. Su Pingan and Mabo both looked uncomfortable. Things had come to this point and they couldn't refuse. Mabo could only bite the bullet and agree. Finally, he said, "Dad, my brothers are here. Please save some face for me." After the call ended, Ma Ziqiang looked at Song Zimin and said, "Old Song, they will be here soon. You have to stay calm. Not talking is a pressure on Su Pingan. You have to worry about things turning into the opposite extreme. Don't forget that the man from abroad is not a simple family. His background is very powerful." "I understand. I won't say anything." By not saying anything, Su Pingan will know more about it. He is very smart. Otherwise, the Apocalypse Group would not have grown to its current level. Now they have actually started to establish a private rocket launch company. This is the second private rocket company in the country. However, its threat level is much greater than the first private rocket company, Song Zimin said seriously. "Why, do you have other intentions for meeting him this time?" Ma Ziqiang heard something else from Song Zimin's words. Song Zimin nodded and said, "Someone found me and wanted me to persuade Su Pingan to form a technical exchange with a domestic research institute." Ma Ziqiang was stunned, and looked at Song Zimin seriously. "Old Song, this is not a joke. Technology is the foundation of enterprise development. Cooperating with those research institutes is equivalent to handing over technology to others. This kind of thing cannot be done." "I know, I just said it. No matter how Su Pingan answers, I will reply that he was rejected. He is now a tree that attracts the wind," Song Zimin said directly. Ma Ziqiang nodded and agreed with Song Zimin's comment. "How much technology has the Apocalypse Group hidden?" This sentence is very popular. Not only foreigners are interested, but also domestic people are very interested. With the annual investment of the Apocalypse Group in scientific research, it is sure that there will not be only such a small achievement. According to the results of various investigations, the Apocalypse Group has classified various technologies. The first-level and second-level technologies are authorized to the outside world, the third-level technologies are kept for their own use, and the fourth-level technologies are kept secret. Outsiders don't know how many there are. In addition, now that the Apocalypse Group's communication satellite has been launched, the security of the system has been further improved. it is more difficult for you to hack into the database of the Apocalypse Group through the network. Not to mention, Zhu Hongyan, the head of the cybersecurity department of Apocalypse Group, is a very strong person. Although Zhu Hongyan usually looks fat and smiling, he is recognized as a strong person in computer technology. Especially the news that Zhang Jianbin had installed artificial intelligence for testing in the main building of Apocalypse Science and Technology Park some time ago surprised many people. When all the companies were still researching, Apocalypse Group had already started testing. Although Su Pinggan said it was a castrated version, even if it was a castrated version, this technology was far ahead of major technology companies in the world. Adding up all the factors, you can't force Su Pinggan at all. If you really force Su Pinggan to immigrate, then he will become a laughingstock of all countries. Therefore, some people use this roundabout way to find ways to obtain technology. Let's not intervene, let him deal with these situations by himself. I believe he will get through. Apocalypse Group is too big, and many people want to take a bite. Now, it's just that he doesn't dare to bite because of the means of intimidation to Pinggan. I'm worried that sooner or later something will force Su Pinggan to take a wrong step, Ma Ziqiang said with a serious face. Having been in business for so many years, I have seen too many dark things. The business world is treacherous and turbulent. There are many cases of big fish eating small fish and snakes swallowing elephants. Everyone who can become a big company has experienced countless open and secret attacks. While the two were talking, Mabo, Su Pinggan and others had already started to leave. Mabo's mother, Song Zinayu, and Kifiaru had already arrived at the hotel to pick up all the female relatives to have dinner together. Several people greeted each other and exchanged a few words before parting. Song Zinayu glanced at Su Pinggan a few times, and the meaning was very clear: no matter what my dad said, I had to endure it. Su Pinggan returned a relieved look. It's busy during the new year. As the eldest in the family, all kinds of things are on my shoulders. The new year is so fucking tiring and annoying. Chapter 507, Boss is truly a qualified capitalist. Su Pinggan was full of questions during the meal. Song Zhemin said nothing, but just clinked glasses with Su Pinggan, which made Su Pinggan confused. It was not only Su Pinggan, but also others. Song Zhemin did not ask about Su Pinggan and Song Zinayu, which was unreasonable. Mabo was even more suspicious. His father did not mention Kifiayu's affairs. What happened? It was a bit strange, but today's hurdle was passed. On the second day, free activities began. On the third day, everyone had dinner together. After dinner, they returned to the room. Su Pinggan asked Song Zinayu what was going on and why your father did not mention you. Song Zinayu rolled his eyes at Su Pinggan and said, if I force you to get married, will you agree? Su Pinggan touched his nose and reacted. Song Zhemin's move was very powerful. Not speaking was more powerful than speaking. It avoided embarrassment and left a way out for both parties. You don't need your father to force me. I will give you a grand wedding, Su Pinggan said with a serious expression. After hearing this, Song Zinayu looked at him with contempt. How many brides? Su Pinggan immediately stopped talking out of embarrassment, and Song Zinayu was so angry that he twisted Su Pinggan's waist hard to vent his frustration. My father wants to talk to you tomorrow morning. It's not about us, but other things, Song Zinayu said directly. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment. Other things, when Su Pinggan was thinking, Song Zinayu added, it seems to be related to your research institute. You will know the details tomorrow. You won't tell me even if I ask. I understand, Su Pinggan said directly. When it came to the research institute, Su Pinggan's mind immediately became clear. He was afraid that Song Zhemin was lobbying for someone, and someone was jealous of the technology of Apocalypse Group. What does Dad want to talk to you about? Song Zinayu asked with doubt. Su Pinggan's serious expression made Song Zinayu feel unsure. Your dad wants to talk to me about why you are not pregnant, Su Pinggan whispered in Song Zinayu's ear. Song Zinayu blushed, and with a snap, he hit Su Pinggan's hand hard. Su Pinggan laughed and pulled Song Zinayu into the bedroom. The next day, in a tea house, Su Pinggan and Song Zhemin had a private conversation. Su Pinggan could hear that Song Zhemin was reminding him to be prepared in advance. Uncle, please tell them that next month, I will increase my investment in the United States. This is my reply to them, Su Pinggan said calmly. Song Zhemin was stunned. Su Pinggan was forcing him. Just when he wanted to speak, Uncle, I can't show any weakness in this matter, otherwise, their hands will be deeper and deeper. I don't have the ability to study, so I have the idea of robbery. I dare not attack foreign companies, but I am very brave to kill domestic companies. I must stop their thoughts, otherwise, the next time they come to talk to me, it will be Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan, Su Pinggan said seriously. Song Zhemin frowned and thought for a while and said, is it okay for you to force it like this? I have to be tough. They don't represent a country, but a deeply hidden interest group. They really think I don't know their overseas layout. If they piss me off, they will wipe out their overseas industries. At worst, we will just turn against each other. It's no big deal. Uncle can tell them openly that I will give them a gift within a week as a return gift. Su Pinggan said calmly. Song Zhemin looked at Su Pinggan seriously and found that Su Pinggan was not joking. He nodded and took a sip of the teacup. Su Pinggan also took a sip of the tea. Uncle, I will give her an explanation about what happened between Zinayan and me in the next few years. Please rest assured, I will never let her down. Su Pinggan said this with a serious expression. This was the first time that Su Pinggan gave a positive answer to Song Zinayan's question in front of Song Zhemin. Song Zhemin nodded. With Su Pinggan's words, it was enough, and he recognized Su Pinggan's attitude. After the two separated, Su Pinggan started to make phone calls. He made 6 or 7 calls in a row, and then hung up the phone in a long breath. Song Zhemin also replied to someone about Su Pinggan's original words. After listening to what Song Zhemin said, the other party immediately hung up the phone and gave Su Pinggan a comment of not knowing whether to live or die. 2 days later, everyone ended the party and went back to their own homes. Song Zhinai returned to Jinling to work, and Su Pinggan went directly to Hangzhou Science and Technology Park. 3 days passed slowly. On this day, Poland issued a notice that the seven-color financial investment company of China violated its securities law and illegally lent money at a higher interest rate than the bank. According to its own laws, it was fined 500 million euros. At the same time, the financial license of the seven-color financial investment company was revoked, and the evidence was made public. This news also caused a small range of fluctuations. It is very common for financial companies to be fined for lending. Generally, they are done very secretly and are rarely caught. There is nothing to be surprised about. Only 3 days after the incident, the relevant financial department issued a penalty order to Shaanxi Investment Company, claiming that Shaanxi Capital violated the regulations on lending and disrupted the finances of listed companies, and fined 2 billion. This news caused a great shock in China. Wu Sikai, on behalf of Shaanxi Group, appealed directly to the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court in advance, asking the court to revoke this illegal penalty order. 3 days passed with anxiety. The relevant Japanese authorities announced that Sihei Investment Company would be fined 1 billion euros for illegal speculation in futures, and the financial license of Sihei Investment would be revoked. The relevant Swiss authorities announced that Shand Fund would be fined 2 billion euros for violating financial regulations, and the relevant cases would be transferred to the Anti-Money Laundering Special Action Team. Ordinary people didn't feel much, but those who were interested knew very well that the two giants had started to fight. Su Pinggan was ruthless and had a posture of fighting to the death. Only 1 day later, Baozing of Shaanxi Recycling Resources Company announced that it had reached an investment agreement with New York City, USA, and would start the construction of a recycling ecosystem centered on New York City, with a total investment of 600 million euros. This news surprised many people. Shaanxi Group actually increased its investment in the United States. Although it was only 600 million euros, it was the first investment of Shaanxi Group in the United States in recent years. Foreign media published articles one after another, speculating on this matter. The media in the United States welcomed it one-sidedly. The mayor of New York and the mayors of the 4 surrounding cities even issued a joint statement. Shaanxi Group is welcome to invest. After the recycling resource ecosystem is put into operation, it will provide tens of thousands of direct jobs for 5 cities including New York, and will thoroughly deal with the garbage problem that plagues the 5 cities. The 5 municipal governments must do their best to ensure the smooth implementation of the project. With a pop, a very delicate tea bowl was smashed. An old man was panting in a beautiful manner with a gloomy face. Su Pinggan, you are looking for death, the old man said with a dark face. The 3 investment companies were fined 3.5 billion euros, which is not a small amount when converted into Shaanxi currency. The old man knew very well that this was Su Pinggan's counterattack and determination. At most, we will break up and never compromise. Don't think I don't know your dirty things. This is what Su Ping'an wants to convey, which is very tough. Ding ding ding, the landline next to the old man rang, and the old man took a few deep breaths and picked up the phone. That person asked. A sentence, "I am Su Ping'an," came from the phone. The old man was stunned. How could Su Ping'an know his phone number? When he was thinking, Su Ping'an's voice came from the phone again. War or peace? Give me a word. Don't think I don't know who you are and what power you have. I know your strength very well. If you want to fight, you will see that your 14 financial companies abroad will be fined and prosecuted one after another. If you want to play dirty, you can. I will make your relatives at home and abroad feel the breath of death. I don't believe it. Just say one word: war. I have a lot of ammunition in my hands. I will definitely accompany you to the end. You have 10 seconds to think about it. The old man's face became even gloomier. This is the Celestial Empire, not a place where you can do whatever you want. There are still 6 seconds, Su Ping'an said directly. Peace. The old man said this with a gloomy face. What kind of character is Su Ping'an? The internal analysis has long been made, a ruthless madman who dares to sink even warships. What else can he, Su Ping'an, not dare to do? Especially after experiencing the incident of rescuing his parents from kidnapping, he is very clear about how strong the power in Su Ping'an's hands is. Now that Su Ping'an can call, it means that his identity has been exposed. You know very well what to do. I won't call you again. We won't see the result within 3 days. Let's continue. Su Ping'an said this and hung up the phone. With a pop, the old man smashed the phone. This was the first time in the past 10 years that someone called to threaten him. How could he feel good when he was forced to bow his head? The whole study was smashed into a mess. Finally, he sat on the chair and panted. There was no way. He had many children and grandchildren, most of whom were abroad. If he really turned against Su Ping'an, the other party would definitely kill him. Another thing is that the secret fight with Shaanxi Group has caused dissatisfaction among the big guys. If the fight continues, I am afraid the loss will be greater. For a long time, the expression on the old man's face changed back and forth, and he laughed ha ha ha. He had been through so many storms for so many years. But he didn't expect to be threatened by a child today. The fighting spirit in his body rose up. Su Ping'an, let's take it slowly. I will make you kneel down in front of me obediently. 2 days later, under the mediation of the court, the fine of Shaanxi Investment Company was cancelled. This matter was not announced to the public, and no media reported it. It just quietly ended. Those who are interested are surprised by this result. Song Zhemin sat in the office and thought about this matter carefully. He knew very well how powerful the other party was. In Song Zhemin's view, the other party was a real towering tree. He didn't expect to make peace so quickly. Song Zhemin didn't know what happened abroad. He just saw that after Su Ping'an announced to increase investment in the United States, the matter was over. Killing fiercely, and finally ending this matter quietly, is this completely anticlimactic? Deep in his heart, he was shocked by Su Ping'an's methods. Song Zhemin understood that this matter must not be so simple, although he didn't know how Su Ping'an solved it. It can also be imagined that this matter will not be over without a fierce move. What is the strength of Shaanxi Group? Song Zhemin said this to himself. Not only Song Zhemin, many people are thinking about what happened to be able to end quietly. Su Ping'an can no longer care about these things at the moment. Kyle came to Hangzhou to see Su Ping'an. He came for the matter of superpancreatic preparations. Human experiments have been carried out in 5 countries for more than half a year, and the results are amazing. It has obtained dietary supplement certification from China, the United States, the United Kingdom, Europe and the United States. This time, I came to meet Su Ping'an to discuss the price. Boss, we plan to follow the model of super fish oil. There are 30 capsules in a bottle, and the cost price is 40 euros. The price we give to distributors is 150 euros, Kyle told Su Ping'an about his considerations. This price is not acceptable, Su Ping'an said immediately. Kyle was stunned and looked at Su Ping'an in confusion. Su Ping'an took a sip of the teacup and said, don't you think the distributor's profit is too high? Give them 150 euros, they will sell at least 300 euros. It is not in our interest to let them maintain such a high profit, you know the value of the product very well. In addition, the space project launched by the headquarters is very expensive. Therefore, this product must maintain a high profit, Su Ping'an said very affirmatively. How should we determine the pricing system? Kyle asked. Su Ping'an thought for a moment, The wholesale price is €350, the retail price is €500, the global unified price, and each bottle contains 24 capsules. The effect of the finished product is diluted, and 5 bottles can relieve the initial diabetes. It takes at least 2 cycles to stabilize it. After that, you should maintain 1 capsule per day. Silk Kyle took a breath of cold air. The president was too cruel this time. Although we have increased the price for dealers, we can set a sales rebate for them. Reducing 6 capsules from each bottle is to give you room, Su Pinggan said meaningfully while looking at Kyle. Kyle suddenly realized and gave Su Pinggan a thumbs up. I'm really not suitable to be a boss. I can't be so cruel. The boss is really a qualified capitalist. Ha Kyle. If it weren't for the space project being too expensive, I wouldn't do this. For our development strategy, it must be done at this stage. Plan it carefully and use the 6 capsules reduced from each bottle to share our sales and promotion costs, Su Pinggan said to Kyle seriously after laughing. Chapter 508 Super Multi-Pancreas Preparation. Boss, I'm afraid they won't accept this price, because they have to be responsible for advertising in their own sales area, which is a huge expense. It won't work without tens of millions of euros, Kyle said worriedly. Su Pinggan thought for a while. If they don't accept this price, we can give them a certain subsidy on the advertising fee. You have to remember that we have given subsidies, and the purchase volume must be guaranteed. At the same time, the retail price cannot change. Please rest assured, boss, I will immediately arrange for someone to make a complete sales plan and publicity plan, Kyle said with confidence. With subsidies, there will be no less advertising and publicity. It doesn't need to be too much. It only takes 3 months of intensive publicity, and super multi-pancreatic preparation will become famous. Poseidon's distributors are spread across major countries in the world. Together, they work hard to advertise globally for 3 months. I'm afraid no one doesn't know super multi-pancreatic preparation. Sales volume is not a problem at all. The two discussed for a while, and Su Pinggan arranged for Darina to arrange a hotel. They will have dinner together later. After dinner, let Kyle have a good rest for a day before leaving. A day later, Kyle left Hangzhou and took a chartered plane directly back to the Icelandic headquarters. 2 days later, the new publicity plan and sales plan have been completed and sent to Su Pinggan for review. After reading it, Su Pinggan called Kyle to modify some details. After communicating for half an hour, he hung up the phone. On the same day, Poseidon headquarters sent a notice to 22 regional distributors. 3 days later, they came to the headquarters for a meeting. The distributors who received the notice were collectively excited. They knew what experiments Poseidon was currently conducting. This was a product with a wider market than super fish oil. According to the research of the World Health Organization, strictly speaking, 98% of the world's people have insulin shortages, but some are obvious and some are not. Human experiments conducted in China, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Austria, and 5 other countries all know that the effect is amazing. After taking it for 3 months, primary diabetic patients basically bid farewell to diabetes. Many people proposed to certify the super multi-pancreatic preparations, but this was rejected by Poseidon. Not only that, the distributors in the region also began to work hard and must not carry out drug certification. Drug certification takes 10 years, which will delay how much money you make. We are dietary supplements, not drugs, and they all began to vigorously promote it. Su Pinggan also signed a lobbying contract with the dark web of Venus Escort Group, with an amount of up to 200 million euros to settle all countries that require drug certification. Venus Escort Group accepted the order very happily. A big order of 200 million euros is not common. Besides, it is not difficult and can be settled at a low price. As expected of a 5-star customer, although he does not need beautiful women now, he can earn more from one lobbying contract than from 10 escort contracts. Su Pinggan is awesome. In just 1 day, the dealers arrived at the Poseidon headquarters and began to negotiate with Kyle. They were prepared for the changes in the sales plan this time. They knew how much super fish oil could earn. Poseidon would definitely not suffer such a loss again. They began to argue with Kyle one by one. It took 4 days to reach a cooperation agreement. First, the areas responsible for each dealer carried out various advertising and promotions, and the agreement was passed for 3 months. Second, a certain rebate will be given based on your purchase volume, which is limited to the first 3 batches of purchases. Third, Based on the monthly retail data of the area you are responsible for, advertising fee rebates will be given. The more retail sales, the more rebates you will get. The peak is €100 million per month for 3 months. Fourth, the freight is the responsibility of the dealers. This is non-negotiable. Apocalypse Group is not responsible for delivery. This is a pain for dealers. Apocalypse Group's rule is unique in the world. Other manufacturers are responsible for door-to-door delivery. When it comes to Apocalypse Group, you come to pick up the goods yourself. Apocalypse Group is not responsible for delivery. A total of 17 detailed clauses were passed. The documents were sent to the headquarters of Apocalypse Group for filing. At the same time, Su Pinggan's signature was required. Without Su Pinggan's signature, this contract could not take effect. Soon, the document signed by Su Pinggan was faxed back that day. Kyle and the dealers drank red wine and talked for a while. The next day, the dealers left. Kyle began to make arrangements. Poseidon's 3 production bases in France, China, and the United States have long completed the production expansion plan. Each production base has added 5 production lines with the latest global technology. All Poseidon companies have begun to produce super multi-pancreatic preparations. The ultra-modern assembly line has terrifying productivity. From the input of raw materials to the production and packaging of products, no human hands are involved. The whole process is mechanized. Within a week, more than €30 billion were deposited into Poseidon's account. At the same time, the products were shipped one after another. Dealers have begun to negotiate with various media on the time of advertising. You can't do this randomly. It must be launched on a certain day. You can't distribute the products after they arrive at your warehouse. You must store them and distribute and promote them according to the specified date. Basically, no dealer will violate this point because the punishment is too severe. Besides, everyone's interests can be protected according to the plan, so they are very cooperative. In China, the warehouse of Poseidon's branch in J City has begun to stockpile products. This part of the products is for domestic sales, and it is not time to sell them yet. China started to distribute the products a week before the official start of the advertising campaign, and foreign countries started to distribute the super pancreatic preparations 5 days ago. Poseidon's warehouse and dealers' warehouses are all crowded with vehicles. Each vehicle has a quota, and you can't carry more even if you want. Many retailers are anxious, but there is no way. The dealers said that this is how Poseidon treats us, so you should bear with it. On this day, all the media around the world began to report on super multi-pancreas preparation. The data of human experiments in 5 countries began to be disclosed to the public. Various experts and professors began to appear in the media. Television, newspapers, the internet, bus stops, huge billboards, public toilet advertisements, elevator-led screens, taxis, buses, airplanes, all carried advertisements for super multi-pancreas preparation. Even games were no exception. Fairyland Civilization, Chaos World, World of Warcraft, 3 Kingdoms, King of Glory, Heroes, etc. All the top 100 games in the world have super multi-pancreas preparation. Supplement peptides to stay away from diabetes and high blood sugar. Love life, 1 pill a day, live to 99. Everyone lacks polyp increase, which is an essential substance for maintaining the normal endocrine system of your body. I was attracted by the publicity, and when I saw the price at the pharmacopoeia, my heart sank. €500 a bottle, converted into more than 4,000 yuan in Xianqiao currency, and my hands were shaking. However, for the sake of my own health, I gritted my teeth and bought it. In just 1 week, the second batch of purchase payments from distributors in various places began to arrive one after another. Now the production base of Poseidon has begun to enter a state of machines not resting and people resting. The production is running non-stop, and the supply is completely in short supply. In China, Dongdong.com and Baobao.com only sell to members. One member account can only buy 2 bottles, no more. The style is so high. And they are out of stock in an instant. Many members have not purchased it. They called the website customers to ask for more products, which made the customer service of the website very painful. There are so many rich people. It's almost 5,000 yuan a bottle, but so many people buy it. Of course, some people started to make a fuss and asked Poseidon to lower the price. The price is too high and they can't afford it. These people posted news on social media, and no one in the media paid attention to them. Everyone knows Su Pinggan's personality. Kyle emphasized in the meeting with dealers that anyone who makes trouble in the region will have his quota cancelled by the president. Don't come to me. The production is so limited. If you lose one, other dealers can get a little more. Therefore, no one dared to be careless. We had agreed when we advertised that no negative news would be published, at least within 3 months. If we violated the agreement, we had to compensate me, and the compensation was a sky-high amount. With this restriction, those who wanted to make trouble could only vent their anger on social networking sites. The Apocalypse Group didn't care about you, the Poseidon Group didn't care about you, the distributors in each region didn't care about you, and the retailers didn't care about you even more. Retailers now only sell to members, not non-members, because the quantity is limited, and there is no way to get more. Buy a bottle and make €100, sell out as soon as it is put on the shelf, it's really fucking profitable. This is the voice of retailers. Many people are psychologically depressed and very uncomfortable. The Apocalypse Group has another trump card in its hand. The original super fish oil was enough to make you unable to deal with the Apocalypse Group, and now there is another super pancreatic preparation. Everyone knows very well that as people slowly take it and experience the benefits, no one will give up this product. Just like super fish oil, once it is out of stock, it will be a big fluctuation. I was so angry that I wanted to vomit blood. I took a few deep breaths, took the super fish oil, poured out a pill, and ate it directly. If I didn't eat it, my heart really couldn't bear it. After eating, I looked at a bottle of super fish oil and threw it away directly. I panted for a long time, stood up with a sad face to pick up the bottle, wiped it clean and put it away, and sighed for a long time. Before the end of a month, the 3 payments of the distributors had been paid in full. Kyle was smiling and directly handed over €50 billion of profits to the European financial headquarters. The news was fed back to the headquarters of the Apocalypse Group. Su Pinggan laughed so hard that he pulled Liu Wenjin and Darina in the office and kissed them wildly. If the two hadn't been worried about being caught and resisted, they would have been pressed by Su Pinggan in the office and executed on the spot. It can be seen how excited Su Pinggan was. After another half a month, on this day, a big news came out from the United States. The U.S. Aeronautics Administration listed super multipancreatic preparations as one of the essential foods for astronauts. According to observation, astronauts can effectively complete various trainings and quickly adapt to the weightless environment of space by taking one polypancreatic preparation every day during training. The Chinese New Year is really busy. I have to visit relatives starting from the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year. Please forgive me for the irregular updates during this period. After the 5th day of the Chinese New Year, Lao Pang will return to normal and will definitely make up for the missing during this period. Golden Signboard, do what you say. Chapter 509. After the news came out, Kyle immediately began to adjust the sales plan, called every distributor, and began to hype this topic. The sales volume, which had begun to stabilize, began to soar again. Retailers and distributors were out of stock. The production base had been producing day and night, and the machines were not allowed to rest. The news of the shortage was reported by the media, which further stimulated the situation. Many people began to pay in advance to buy. They would give you the money first and keep the product for me when it arrived. This phenomenon began to appear in many countries. In the global dietary supplement industry, Poseidon is the only one. Now we can really say, who else? No one thought that Poseidon would play dietary supplements to this extent. Everyone was crazy, as if they would die if they didn't take a pill of super multipancreatic preparation. The sales of major dietary supplement manufacturers around the world are declining. In the words of consumers, the effect is not obvious anyway, so let's wait and see, and buy other products when the economy is a little loose. A U.S. media outlet that has not signed a contract with a distributor published an article on the harm of Poseidon dietary supplements to the economy. As soon as this article was published, it immediately received tens of millions of likes. The number of invisible diabetes patients in the world is as high as 4 billion, and there are 500 million confirmed diabetes patients, 1/3 of which are in China. This is a huge market. What's more, super multipancreatic preparations have a significant effect on endocrine. If this part of the population is included, no one in the world can be spared. The money was taken away by Poseidon Company, which caused a huge blow to other economies. The government must come forward to control this situation, otherwise, it will cause a huge economic bubble. This article can be said to be full of contradictions. Su Pinggan also laughed after reading it. First, it affirmed the effect of super multipancreatic preparations, and secondly, it started to say that grapes were sour. In order to force the government to intervene and let Poseidon lower its prices, it actually accused the government of disrupting the social economy. Cheyenne Group, Poseidon Group, distributors, retailers, no one cared about this report. Canada cared about this report. The relevant departments began to talk to Jefferson, the distributor in the area, about a price reduction. The personnel of the relevant departments were very smart. Apocalypse Group would definitely not pay attention to them to discuss the price reduction. Poseidon would not pay attention to them to discuss the price reduction. Only the distributor Jefferson had to give them face, which made the distributor Jefferson very upset. While launching relationship activities, he started to call Kyle of Poseidon to seek support. Kyle only said one sentence: Poseidon abides by the contract and will not supply other companies in this area during the contract period. Hearing this, Jefferson understood it directly. In just one day, Jefferson, the Canadian distributor, directly released a message that the price of each bottle would increase by €100. The reason is that the relevant departments are creating obstacles and increasing our burden. As soon as this action appeared, it caused fluctuations. Many groups jumped out to denounce the relevant departments, which made many bigwigs very upset. They immediately began to appease the people and once again began to talk to the distributor Jefferson. At this time, Poseidon issued a statement that Poseidon respected the contract with Canada Cant Trading Company and would not consider other distributors before the contract expired. After the official statement was released, Poseidon's distributors collectively praised it and became closer to Poseidon. Poseidon was very considerate, and each of them was much more confident. Jefferson was even more confident. The contract between him and Poseidon lasted for 4 years, and there were still 3 years left. He was afraid of nothing. If he didn't get some benefits, he would be sorry for Poseidon's support. It is not something that ordinary people can do to become the general distributor of Poseidon in a country. You must have a certain amount of energy to meet Poseidon's requirements. First of all, you must have strong enough economic strength. Secondly, you must have enough connections in your own country. Jefferson was completely desperate at this moment, and completely turned against the relevant departments. Who is afraid of who? Let's make a fuss. If you have money to support the United States, why don't you have money to subsidize the people of your own country? This is what Jefferson said, diverting hatred, and playing tricks. The media was even more afraid of making trouble, and began to criticize the relevant departments. For a time, public opinion was surging, which made the bigwigs start to have a headache. This matter could not continue. A few days later, Canada announced that it would subsidize all retailers selling multipancreatic preparations. Each bottle of the subsidy was €12, of which €2 belonged to retailers and €10 were subsidized to consumers. The retail price must be reduced by €10. After the announcement of this news, the anger of the people was calmed down. Then, Jefferson's trading company was fined €20 million. This result made Jefferson vomit blood. The big guys can't deal with the people, can't they deal with a trading company like you? Remember, you can't touch the tiger's butt so that you can grow up. However, Canada forgot one thing. You subsidize the people. What should other countries do, especially the United States next door? The big guys are collectively resentful. The big guys of the Ministry of Finance wanted to impose sanctions on Canada directly. You Canada only have a population of tens of millions, but we have a population of hundreds of millions. What should we do? If you don't give us subsidies, we will make trouble in our country. Not only the United States, but all countries in the world are in pain. Damn, you gave us subsidies and we are quiet, what should we do? You are really stupid. The collective resentment was deep, and Canada fell silent, not saying a word, knowing very well that it had stirred up a hornet's nest. At this time, Sue Pingan issued a statement on the 3 major social media, personally contributing €200 million to all countries where the products of the Apocalypse Group were normally sold. Donate €10 million to 10 countries and €5 million to 20 countries. This amount was donated to the relevant departments of each country to help those with severe diabetes. After the news spread, the global media praised him and evaluated Sue Pingan as an entrepreneur with a strong sense of social responsibility and a great entrepreneur. He is the benchmark for all entrepreneurs. Many bigwigs were very annoyed when they saw this news. They knew very well why Sue Pingan did this, and blocked your mouth to ask for a price reduction in one fell swoop. I have donated money, And you still have the nerve to ask me to reduce the price. If any government does this now and the news is exposed, it will be condemned by global public opinion. Su Pinggan is really a bastard, and he is too shrewd in his calculations. Media, do you have brains? Can you count the accounts, and you don't count how much money the Poseidon Group has made and how much money the Apocalypse Group has made? You are just brain dead for singing praises for a donation. Many international giants chairmen are also stupid. Look at what they do. They become great entrepreneurs by donating 200 million euros. They are our role models. What we donate every year is just paper. Do you think it's fun to praise Su Pinggan and belittle us? The media knows very well what the consequences of doing so will be. Praising Su Pinggan is to create topics. Another thing is that the cooperation with Poseidon is in the honeymoon period. How much profit can be made from 3 months of advertising bombardment? They spent money, so we must say good things. If you don't accept it, throw tens of millions of euros to us, and we will definitely say that you are a great entrepreneur. The matter is a hot topic. The sales of Poseidon superfish oil and super multipancreatic preparations are rising all the way, making Su Pinggan and Kyle laugh in their sleep. It was only this year that Scienky Group occupied the global public opinion in a high-profile manner. This is not a joke. 2 months and 20 days after the super multipancreatic preparation was launched on the market, the operation department of Scienky Group began to promote Zheng Jingzhong, the inventor of the super multipancreatic preparation. The savior of diabetic patients, the person who changed the history of human fight against diseases, one of the greatest scientists of this century, the epoch-making inventor, etc. Zheng Jingzhong has been given many titles. Dr. Luck, the inventor of superfish oil, published an article praising Zheng Jingzhong. Famous scientists from the Apocalypse School began to publish articles one after another to affirm Zheng Jingzhong's achievements. They are all from the Apocalypse School. If they succeed in the future, Zheng Jingzhong will also publish articles to affirm himself. The affirmation of one more heavyweight is also a recognition of his reputation. Hello, I am good, everyone is good. This kind of situation is not uncommon in the scientific community. Correspondingly, many schools and organizations have begun to invite Zheng Jingzhong to give speeches. Pippin talked to Zheng Jingzhong specifically and asked him to go on a paid global tour, my billionaire. Dr. Luck, the inventor of superfish oil, gave a global speech. Dr. Naren, the inventor of carbon crystal solar panels, gave a global speech. Miao Yuang, the inventor of super paint, gave a global speech. Dr. Karen, the inventor of carbon magnetic wind tree, gave a global speech. Kane, the inventor of single-person aircraft, gave a global speech. Zhou Qingping, the inventor of hydrogen energy industry, gave a global speech. Lv Zanan, the inventor of translator, gave a global speech. Zheng Jingzhong is the 8th scientist introduced by Scienky Group to give a global speech. However, before starting the global speech, he must first go to the Austrian Science Development Committee to receive the award. The Austrian president will personally present Zheng Jingzhong with a medal, and the Science Development Committee will present Zheng Jingzhong with an honorary certificate and enjoy the national academician subsidy. At the same time, 3 higher education institutions in Austria appointed Zheng Jingzhong as an academician, and all 3 institutions will give Zheng Jingzhong a certain subsidy. Zheng Jingzhong is an Austrian citizen and can directly receive 4 subsidies, with an additional monthly income of more than 100,000 euros. He will start giving global speeches soon. After a year, it is very easy to enter the ranks of billionaires. At the end of the speech, according to the regulations of the Scienky Institute, a second bonus will be issued. This is not a small amount. Su Pinggan is generous, so he will definitely not give less. 5 days after receiving the medal and the academician certificate, Zheng Jingzhong's global tour kicked off. The first stop was the imperial capital of the Celestial Empire. The fee for a speech was 1.3 million euros, and he had to give 2 speeches in the imperial capital. Chapter 510, Leaderless, Good Luck to the World. Zheng Jingzhong is now very popular, which makes many researchers very envious. How can they not get such fame and fortune? They are not stupid. Many people began to examine their own research and development projects. Increase the intensity of research and development. Once your project is completed, you will become famous. This is the voice of many people. The management system of Scienky Group for researchers is very good. As long as you have achievements, there is no problem in gaining fame and fortune. There is no need to worry about your inventions being taken away by others. At the same time, it also provides very smooth project approval qualifications, which can eventually go directly to Su Pinggan. This system protects the interests of researchers. This is one of the reasons why our researchers yearn for Shyanki Group. In the past few days at home, careful people will find that the president's two assistants have very good skin recently, their faces are rosy, and they are watery. Married people all smile knowingly. Obviously, the president is in a good mood these days, and these two are also well nourished. In the evening, at home, pulling Darina and Liu Wenjin to roll the sheets together, take a shower afterwards, and Su Pinggan goes to the top floor of the villa with a bottle of red wine and a phone. He started talking to Gavin on the phone. The topic of communication was just one. Although he had temporarily made peace with the old man, this matter was not a joke. Both sides knew this. The dead were the best opponents. Su Pinggan knew this very well. Now he contacted Gavin and began to make arrangements. This organization had so many financial companies abroad. It would be a shame if he didn't take them. Stealing the money was also a way of doing justice. Su Pinggan felt very clear about it. What do you want me to do? Gavin asked. Register financial companies in various countries with the identities of some dead people and start to plan to swallow these financial companies. I will send the specific action plan to your email, arrange the personnel and make these people think that the people who swallow their money are foreign financial tycoons. Afterwards, we will work with people from various countries and severely fine them. We have to blow up their coffins. It is best to let some countries issue international arrest warrants. These countries should preferably have judicial extradition treaties with the Celestial Empire, send them abroad for trial. Don't expect to return to the Celestial Empire in this life. Su Pinggan said these words calmly. I understand. I will leave the base immediately tomorrow to arrange this matter, Gavin said directly. Su Pinggan nodded, very satisfied with Gavin's attitude. Gavin, you are not young anymore. After you finish this, you should seriously find a woman. You need a family, boss. I don't plan to start a new family. I have thought about this matter clearly. My retirement will be taken care of by the company at that time, Gavin said with a smile. Su Pinggan did not give up and persuaded him. Buck will get married in the second half of the year. Don't you really envy him? Gavin smiled bitterly. He knew his own affairs. He longed for a family in his heart. At the same time, he was also worried that he would bring bad luck to his family. He could no longer bear another accident to his family. If something really happened, he would go crazy. Boss, don't persuade me. I will give Buck a big gift. At the same time, I want to be the godfather of Buck's son. That is my son. That is enough, Gavin said directly. I have a suggestion. Freeze a batch of your sperm. You can use it when you want to have children in the future, Su Pinggan said, and Gavin began to be silent. Okay, let's finish this first, and I'll notify the boss when the time comes, Gavin said directly. Su Pinggan nodded, communicated with Gavin for a while, and then hung up the phone. He leaned back in his chair, opened a glass of red wine, raised his hand and took a sip. Star Spirit, you need to take action, Su Pinggan said in his mind. How to do it? Star Spirit's voice came out. The Old Immortal organization has 13 old people. These people have lived long enough. Alzheimer's disease, press them. There are virus samples on the table in my study. It's better to give them aggravation, so that they go downstairs to repent as soon as possible. Su Pinggan's face was calm. He knew very well that when these old immortals died, the remaining people would not be able to make any waves. If he cut off their funds, they would soon be slowly cleaned up by those who were interested. Even if they ran abroad, they would let these people go on a submarine tour. Dead enemies are good enemies. Okay, I can't take action again within 250 days, Star Spirit responded and fell silent. Su Pinggan smiled, raised his hand and drank all the wine in the glass, picked up the phone and continued to call. Soon the call was connected. Mr. Sujizui's voice came over. Please notify Watanabe and come to the headquarters together. I have a secret thing for you to do. There are certain risks. You have to think carefully, Su Pinggan said directly. Jizui understood what Su Pinggan meant and didn't care at all. I will notify Watanabe immediately. We will rush back to the headquarters within 4 days, okay? Go to bed early, Su Pinggan smiled. In Macau, in the Royal Palace Hotel, Jizui put down the phone, brought red wine to the large French window, looked at the scenery outside, and shook his head with a wry smile. Boss, The traces of the Apocalypse Group are too deep on me. Don't you understand this? Jizu Ai said to himself. Jizu Ai was very clear about Su Ping'an's test. He didn't blame Su Ping'an. What he talked about with him in a few days must be strictly confidential. He could refuse in advance. Once he heard Su Ping'an talk about the task, he would have to pay a price for refusing. Jizu Ai has been running around for the past few years, and another purpose is not to participate in some top-secret matters of the Apocalypse Group, because once his father asks him, it is difficult for him not to tell. The last time he asked Su Ping'an about technical issues, Jizu Ai reached an agreement with his father, and his father promised not to ask anything about the Apocalypse Group. Only after getting this promise did Jizu Ai call Su Ping'an. If his father violated the agreement, Jizu Ai would resign immediately to save both of them from being embarrassed. Leaving the Apocalypse Group would be better for everyone without this involvement. A few days later, Jizu Ai and Watanabe Yoko returned to the J-City headquarters. Su Ping'an warmly entertained the two and talked directly in the office. Now they can talk without worry. Since Zhang Jianbin reported that the Apocalypse Group Technology headquarters had launched artificial intelligence testing, people from the telecommunications company came to the Apocalypse Group headquarters to check the signal base station and took away the eavesdropping device. According to common sense, the technology headquarters conducted artificial intelligence testing, and the Apocalypse Group headquarters must also conduct tests. As a result, there was no response at all. The Apocalypse Technology headquarters was only conducting tests in the main building, and there was no intention to expand. Some people felt that they had miscalculated, and they were so angry that they even smashed several cups. They could put it back, but who knows when the artificial intelligence will be tested and installed. Once it is discovered, it will be another storm. After drinking a cup of tea, Su Ping'an took out 2 documents and handed them to the 2 people, saying, "Look carefully, Zuai is responsible for the domestic side, and Yoko is responsible for the Japanese and Korean side. The companies listed above are all your targets, and none of them can be spared." Watanabe Yoko didn't react much, but Jizu Ai's reaction was not small. Seeing the company directory, he knew what Su Ping'an meant. The previous stage of the matter was not over. Jizu Ai hesitated again and said this sentence, "Boss, didn't you make peace? The last thing was a peace, and now it's the next round. Since it has happened, we can't change anything. The only thing to do is to completely kill the opponent. If you don't kill the snake, you will suffer from it. You should understand this principle." Su Ping'an looked at Jizu Ai expressionlessly and said. Watanabe Yoko was stunned. From the conversation between the two, it can be seen that there are other things involved, not just as simple as financial attacks. Let's listen. "Boss Su, have you really thought about it? Do you know their strength? If you say you know, I will do it," Jizu Ai said while looking at Su Ping'an's face. Su Ping'an smiled and said, "Zuai, I know their strength very well. Do you want to know why they made peace last time? Please help me, Boss Su," Jizu Ai said with a very serious expression. "It's very simple. Their 3 investment companies abroad were fined by the local government for more than 3 billion euros. I used my connections to do it. Afterwards, I personally called that old man and told him that it was me who did it. If you want to continue fighting, you can. But none of the remaining financial companies can escape. That's why they made peace," Su Ping'an said directly without hiding anything. Jizu Ai's eyes widened, as if he wanted to see Su Ping'an's face clearly. "The power over there is so strong, how dare you? This is the Celestial Empire, their home turf. Without a leader, the world will be blessed," Su Ping'an said while looking at Jizu Ai, then picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Jizu Ai was stunned. She could understand the meaning of Su Ping'an's words. This sentence could represent Su Ping'an's determination. It was impossible not to be shocked. "Yoko, do you have any opinion on your goal?" Su Ping'an turned to look at Watanabe Yoko and asked. Watanabe Yoko shook her head and said, "Boss, these financial companies and enterprises are all Chinese enterprises. I am a foreigner and I don't take them seriously. I will go back and make arrangements immediately, one by one." "Very good. These enterprises have grown by exploiting the Chinese people. We are also doing justice to them by cleaning them up, so that they know what retribution is. More importantly, these are enemies' enterprises, and these enterprises have many problems and cannot withstand audits. You can work hard in this regard. When necessary, the relevant units in your country will support you," Su Ping'an said with a faint smile on his face. Watanabe Yoko raised her eyebrows. The president was talking nonsense. In the only 2 opportunities to go to Japan, the president did not contact any politicians at all. Why would the relevant departments cooperate with him? It seems that there are too many things he doesn't know. Watanabe Yoko hesitated for a moment, but still asked her question. Boss, what is your relationship with those politicians? Why do they cooperate with me? Su Pinggan smiled and nodded. Yes, he began to think about the deeper reasons. It's very simple. Japan is an aging society, and it can't do without super fish oil and super multi-pancreatic preparations. On the other hand, the loss of Apocalypse Group leaving the Japanese market is not big. In order to maintain the existing quota, they must cooperate. This kind of thing can only be understood but not expressed in words. Watanabe Yoko nodded in sudden realization, and understood that in the whole Southeast Asia, Japan's quota is the highest except for China, because there are too many elderly people in Japan, and the elderly need super fish oil and super peptide preparations every day. Cooperating with their actions is to give face to Apocalypse Group. If they don't cooperate, I'm afraid that the boss will play tricks like equipment inspection again. They are very afraid of the boss's rogue methods. Jizu Ai also smiled and shook his head. With these 2 powerful weapons in hand, Apocalypse Group has few foreign countries who dare to make things difficult for Apocalypse Group. J country is still a member of the European Union. So far, the products of Shianki Group have not flowed into J country. According to media reports, the struggle among the top leaders of J country is very fierce, and the whole country is in chaos. Boss, I am afraid that the relevant departments will intervene if I short these companies in China, Jizu Ai said. Zuai, this is not like you before. The relevant departments can intervene, but they dare not block foreign investment. How to do it, I don't need to say more, right? Su Pinggan looked into Jizu Ai's eyes. Jizu Ai smiled awkwardly. He was really confused just now. What Su Pinggan said was just one way. There are many other ways to make these companies show their true colors. They have too many problems of their own. The 3 people discussed in the office until noon. Liu Wenjin booked a seat according to Su Pinggan's intention. Su Pinggan, Jizu Ai, Watanabe Yoko, Liu Wenjin, and Darina had dinner together. Su Pinggan is a celebrity, especially in J City. There are not many people who don't know him. He had dinner with 4 beauties alone. Seeing them, everyone had an envious expression on their faces. After dinner, they were asked to go to the hotel to rest, and Su Pinggan left. Before leaving, he had received a look from Watanabe Yoko secretly. Su Pinggan didn't go to work in the afternoon. Anyway, no one checked Su Pinggan's attendance. The sky gradually darkened. Watanabe Yoko lived in the suburbs, not in the city, and was very far away from the hotel where Jizu Ai lived. In the room, Su Pinggan and Watanabe Yoko were hugging each other on the sofa in pajamas, talking. Their hair was wet, and they had obviously just taken a shower. After a while, they went to the bedroom to change clothes together. As a result, they didn't come out for a long time. After a while, they appeared and went straight to the bathroom to take another shower. Then they dressed and went downstairs to eat. After dinner, the 2 separated. Su Pinggan left by car. Watanabe Yoko returned to her room, came to the large French window, stretched out her hand and stroked her lower abdomen for a while. She said to herself, I don't know if I can get pregnant, the update is late, please forgive me. Chapter 511 If you don't eat, someone else will. The next day, Jizu Ai and Watanabe Yoko left J City and started to act according to the plan. The first step was to gather funds and start to lay out, and give a thunderbolt when necessary. In a high-end restaurant on Wall Street in the United States, Benson, a fund manager of Morgan Stanley, was eating and chatting with someone in a corner. There was no one around. It was obviously a specially chosen position. Evan, I'm curious. Since you found this problem, why don't you trade? Don't tell me that you have made enough and don't want to make money anymore, Benson said with narrowed eyes. Benson, I can't make enough money in another 10 years. You know the background of this financial company very well. If I were your fund manager of Morgan Stanley, I would definitely mobilize funds to eat it up. I'm just an ordinary fund manager. That fund is from China. I can't afford to offend it. If you are willing, just do as I said just now, $50 million US. Otherwise, I won't tell you the specifics. If you don't agree, I will turn around and find someone else. I want someone willing to pay a bonus of $50 million US, Evan said very confidently. Benson nodded doubtfully. Evan, $50 million is not a small number. If you take it without saying anything, I can't explain to the company, Benson, we are all on Wall Street. If I tell it, can I still get $50 million? You either agree or refuse. I have also made an appointment with other people at the Oak restaurant. Give me a straight answer. This is a fund worth billions. If you don't take it, someone else will, Evan said bluntly. Benson hesitated for a while, then looked at Evan firmly and said, deal. If I see that the information is not worth the price tomorrow, you know what the consequences will be. Don't give me that, Benson. I contacted you first because we are classmates. You know the principle of confidentiality. Let's each take out $2 million and go to Jack's bar to sign a contract. If the news leaks out and something happens to me, you will be in trouble too. Evan looked at Benson and said directly. Benson looked at Evan seriously and now believed what Evan said. The blood contract in the underground world requires that if one of the two parties to the contract gets into trouble within the specified time, the notary must execute the other party. Jack's bar specializes in this kind of business. It has a good reputation, but the fees are high. Evan even offered this, which is obviously a big piece of fat meat. Give me the account number, and we will meet at Jack's bar tomorrow. Benson made a decision immediately. Evan smiled and said, Benson, a wise choice. After the business was over, the two of them almost finished their food. They shook hands and parted directly. The next day, Evan's account had an additional $50 million. At around 10 o'clock, Evan and Benson appeared at Jack's bar. Each of them paid $2 million and signed the blood contract. Evan handed a file bag to Benson, walked out of the bar, and the two got into their own cars and left. Benson returned to his office in the Morgan Stanley building, locked the door of the office, opened the file bag and began to read it. As time passed, Benson's eyes began to light up. He immediately turned on the computer and started to search. Time passed slowly. There were already more than a dozen cigarettes in the ashtray next to him. There were a lot of printed materials on the desk. Benson's eyes were very bright, and he let out a long sigh of joy. Evan, that bastard, really didn't lie. This is a very lucrative fund. It would be a waste if we don't take it. Others are afraid of your political and business interest groups, but we at Morgan Stanley are fearless. Anyway, your money comes from an illegal source. Taking you is also a way to eliminate harm for the people of China. I really have a sense of justice. Benson smiled and shook his head after saying that. He began to organize the materials. Soon, he walked out of his office with a pile of materials and walked towards an office without a sign. Dang 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 knocked on the door, and a voice came out, come in, and Benson pushed the door open. This is a very large office, which is 10 times larger than Benson's office. It can be seen that this person's status in the is much higher than Benson. Boss, I need support, Benson said excitedly. Christine looked at Benson, put down the coffee in his hand with a smile on his face. Benson, you know my habits. If this piece of meat is not fat enough, you wait for me, boss. I have been with you for 10 years, and you still don't know me, Benson said with a smile, and sat directly opposite Christine without any hesitation. Christine smiled. Now among the fund managers below, there are 28 people who have been with him for 10 years. They are all elites among elites. They know his habits and don't come to him. Since they come to him, it is impossible not to get $5 billion. Just say it. Christine put the coffee aside and vacated the desk. Benson put down the information and began to explain in detail. Listening to Benson's explanation, Christine also reviewed the printed information. Yes, what Benson said is true. A $7 billion investment company, your funds are not enough. Christine looked at Benson curiously. The scale of funds managed by Benson is tens of billions, which is enough to support this operation. Benson smiled awkwardly. Boss, you know my configuration, the funds are all occupied, and it can bring a profit every day. I can't bear to throw it away. Boss, support me with $5 billion. I promise to eat up this investment company within half a month. They are now shorting the meat futures market and are already in danger. All I have to do is give it a slight push. Christine smiled and said nothing. Benson was stunned for a moment, and whispered a few words in Christine's ear. Boss, my 100 million assets are all invested this time. Christine nodded. At my 300 million funds, don't leave any tails, boss. You can rest assured that I will never leave any tails, Benson said very confidently. This is not the first time he has done this. He's experienced and skilled, and he will not leave any traces afterwards. Go back and apply, you have 20 days, Christine said directly. Benson nodded, collected the information and turned to leave. Soon, Benson transferred $300 million into a secret account. This was Christine's secret fund. Counting Benson's own 100 million funds, a total of 400 million funds would follow the action and make some extra money. This is the only way for fund managers to make money. You can't find out at all. The accounts are extremely secret, and they are not opened in the name of the person. Transactions are only made online. After each transaction, this account will be completely abolished. The account holder is a foreigner. Given the efficiency of the relevant departments in the United States, it will take at least 3 years to find out. It didn't take long for Benson to write a report with a big title, Top Secret. He took the report and went directly to Christine. After Christine signed it, it was directly transferred to the special department. The next morning, 5 billion funds entered the account operated by Benson. The efficiency was super fast. This is the advantage of the bank. Benson summoned his trading team and went directly to another floor to start the closure. This is a floor specially prepared for the closure operation. There are all kinds of food, drink and entertainment, but you can't go out or contact the outside world. Everything you do on the phone will be recorded, and these recordings will be destroyed only after the transaction is completed. It is very strict. In China, Apocalypse Space Mining Company began to call for domestic and foreign parts suppliers. The CEOs of more than 100 parts companies gathered at Apocalypse Mining Company to discuss the supply of parts. This time, 26 companies in China received orders. They are all large companies, all companies that keep their equipment constantly upgraded, and have strong technical strength. The lowest order is more than 300,000 euros, and the highest is more than 4 million euros. The parts ordered by Apocalypse Mining Company this time have very high technological content. It is obviously the parts on the rocket. This is to start assembling the rocket. These parts cover all aspects of the rocket, except for the chips. No one asked about them. The chips are key components, and Apocalypse Group will definitely be cautious. A chip manufacturing company in Taiwan has already received an order in advance, thousands of special chips, and various standards are very strict. They are only produced without adding programs. After production, they are transported to Apocalypse Mining Company, and Apocalypse Group sends people to install other programs. Everything is for confidentiality. Parts manufacturers from 29 countries have received contracts, ranging from small screws to large rocket bodies. The products are very complete. The quantity is small, but the price is high and the profit is large. It is one of the favorite orders of parts manufacturers. The requirements are very strict. The products must be delivered to Apocalypse Space Mining Company within 3 months. Since the end of last year, parts manufacturers in the Apocalypse Group supplier system have begun preparations. Suppliers of rocket bodies have already started production early, using new aerospace materials and a layer of super strong fiber materials on the outside. The complexity of the rocket body has given many companies a headache, especially the thickness of the rocket, which is twice as thick as that of ordinary rockets, and it is composed of multiple layers of composite materials. Judging from the rocket body, this is definitely a big eye. What kind of satellite needs such a big rocket? I don't know, so I don't ask. I will produce it according to the requirements. The money given by Apocalypse Group is enough. On this day, Su Pinggan took Liu Wenjin and Darina to the production base of Airbus Group. The Sky Palace resumed construction and was officially completed today. According to the drawings, there will be no balance problems at all. Even if the drawings are unreasonable, the results are reasonable. This puzzled the engineers newly dispatched by Airbus. 12 parts were left with holes. Su Pinggan took out a particularly exquisite box and installed the 12 special chips inside. The Star Spirit had already scanned it and everything was okay. He took the laptop and began to input the program on the console to activate the chip. The whole plane soon became a whole. The computer in front of Su Pinggan could control the entire plane. Connect to the communication satellite and download the intelligent program under test. After completion, the Star Spirit began to upgrade the star system. It was more than enough to flexibly operate an aircraft. This aircraft was different from ordinary aircraft from the beginning of production. It used a lot of sensors. Airbus did not fail to analyze these, but it was confused. In fact, Airbus did not know that if these 12 special chips were not installed, it would not be a complete aircraft. Even after all the decoration was completed, it was still a semi-finished product. It was necessary to go to Apocalypse Island to secretly install some equipment. After the chip was installed, Su Pinggan let out a long sigh, and then he began to experience his palace in the sky. The entire cabin was divided into 2 floors. The upper floor was Su Pinggan's, Liu Wenjin's and Darina's rooms, with a swimming pool, bar, leisure area, lounge, and all kinds of items were decorated very luxuriously and comfortably. Only the bedroom was not decorated. Su Pinggan was worried about this and planned to decorate the bedroom on the 2nd floor on Apocalypse Island, where it would be much safer. The plane turned in the air or tilted 180 degrees, which would not affect the interior of the cabin. The entire cabin was controlled by a huge universal gyroscope, which could adjust the angle at any time for shock absorption, and the interior of the cabin always remained stable. The lower floor was the bodyguard's room, with a bar, a billiard room, 16 single-person aircraft, and 3 cars and some supplies. These supplies were enough for 16 people to survive in the wild for 10 days, which could be said to be very complete. Other equipment was available, and they could keep in touch with the satellite in the sky at any time. After a few months, when the meteorological satellite was launched, the system would be more complete. "How do you feel?" Su Pinggan asked. "Boss, I will decorate my room myself," Darina said to Su Pinggan. "I want to design my room myself," Liu Wenjin also said. Su Pinggan smiled after hearing this. "Call Gilbert and ask him to prepare the materials for you. We will fly to Apocalypse Island for decoration in a few days." Darina and Liu Wenjin nodded like chickens eating rice, and went to the side to discuss. Su Pinggan looked at the two and said, "Let's go, we will discuss it when we go back." After saying that, he started to walk towards the cabin door, and everyone followed behind. The bodyguard stayed behind to directly guard the plane. From now on, no one is allowed to enter the plane, and someone will be arranged to replace them in the afternoon. A day later, Liu Wenjin and Darina sent a fax to Hubert, which recorded the specific requirements of the two for the bedroom decoration. Hubert smiled after seeing it and arranged for someone to purchase materials. 2 days later, after everything at home was arranged, Su Pinggan took the others on the plane and flew directly to Apocalypse Island. The pilot of the plane was ready. It was a piece of cake for a retired pilot from the Celestial Empire to fly such a plane. In fact, this plane can take off smoothly even without a pilot, but Su Pinggan didn't want to expose this trump card, saving it for the critical moment, which would definitely be unexpected as a blocked word. Changed to Morgan Stanley, "Please forgive me." Chapter 512 I Know What to Do. After flying all the way, they refueled once in the middle and slowly landed at the Apocalypse Island airport. Hubert had been waiting with the vehicle for a long time. Su Pinggan got off the plane and shook hands with Hubert and got in the car together. Liu Wenjin stayed at the airport and cooperated with another team to directly pick up the airport. The plane slowly drove to the large warehouse next to it. There were a lot of equipment piled in the warehouse, and many of them needed to be installed on the plane. After everything was handed over, Liu Wenjin took a car to the town. Su Pinggan and Hubert drank tea and chatted in the room. "Hubert, you are fat now, boss. The environment here in Apocalypse Island is too good. Is there anything else? My daily work is to eat and sleep. I will definitely get fat if I do nothing," Hubert said distressedly. Su Pinggan looked at Hubert. "It's okay. Now he has learned to beat around the bush. Don't use this trick with me. Just tell me what you want to do, boss. I want to do something. You can arrange other people to be responsible for Apocalypse Island. If I continue like this, I will be useless and my brain will be dull. This is my plan. I hope the boss will approve it," Hubert said with a serious expression. Hubert had already prepared for this day. He took out a report that he had prepared long ago and handed it to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan took a look and was a little surprised. "You plan to develop an island resort hotel?" "Yes, boss. When I was free on the island, I conducted a detailed investigation of the surrounding island resort hotels. The profits were very considerable, but now these resort hotels are having a very hard time. Because of frequent extreme weather, their resort hotels are destroyed twice a year, and the losses are not small. At present, there are signs of selling. After we acquire them, directly using reinforced concrete to build resort hotels can completely withstand typhoons and heavy rains. Now these island countries are very eager to sell islands at low prices, which will bring us a lot of profits," Hubert briefly explained. "Hubert, people who come here for vacation want to enjoy nature. Will they accept reinforced concrete structures? Sue Pinkin asked with a frown. Hubert nodded seriously. Boss, you have overlooked a part of the consumer group. Some people are very happy to experience the typhoon and rainstorm. Although there are not many people, these people are very rich, they have no pressure in life, they care about the experience. We provide them with this experience. As long as we can receive 10,000 people every year, it will be enough for us to earn money. I have specially investigated. There are millions of people like this in countries all over the world. What they need is excitement. We will give them excitement. Is there anything more exciting than experiencing typhoons and rainstorms? What about safety? How do you think about it? You know, if something goes wrong, we have to compensate, Sue Pinkin continued to ask calmly. Boss, don't worry about this. We will remind them of the risks in advance, and then sign the exemption document. If something really happens, it is because they want to commit suicide themselves. For those who want to commit suicide, no hotel can stop it, Hubert said seriously. Sue Pinkin didn't know how to describe Hubert's plan. To put it bluntly, it is to exploit loopholes in the law. Although this kind of thing can avoid legal responsibility, it can be condemned by public opinion. Have you ever considered the damage to the reputation of the Apocalypse Group? The Apocalypse Group is not a small company. Does it need to make money by exploiting legal loopholes? You have collected information. I believe you are not the first person to have this idea. Why can't those people continue to operate? Have you ever thought about this question? Sue Pinkin looked at Hubert and said. Hubert was silent. He had really considered this question, but he just had no answer. Sue Pinkin looked at Hubert's expression and knew that he was confused. Let me tell you why these people can't continue to operate. Hubert became energetic, with an expression on his face as if he was listening carefully. If someone dies and it is your responsibility, even if the law does not punish you, his relatives will not let you go. Sue Pinkin said this calmly, and Hubert was silent. There is no problem in developing an island resort hotel, but you have to operate it normally and don't do such dangerous things. There are many rich people in this world, and they can make money legally and safely. There are many ways to avoid typhoons and rainstorms, and there are also safe alternative experiences. Think about it carefully. I'll give you 2 days to make a new plan. Sue Pinkin made a decision and did not completely reject Hubert's plan. Island vacations can now be safe in typhoons, but Hubert's mind did not think about this, and he left the Golden Avenue and took a different approach. Every year, many people come to Shyanki Island for vacation, all of whom are internal staff of the Shyanki Group. It is very safe here, and you can get discounts. Depending on your level, the discounts are also different. In addition, there are all kinds of entertainment facilities, which is the first choice for employees of the Shyanki Group to vacation. The reason why Gilbert wanted to move the island resort hotel was because the town of Shyanki Island was actually profitable. It was profitable even with such a big discount. How much profit should it make without a discount? It was precisely because of this that Gilbert began to look up information about the island resort hotel, but when he was looking up the information, he was misled by a post posted in a small circle. The people in this small circle are all rich people who don't worry about their livelihoods. They love adventure and excitement. They go wherever there is fun. After being scolded by Sue Pinkin today, he began to sober up. When he was thinking in the room, he also smiled bitterly unconsciously. How could he make such a low-level mistake? After laughing, he began to make a new plan according to normal business standards. Sue Pinkin returned to his room, ate some food, took a shower and rested directly. According to the plan, he would rest on Shyanki Island for a few days. The next day, in the warehouse of the airport on Shyanki Island, a group of people began to install equipment on the aircraft according to the drawings. These people were very strange in their hearts. They didn't understand what these equipment were for, but they were installed in the reserved position on the top of the aircraft. The small missiles next to them were recognized. 8 small air-to-air missiles were hidden in the belly of the aircraft. There was a special space for their placement. At the same time, there was also a space for installing guide missiles next to them. Just follow the drawings. It's better not to ask about this. Before coming, Lei Yushin had repeatedly told me not to ask, just follow the drawings, and just keep this to myself. This is the boss's private plane, so it's better to be cautious. The weather is very good today. Sue Pinkin went to the sea to swim for a few laps before returning to the shore and basking in the sun. This is Shyanki Island, and the surrounding marine ecology is very good. In addition, The surrounding island countries have signed an agreement to ban fuel ships from sailing, and the ships coming and going around are all new environmentally friendly ships, which is very beneficial to the protection of marine ecology. According to statistics from the Institute of Marine Ecology, more than 40 species of marine life have increased in the past 3 years, and a complete ecological chain has been formed. The water quality test is many times stronger than the water quality of the coastlines of Europe, Asia, America and other countries. The surrounding island resort hotels give the Institute of Marine Ecology €100,000 a year. While maintaining the marine ecology of Chianti Island, they also include their location. A good environment is the key to attracting guests. Hubert had this idea because the business of the surrounding island resort hotels has been growing rapidly in the past 2 years, and profits have increased significantly. People need clean marine ecological areas to enjoy. Liu Wenjin came to Su Pinggan in a swimsuit and whispered in Su Pinggan's ear, "Boss, General Manager Waltz is here." Su Pinggan opened his eyes and said, "Please ask him to come over and help us get 2 glasses of juice." Liu Wenjin nodded and turned away. Su Pinggan sat up. Not long after, Liu Wenjin brought Waltz with juice. Su Pinggan shook hands with Waltz and asked Waltz to sit down. "Come here at this time, what happened?" Su Pinggan asked. "Boss, the construction of the factory will be completed this month. We don't know what products to produce now. Please give us some advice." Waltz spoke very respectfully. It's impossible not to be disrespectful. After joining the Apocalypse Group, I really felt the strength of the Apocalypse Group. Recently, when it was almost time for production, the Apocalypse Advanced Materials Research Institute directly gave 3 formulas. The first formula, ordinary alloy steel, hardness, toughness, and corrosion resistance are far beyond the same kind, but the production cost is 40% lower than the same kind, which is much stronger than the current similar products on the market. The second formula is a new type of aerospace steel. It is a perfect fusion of several metals. It can resist space radiation and can instantly switch between high and low temperatures. It is absolutely the best in the world. If this kind of steel is used on space satellites or space stations, the service life can be increased by at least 5 years, which is a great breakthrough. The third formula is a double-grained steel, which is an upgraded product of rebar. Its data in all aspects are much better than the rebar on the market. The most rare thing is its low cost. It can be produced at half the cost of rebar. Looking at the 3 products, Waltz is very glad that he has switched to Apocalypse Group. Each product is much better than similar products on the market. Once the products are launched, they will definitely have a huge impact on the traditional steel market. There was a serious debate within Apocalypse Steel Group on which product to produce first and which product to focus on. Waltz, who is very decisive in the past, was also embarrassed and came to Su Pinggan to discuss it in person. Waltz, Apocalypse Steel Group has been established. You can take a look at other products of Apocalypse Group. Each branch must firmly occupy the leading position in the global industry. Apocalypse Steel Group is no exception. How to occupy the leading position is something you need to plan carefully. You only need to remember one thing. The products of our Apocalypse Group have only 2 missions. First, eliminate those backward products. They don't need to exist. Their existence can only drag down the pace of human progress. The second point is profit. The profit of similar products cannot be compared with ours. This is the advantage brought by technology. You should be clear about the year-end bonus rules within Apocalypse Group. The amount of your bonus is related to the profit you hand over to the headquarters. If you want to make more money, you have to hand over more funds. Now tell me, are you still confused? Su Pinggan said and looked at Waltz. Waltz frowned and thought. According to the boss's requirements, the striped steel must be the mainstream, because the rebar is the mainstream of the current market. Replacing it will gain the leading position. Ordinary alloy steel is used to make up the number, and maintain a small profit to squeeze the living space of other steel companies. Aerospace steel is used to make huge profits. All countries in the world that intend to enter outer space cannot do without this kind of steel. As long as the price is a little higher than the current material, it can become mainstream. After becoming mainstream, the price is still determined by the Apocalypse Group. Thinking of this, Waltz's eyes lit up, and he had clearly seen through the fog in front of him and was no longer confused. "Boss, I know what to do." "Thank you for your guidance," Waltz said sincerely. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513. A new generation of weight loss products is coming soon. Su Pinggan nodded. Waltz was confused because he didn't understand the strategy of Apocalypse Group. After his explanation, Waltz understood. As the president of a large enterprise, his vision was not a problem. You have been working hard recently. Take a day off on Apocalypse Island to relax, and then go back to make arrangements. There is not a day difference. If there is anything, just call and make arrangements. If you do it well, you will be rewarded. If you don't do it well, you will be punished. Twist the people around you into a rope. The future of Apocalypse Steel Group is very exciting, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Waltz nodded and began to talk to Su Pinggan. He didn't talk about business anymore. Waltz liked the operation mode of Apocalypse Group very much. The headquarters does not interfere with your daily management and gives you full power. How much you earn depends on your own ability. There are not so many intrigues. Various systems are sound. You just need to work hard to make money. After talking for a while, Waltz left and went back to make arrangements. He will take a day off tomorrow and return to the Steel Group the day after tomorrow. Su Pinggan drank a sip of juice and lay down to continue basking in the sun. Although Waltz did not leave, the Steel Group has already started preparing for production. According to the 5-4-1 model, ordinary alloy steel production accounts for 5% of the share. The pattern steel accounts for 40% of the share, and the aerospace material accounts for 10% of the share. The production department began to formulate a production plan, and the planning department began to prepare for the new product launch conference. After more than an hour of sunbathing, it was time for lunch. Liu Wenjin came over to call Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan sat up dazedly, just taking a nap. Looking at Liu Wenjin, he pulled Liu Wenjin into his arms and said with a smile, "Wenjin, why do I feel that you have grown here again?" With a snap, Liu Wenjin blushed and slapped Su Pinggan's hand, struggled to stand up and left. There were many people here, and it would be bad to be seen. What I thought in my mind was that it was your fault that it had grown. It would be strange if it didn't grow if you get massages every 3 or 5 days. Su Pinggan smiled and stood up and walked towards the restaurant. He had to have a good meal. Swimming is a very energy-consuming sport. After a week's rest, Su Pinggan reviewed Hubert's plan. He then took a plane to leave and went straight to Address Island for inspection. He did not use his own Sky Palace. It would take a few days to complete the equipment installation. After completion, he would fly to Address Island to reunite. The town of Address Island has been completed, and the originally bare island has begun to show green. It cost more than 700,000 euros to purchase oil from Africa, plus the nutrients prepared by the Institute of Plants, which are enough for the green plants. The road around the island has been completed. The construction speed of the 3 companies together is fast. In addition, the completion of the deep water dock and the aircraft has greatly accelerated the speed of the project. At present, there are only 2 projects under construction on the island. One is the rocket base project of the Xiancheo Construction Group, and the other is the highway project that runs through the island. The entire island is divided into 4 areas: the town, the new aircraft R&D center, the rocket R&D launch center, and the security department camp. There is also an area that is temporarily empty and will be started at a certain time. The research on new aircraft mainly uses ion propulsion systems, which is a relatively rare subject. Ion flight is not so easy to complete. There are no gas stations or hydrogen stations in space for you to refuel at any time. Ion propulsion has become the first choice, using the positive and negative effects of ions to propel the aircraft forward in space. After the R&D center is built, the project teams of Apocalypse Technology Company in China and France will move to Delius Island for research and development. There are 9 teams in the 2 places, each with its own unique features. After the establishment of a large database, learning from each other's strengths will accelerate the birth of this new aircraft. The rocket base here mainly launches new space shuttles, involving a lot of project teams. According to the plan, at least hundreds of core project teams are needed. With these hundreds of core projects, the rest of the projects can be outsourced, and a new space shuttle can be built, so there is no need to worry about technology leakage, and there is no need to apply for any patents. Before Su Pinggan came, Zhang Xianwen had just returned from vacation and took over the management of Adelius Island for a month. Every year, Zhang Xianwen has 2 months of paid vacation time. After all, working on a small island makes people feel lonely. It's not just Zhang Xianwen, everyone is like this. They take turns to rest for 2 months every year, which can completely adjust back. You can also divide it into 2 times. In short, you can freely allocate the 2 months, which is very humane. The same is true for Apocalypse Island. People must be given a buffer time to adjust, otherwise, they will have psychological problems. After Zhang Xianwen just made a report, Su Pingyan was about to drink a few sips of tea and go back to rest. Darina came in with a phone. Boss, Tang Feng's call. Su Pingyan was stunned, and then he remembered that Tang Feng was the person sent by Buck to Columbia Zhou Wei's archaeological team to be responsible for security. Now he called. Could he really have discovered something? Su Pingyan answered the phone. Tang Feng, this is Su Pingyan. Go ahead, boss. Professor Zhou Wei has made an archaeological discovery and is holding a meeting to plan a large-scale excavation. I temporarily asked them to stop applying, and I blocked the news at the same time. Please ask the boss to arrange for someone to buy this piece of land. It's time to start the preparatory plan, Tang Feng reported truthfully. Zhou Wei brought an archaeological team to conduct an investigation here for almost 10 months. They dug and tested many places, but they were completely confused and began to suspect that they had made a mistake in their calculations. There were only 2 months left before the approval of the archaeological excavation. Zhou Wei began to get angry and started digging desperately towards the place. After digging for almost 100 meters, a piece of metal fragments with exquisite patterns was unearthed. Zhou Wei's passion came up, and he keenly felt that it was not a problem of his own miscalculation, but that he had not dug deep enough, and he had to increase the depth of the excavation. During the meeting and research, this information was mastered by Tang Feng. Before coming, he talked to Su Pingyan on the phone. Once there was a discovery, the news must be blocked, and the headquarters must be notified to send personnel to buy the land. According to Colombian law, after you buy the land, this is private land. No matter what you dig out, it belongs to you personally, and you can legally occupy the harvest here. Okay, you continue to block the news? I will immediately arrange someone to go to Colombia and send me the coordinates, Su Pingyan said directly. Okay boss, I will send it to your email within 10 minutes, Tang Feng said directly. After exchanging a few words, the two hung up the phone. Su Pingyan immediately called Bruce. After talking to Bruce said that he would charter a plane to fly directly to Colombia. It would be best if Su Pingyan also sent a botanist to buy the deep forest in the name of establishing a plant protection park. Su Pingyan agreed. After hanging up the phone, he called Zhang Senlin of the Botanical Research Institute directly and asked Zhang Senlin to send an expert. He gave Zhang Senlin Bruce's phone number so that they could meet in Colombia. Anyway, there was already a plant research team entering, so it was completely reasonable to buy a piece of forest for plant research. After all the arrangements were made, Su Pingyan opened his email and sent the coordinates to Bruce. He bought the area within 300 miles around the coordinates. Anyway, this was a deserted place and it didn't cost much. When necessary, he could use some means to speed up the acquisition of legal documents. Bruce understood what Su Pingyan meant. It was just a little more money, not a big problem. 4 days later, Bruce called and said that he had purchased the land at a cost of 9.8 million euros. The cost of purchasing the land was 6.4 million euros, and the extra money was used for management. Su Pingyan was relieved when he heard the report, but he still arranged for personnel in relevant departments to set up warning signs around the purchased land. This is private land and entry is prohibited. More than 100 people began to go out and set up a lot of warning signs within the scope of the purchased land. No matter which direction you enter from, you will encounter many such warnings. It took a week to complete it. Next, Bruce directly paid the land tax for 20 years, because a one-time payment of 20 years of land tax can be discounted by 10%. Not only that, he also applied for a gun license from the relevant department and purchased a batch of weapons on the official website of the relevant department. This kind of thing that benefits you, me and everyone must be very efficient. When Su Pingyan left Adrias Island on the modified Sky Palace special plane, a large number of arms had already arrived in the plant protection area, and Buck sent another 100 security personnel to the resources. Things will be easier from now on. When the personnel arrive and get their weapons to start guarding around, Zhou Wei starts to purchase equipment and recruit people to start digging. It is expected that there will be results in about half a month. In a holiday estate in Italy, Sue Pingan began to listen to Darian's report. Last year, there was no annual meeting. The Italian Mechanical Equipment Research Institute handed over €1.1 billion in profits and retained €2 billion in funds. These funds were basically obtained through patent licensing and patent sharing. The institute had a very good life, and Darian also had a lot of fat on his body. "Darian, lose weight, look at what you look like now," Sue Pingan said in surprise. Darian smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, I'm already controlling my diet. I don't know what's going on. I gain weight even when I drink cold water. I'm really worried. At my age, I basically start to gain weight." There is no solution. After listening, Sue Pingan smiled and said, "If you don't want to lose weight yourself, save money. A new generation of weight loss products is about to come out. Spend tens of thousands of euros and you can lose weight perfectly." Chapter 514 will make people feel warm. Darian was stunned. A new generation of weight loss products. Why didn't Pippin mention this project? At first, the Austrian Institute of Biological Products had this project, but it was cut 2 years ago. The entire project staff was also transferred away. I don't know where they went. Could it be that the company has another secret research institute? Sue Pingan knew what Darian was thinking when he saw his expression. The joint project team has already started the experiment. Soon, 50 fat people will be recruited from all over the world for the experiment. When these 50 fat people lose weight perfectly, it will be the best publicity case. The cost is not low. If you don't spend 50,000 or 60,000 euros, don't expect to lose weight successfully. It's so expensive, Darian said with wide eyes. Sue Pingan had a painful expression on his face. Damn, this project was shared by 4 other companies. This is a huge profit. There are so many fat people in the world. It's all money. Moreover, if you don't rebound within 2 years, if you gain weight again after 2 years, it's your own problem. The laws of various countries stipulate that the maximum period for weight loss rebound is 1 year. If it exceeds 1 year, you can't use weight loss rebound to ask for compensation. At that time, you will need to spend money again to lose weight, and spend another 50,000 or 60,000 euros. Of course, if you maintain a healthy lifestyle after losing weight, you will basically not rebound. But in modern society, it is a fantasy to expect people to be self-disciplined. In a few years, you must spend money again. Although there are many drugs that can solve some diseases caused by obesity, no one will bear the pain for you. If you don't want to suffer, you can only spend money. Each of the 4 companies has now sent a vice president to the project team to prevent Sue Pingan from playing tricks. Everyone can feel Sue Pingan's strong reluctance. It is understandable that Sue Pingan is unwilling. If it were me, I would be the same. Such a large profit was distributed, and it was a strong psychological quality that he didn't vomit blood. It's so expensive. At first I was planning to set the price at 100,000, but it was rejected by the 4 companies. Although there are many fat people, not all of them have so much money. 60,000 euros is already the limit. It is possible that when it is promoted in Asia, the price will be lowered a little. You must use your ID card to go, which completely blocks your possibility of going to Asia for treatment. The new company has been established and is now in the process of building a branch. The general manager is Estherine, the vice president of Roche Pharmaceuticals Group. The financial staff are dispatched by us. The division of labor is clear, and no one can play tricks, Sue Pingan sighed. It's really uncomfortable to share such a large profit, Darian sighed, knowing very well how much profit there is. Boss, how is the super immunity project going? Darian thought of this matter. After all, this super immunity project was a sensation at the beginning. Sue Pingan shook his head. Thinking of the profits divided by the 4 companies, his expression became a little ferocious. He said viciously, "It is difficult to make a breakthrough for the time being. It takes a long time to study. With the weight loss products, they are now full of confidence. Every year, they pay the fees half a month in advance. Just because they are worried that I will use this as an excuse to kick them out. They know how much profit there is." The 2 chatted for a while, and Sue Pingan changed the subject. "How are the devices I asked you to design going, boss?" "It is being designed. A few days ago, a computer simulation test was carried out, and the structure of the equipment became loose. It must be redesigned to solve this problem. This is equipment for aircraft in the sky. Don't be careless. Boss, don't be too anxious. Darian persuaded. Su Pinggan nodded. He was indeed a little anxious. After talking for a while, Darian said goodbye. Su Pinggan sent Darian away and returned to continue sunbathing. Recently, Su Pinggan discovered that every time after sunbathing, he has a lot of energy. After asking the star spirit, he found out that the side effects of these energies absorbed by the star spirit were good for the body, so Su Pinggan didn't care. The next day, Su Pinggan went to inspect the Apocalypse Weapons Company. Now the weapons company is busy with production. The production of small single-person attack submarines has reached a peak, and can reach 24 per day. The number of employees has also reached more than 7,000. Now, the mayor of RNY is more nervous about the company than Su Pinggan. Once the Apocalypse Weapons Company is not profitable, the city government will be very uncomfortable. The cost is more than 10 million, the expedited order is more than 60 million, and the profit from selling one is more than 50 million. Last year, Bannon sold more than 6,000 ships. It can be said that last year was a year for Bannon to raise his head. The year-end bonus is very generous. He has entered the ranks of multimillionaires in one fell swoop. It is great to be in the Apocalypse group. As long as you turn in more profits, the year-end bonus will be higher. There is no cap, which is the favorite of all managers. Have you reviewed the customer information clearly? Su Pinggan asked. The United States may not be able to hold back after selling so many submarines. This thing is too threatening to the aircraft carrier fleet, and it will definitely not continue to let it go. Boss, all of them have gone through 3 procedures for review. We have backups. We will take over the order after obtaining the review of the relevant Italian departments. The review fee of the relevant departments has increased by 40%, and the approval speed is 2 days faster than before, Bannon said with a smile, and Su Pinggan also smiled. This kind of thing does not need to be explained clearly. Do those 2 Americans have more orders? Su Pinggan took a sip of tea and continued to ask. Boss, a lot. I am really worried that they will do something big. After the Chinese New Year this year, 2 American companies placed orders for 3,000 ships with me, and all of them are expedited, pick up a batch every half a month, and pay in cash when picking up the goods. There is no arrears of payment at present, Bannon said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded and put down the teacup. Boss, our conventional weapon sales have started to increase, which is very unusual. I asked around. Our products have appeared in the Middle East. I don't know who sold them there, but I know they are very popular with people there. Many people have abandoned AK-47 and switched to our semi-automatic rifles. Starting from January this year, bullet sales have begun to surge. So far, they have increased 5-fold. Bannon reported another thing. Su Pinggan nodded. Don't worry about it. As long as the customer passes the review of the relevant department, we will take the order and ship it. We only care about making money. We don't get involved in other things, understood? Bannon said. Making money is the first priority, and everything else is secondary. After the 2 talked for a while, Su Pinggan left and returned to the hotel to rest. Tomorrow he will set off for Austria to inspect the Institute of Biology. I don't know if the Institute of Biology will surprise him this time. In the evening, when he was about to rest, the phone rang. Su Pinggan picked up the phone and looked at it, and answered it directly. Isabella, it's rare to see you call me once. I'm in a bad mood. Where are you? Isabella said directly. Su Pinggan could tell that Isabella was in a very low mood, so he asked directly, what happened? My good friend Daphne died. We had dinner together at her house this morning. I just received a call from a classmate. Daphne drove to the suburbs and had a car accident. She is dead, Isabella said directly. My condolences, Su Pinggan said. Can you come to see me? Isabella said. Su Pinggan asked, where are you? I'm in Warsaw, Poland. We came out to visit the architecture together. Daphne's home is in Warsaw, Isabella said directly. I'll fly there tomorrow. Please book a hotel and a car for me, Su Pinggan said directly. The 2 chatted on the phone for almost 40 minutes until Isabella's phone ran out of power. It was a real Apocalypse smartphone, given by Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan took out the charger and connected it to the phone, then stood up to take a shower. It was time to rest. The next day, the group went straight to the airport. The plane had already been refueled and flew directly to Warsaw to meet Isabella. When they walked out of the airport corridor, Isabella was already waiting outside. He took everyone to the parking lot and got in the car. The car was a fleet hired by the hotel. There was no conversation along the way. They arrived at the hotel soon. After checking, Su Ping'an checked in. No one came, so Isabella let go and sat in Su Ping'an's arms. Su Ping'an slowly comforted Isabella and stroked Isabella's hair. Don't be sad, this is an accident, no one wants this to happen. Tomorrow is Daphne's memorial service, you go with me. Isabella looked up at Su Ping'an and said. Su Ping'an nodded. Seeing Su Ping'an nodded, Isabella lowered her head and leaned on Su Ping'an's chest, feeling very safe and quiet, and fell asleep unconsciously. Su Ping'an did not move, just kept the posture like this, and he still felt guilty for Isabella in his heart. He didn't spend much time with her every year, and it was rare that he didn't forgive himself. More than 2 hours passed, and Isabella woke up confusedly. After seeing what was going on, she hugged Su Ping'an's neck and kissed him. She was very satisfied in her heart, knowing the pain of Su Ping'an keeping this posture. I'll carry you to the bed to rest, Su Ping'an said in a low voice. Isabella asked a little embarrassedly, aren't your legs numb? It should be okay, Su Ping'an said with a smile, and Isabella nodded. Su Ping'an took a deep breath, stretched his legs, and stood up holding Isabella. He just asked Xingling to help clear the numb area in his mind, otherwise, he would definitely not be able to stand up. He put Isabella on the bed, pulled the quilt over her, kissed Isabella's forehead, and then left the bedroom, took a shower, and then rested on the sofa. Now, what Isabella needs is a good rest, so she can do it on the sofa. As an old couple, they have plenty of time, and a little consideration will warm people's hearts. Chapter 515, The tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop. In the middle of the night, Isabella woke up, opened the door and saw Su Ping'an sleeping on the sofa. She felt very sweet in her heart. She did not wake Su Ping'an up, but took out a blanket to cover Su Ping'an. The bedroom door was open, and Isabella went back to sleep. The two had a habit of sleeping naked. According to the experiments of many organizations, sleeping naked is the most comfortable way to sleep. When it was almost dawn, Su Ping'an woke up, saw the blanket on his body, smiled, got up directly, and called someone to send breakfast over, according to the amount of 4 people. More than 30 minutes later, breakfast was delivered. Su Ping'an went to the bedroom to wake Isabella up, ate breakfast together, and then went to wash up. The two went into the bathroom and came out after a while. Both of them were refreshed, Isabella's face was red, and they changed clothes together and started drinking tea in the living room. It was still early, so they drank tea and talked, and went to attend Daphne's memorial service later. At 9:30, the two of them drove to the suburbs. They were all dressed in black. Daphne's family was definitely rich and had a manor in the suburbs. After the motorcade entered, Isabella accompanied Su Ping'an to get off the car. Liu Wenjin and Darren awaited in the car. This was a private matter, and there was no need to be sad. Everyone in Daphne's family knew Isabella. The only person who could be held by Isabella's arm was Su Ping'an. After all, everyone in the world knew about the two of them. After shaking hands with the family members, finding a place to sit down, listening to other people's speeches, time passed slowly, and then they started to go to the cemetery. After Daphne was buried, the ceremony was completed. After shaking hands and talking with Daphne's family, they got on the car and left. They returned to the hotel to rest for a day, and then left Warsaw directly and flew to Austria. Isabella had already called her family and asked Su Ping'an to accompany her to relax. The Phil couple agreed. With Su Ping'an accompanying her, there was no need to worry about safety issues. In New York, the United States, Li Wenhan, the fund manager of One Xiao Fund, stood on the top of a building with his eyes dull. He was completely screwed. Those people in China would not let him go. A quick death was his best choice. The fund lost all its principal and interest of $8.4 billion. The account had no funds and was forcibly closed by the bank. This was a fund of a certain big boss family in China. All the money he had made over the years was gone. Fortunately, people in China did not know that he already had a child in the United States. The reason why he did not get married was because he was worried about accidents. Li Wenhan knew very well how cruel these people were and how they regarded human life as worthless. He had already arranged the life of his family and had nothing to worry about. He raised his hand and drank the last bit of wine in the bottle directly. He threw the bottle, closed his eyes, took a step forward, and felt like he was flying. One day later, in a fine courtyard in a mountainous area of the Celestial Empire, there were pavilions, gardens, small bridges and flowing water, and ponds with koi tumbling. In the main hall, several middle-aged people looked at the old man with a deep look on their faces. Zhuwen, have you found out who is behind this? The old man asked. The middle-aged man named Liu Zhuwen stood up and said, we have found out. It is a fund of Morgan Stanley. They are very targeted and are heading for Wanshao Fund. I remember that Wanshao Fund mainly invests in government bonds and valuable securities, with extremely low risks. Why did this happen? The old man asked while looking at Zhuwen. Including Liu Zhuwen, everyone's face was full of surprise. Why would he ask such a question? They couldn't believe that this sentence came from the old man's mouth. Seeing everyone's performance, the old man frowned and asked if there was anything wrong with his question. Tell the truth, the old man added. Liu Zhuwen looked at the others and said with a stiff upper lip, Old man, 3 months ago, it was you who ordered Wanshao Fund to change its strategy. You said that we should take some risks this year to make up for the losses and restore the original situation next year. Pa, nonsense. If I said it, why don't I remember it at all? Are you going to shirk responsibility? The old man slapped the table, and the momentum of holding power for many years rose up, pressing towards Liu Zhuwen. Sweat began to appear on Liu Zhuwen's face. Grandpa, even if I am brave enough, I dare not change this strategy without authorization. If you don't believe me, ask Li Shao and the others. We were all present at the time, and it was you who announced it in the conference room. Li Kunlun took a deep breath and stood up. Father, it was indeed you who announced it in front of all of us at the meeting 2 months ago. Li Wenhun reports directly to you, and none of us are allowed to interfere. Father, if you don't believe it, you can retrieve the meeting minutes and video at that time to check. The old man was stunned. He actually arranged it himself. How could this be possible? He turned to the person standing next to him and said, Hu Bin, go find the video and let me see it. Yes, Hu Bin agreed, turned and left. The huge hall was silent, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire living room. The old man leaned against the chair with his eyes closed. Everyone looked at each other and did not dare to speak. About 30 minutes later, Hu Bin came back with a tablet computer. Grandpa, the video has been retrieved. The old man opened his eyes, with a hint of turbidity in his eyes, and looked at Hu Bin with suspicion. What video? Did I ask you to get the video? This time everyone was dumbfounded, including Hu Bin, who looked at the old man with a look of shock. Grandpa, are you okay? What do you mean? And you, what are your expressions? The old man began to scold everyone. Everyone's scalp was tingling. Alzheimer's disease. This was definitely Alzheimer's disease. How could it be like this? I didn't see the old man have this kind of reaction usually. Why is he acting so bad now? Once the old man arrives, the whole family will be finished, and will be attacked by a lot of people. They have made countless enemies over the years, and the reason why they are safe and sound is because of the old man's existence and high status, and no one dares to act rashly. Li Kunlun looked solemn, turned his head and looked at Liu Zhuwen. Zhuwen, you go to the first hospital of the imperial capital immediately and invite Mr. Fu. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. Go quickly. I'll leave immediately. Liu Zhuwen said and turned to leave. Father, it's nothing. You should take a rest. I asked Hu Bin to find a video, a cartoon, to make you happy, Li Kunlun said with a smile. The old man looked at Li Kunlun with suspicion, feeling that he had forgotten something. He couldn't think of it in his mind, and felt annoyed. How old are you? You still watch cartoons. You should focus more on the business when you are in a high position, the old man said directly to Li Kunlun. Yes, that's what father taught me. You should take a rest first. Tomorrow I will report to father about last month's events, Li Kunlun said directly. The old man nodded and did feel tired. You should also take a rest. We will have a meeting tomorrow, the old man said and turned to leave. Li Kunlun gave Hu Bin a look, and Hu Bin immediately followed quickly and followed the old man into the backyard. The remaining few people in the room breathed a long sigh of relief, and then they all looked gloomy. Brother, is father really sick? Li Wanshan said that he couldn't continue. Li Kunlun sighed. Wanshan, be prepared. The symptoms you're showing now are too similar to your father's. We discovered it a little late. How hateful, old Li. Nothing can happen to the old man now. We suffered heavy losses after a secret fight with Su Pangan. Now we've been tricked by Morgan Stanley in the United States, and we've lost a lot of money again. The current leader is holding high the banner of anti-corruption and shouting slogans to fight big tigers. At this juncture, if something happens to the old man, we'll be in danger. Look, should we activate the Gecko plan? We must be prepared for any eventuality. Wu Wenda said to Li Kunlun with a serious face. Li Kunlun nodded, thought for a while and said, let's wait until Mr. Fu has seen it. If it is really confirmed, the Gecko plan will be launched immediately. Wenda, you start making arrangements immediately. We will do it at the same time. First, secretly arrange for the children to leave the country, go to Thailand for tourism, but actually go to Australia. Wait for Minus when they arrive in Australia. If Australia is not very safe, transfer directly to countries that have not signed a judicial extradition treaty with their country. Go to Belgium or Germany, just in case. I will prepare immediately, Wu Wenda said and left directly. Wanshin, you also make preparations. Let the children go directly to South Korea, and then transfer to the United States. Don't stay in the United States, go directly to Estonia, prepare to implement the transformation plan, Li Kunlun said directly to his younger brother Li Wanshin. Li Wanshin did not move, but looked at Li Kunlun. Brother, what are you going to do? I will be fine. My identity is different. As long as I don't move, you can all go abroad smoothly. Arrange your sister-in-law and nephew, and I will wait for an opportunity to meet you in Estonia, Li Kunlun said with a serious expression. Li Wanshin nodded, turned around and left. Just as he reached the door, Li Kunlun shouted, wait a minute. Li Wanshin stopped and turned to look at his elder brother. Li Kunlun walked forward a few steps and whispered, carry out the transformation plan alone. No one can know your actions, including Zuwan and Wenda. I understand, Li Wanshin whispered, and then left quickly. After watching his brother leave, Li Kunlun walked out of the living room and came to the pond. At this time, a breeze blew, and ripples appeared on the surface of the pond. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. This day really came too fast, Li Kunlun said to himself, followed by a long sigh. A day later, Liu Zuwan brought Fu Jiasheng to the manor. Under Li Kunlun's arrangement, he began to check the old man, and then began to look at the records of the past 2 days. In the side hall, Fu Jiasheng was talking to Li Kunlun. Grandpa, you have symptoms of mid to late stage. If it is discovered early, there is still a way to save it. Now we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Roche Pharmaceuticals Group of Switzerland has a special medicine for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. If you start taking it now, it will stabilize for a period of time. Let's see the effect first. Li Kunlun was stunned. Mr. Fu, you mean, this disease can be cured? When will it happen? As early as 3 years ago, Roche Pharmaceuticals Group of Switzerland announced this new drug, but it is still under observation, because the drug must undergo years of clinical trials to determine that it is harmless to the human body before it can be put on the market. Now we are just recruiting volunteers with Alzheimer's disease for human experiments. I can contact them and ask them to send the medicine over to see the specific effect first, Fu Jiasheng said directly. Chapter 516 The End of the Aircraft Carrier Era. A week passed slowly, and the drug for treating Alzheimer's disease from the Swiss Roche Pharmaceutical Group arrived. The old man began to be injected into the meridians, hoping that it would be effective. The representative of the Roche Pharmaceutical Group explained to Fu Jiasheng that this was a drug in the experimental stage, and it was unclear what consequences would occur, and they would not be responsible for any consequences. After Fu Jiasheng consulted Li Kunlun, he started to use the drug. Now he could only treat a dead horse as a living horse. He infused it once a day for 7 days, and then stopped the drug. He had to wait for a while before he could continue to use the drug. 7 days is a stage, and at least 5 days must be stopped before the second stage of medication can be carried out. Not to mention, it really works. At least the old man has not forgotten anything in the past few days. However, Fu Jiasheng's brows were still not relaxed. In a more private room, Fu Jiasheng told Li Kunlun about his concerns. Mr. Li, the old man's symptoms are expanding towards the late stage. Be prepared for other aspects. How could this be? Hasn't it been effective recently? Li Kunlun asked in surprise. Fu Jiasheng smiled bitterly. This drug from Roche Pharmaceuticals is a breakthrough. It is effective and can be used for patients with early-stage Alzheimer's disease. According to the experimental data they have conducted so far, after one cycle of medication, it can at least control the patient's memory for a month without error. We only have the effect for a few days now. In addition, this drug still has some harm to the body. I suggest that you complete the second medication cycle and see the effect. If the effect is not very obvious, stop taking the drug. From the urine test of the elderly in the past few days, We know that the kidney function cannot keep up, the metabolism rate is too slow, and the internal damage of the body is very large. I have seen the data. Some people rely on this drug to completely control the disease. Why can't we? Lee Kunlun said with anger. Because we discovered it too late. According to the experimental data obtained so far, the effect on early patients is very good, the performance of mid-stage patients is average, and the effect on late-stage patients is not good. The old man's disease is already in the late stage. If the treatment can be carried out half a year earlier, I am sure I can control the disease, Fu Jiasheng said helplessly. Half a year, Lee Kunlun said directly. Half a year ago, the old man was angry about Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan is a bastard. I can't forgive him. The old man's disease may be related to anger. Everything is normal at the Austrian Apocalypse Biological Agents Research Institute. At present, various research is still in progress. There is no special breakthrough. Su Pinggan and Isabella played for about 10 days before going to Germany. The plane slowly landed in Dresden, Germany. Su Pinggan and Isabella walked out of the airport together. Barry was already waiting with the motorcade. The two sides shook hands and got in the car together. Tomorrow Su Pinggan will go to the institute to talk to Gilbert. Today, he needs to have a good rest. Barry returned directly to the institute, and Su Pinggan and Isabella went to the hotel. After a night's rest, Su Pinggan went to the institute for inspection the next day. Isabella went to visit the Dresden Cathedral accompanied by Darina to learn from the architectural experience of the cathedral. After a round of inspection, all the work was relatively normal. Dr. Peggy and Giles also separated and carried out their own research. At present, certain results have been achieved. Once the direction is determined, the research speed will be accelerated. Barry feels this deeply. Both of them have their own unique expertise in their respective professional fields. After this period of research, Giles has reduced the cost by 7%. Although the material cost of Dr. Peggy has not decreased, the resistance to radiation corrosion and electromagnetic interference has also increased by about 5%. Dr. Nealon's second-generation carbon crystal solar panel has also made a significant breakthrough. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be completely broken through in about 10 months. This time, Dr. Nealon has completed it entirely by his own strength. After inspecting the circle, Su Pinggan went to his office, brewed a pot of tea and talked to Barry alone. Boss, I have sealed 2 achievements. Here is the information. Su Pinggan took the information with great curiosity and began to look through it. The first one is Professor Boris's latest achievement, the flexible display material. We have already produced a sample. If it is improved, it will eliminate the current TV industry in one fell swoop. Even if the current TV is thin enough, ours is only 1/3 the thickness of the current LCD TV. Hang it on the wall. It can be used as a TV, as a computer screen, and even as a new generation of mobile phone screens and wearable equipment. If a touchscreen design is added, the scene of smart operation directly on a piece of glass in the movie can become a reality. I had a serious discussion with Professor Boris and sealed this achievement, Barry explained on the side. Su Pinggan nodded. You did the right thing. Let's continue to improve the results after sealing them. When they reach a certain level, we can put them on the market. We will not produce this technology, but license it out, boss. This material has a lot of profit. Isn't it a pity for us to license it out? Barry said reluctantly. Su Pinggan shook his head and said, Barry, we can't get involved in every industry. Apocalypse Group is already very popular. We must focus on a few main businesses: space industry, clean energy industry, renewable resources industry, marine ecology, biological preparations, artificial intelligence, chemicals, steel, internet industry, supermarkets, logistics, agriculture, financial investment, and scientific research. We are currently spanning many industries and must highlight our main line: space industry, clean energy, renewable resources, scientific research and development, and artificial intelligence. These 5 categories are the important pillars of our Apocalypse Group. We must increase investment in this regard to maintain our lead. The rest of the industries are auxiliary and cannot be the main business. What's more, we are still a novice in the space industry, which requires greater investment. Therefore, you also need to make some adjustments on your side. Darian and Pippin and I have discussed this issue. Now I'm talking to you about this, and you also have to make adjustments. Your side is the top priority and very critical. Do you understand? I understand, Barry said seriously. Su Pinggan has realized the current problems of the company and started to concentrate resources. It is not what Su Pinggan wants to intervene in various industries and make enemies everywhere. It is estimated that the next step of the group integration action will be launched. What is the other sealed project? Su Pinggan asked. Boss, super bulletproof material. It is not bulletproof but armor-piercing bullets. For tanks, adding a layer of this special material on the current tanks can reduce the effect of armor-piercing bullets by 80%. We call it energy-absorbing material, which can quickly absorb and disperse energy to various places, thereby reducing the damage to the hit parts. No experiments have been done on tanks for the time being, but only 2 sets of bulletproof vests have been made. The effect is very obvious. When using armor-piercing bullets to shoot targets from 20 meters away, the bulletproof vests cannot be penetrated at all, Barry said seriously. Su Pinggan was stunned. There is such a material. After thinking carefully, he asked, can the steel group produce this material? Absolutely. At the beginning, the steel group's production design was not only to produce steel, but also to produce special materials. Otherwise, how could it need so many high-precision equipment? Barry said very affirmatively. Contact Waltz and produce a batch of them secretly. Arm the tanks for experiments. If the results are good, we will have another lucrative project, Su Pinggan said very seriously. Barry nodded and began to discuss with Su Pinggan. Outside, the U.S. Grumman Corporation held a press conference today and officially announced that the problem of the fuselage material of the 6th-generation aircraft has been solved. A material extracted from petroleum can perfectly solve the problem of hypersonic flight of the 6th-generation aircraft. This is the only material in the world that can solve the problem of the 6th-generation aircraft. The time of the advent of the 6th-generation aircraft in the United States is ahead of all countries in the world. At the same time, it was announced that the company has received an order of $400 million from the Pentagon. The $400 million will be used to produce 2 hypersonic model aircraft. If the relevant performance can satisfy the military, the company will receive a sky-high order in the next step. Due to the good news, international crude oil prices began to rise. This is the first large-scale rise since the advent of the hydrogen energy industry. The new value of oil has been discovered. A day later, after the news spread, countries around the world were nervous. The United States is already strong enough, and now it has solved the problem of the fuselage material of the 6th-generation aircraft. What should other countries do? With the speed of the 6th-generation aircraft, there is no need for stealth. Even if you discover it, your anti-aircraft missiles can't do anything to this kind of aircraft. The speed is too fast and the missiles can't keep up. While other countries were discussing this matter, the White House spokesman directly announced that this material is prohibited from being sold to groups and enterprises other than the military, and is exclusively for military use, no matter who it is. At the same time, the White House specially approved Grumman to receive $1 billion and a 5% tax-free subsidy. This means that even if you are an ally of the United States, you cannot obtain this material. It is completely blocked, which makes all the allies of the United States collectively feel pain. Do you take us as allies? Such a naked statement is completely a slap in our face. The media in the United States began to swarm to promote the strength of the U.S. military. Many countries were fed up with it, but only the British newspaper directly reported an article, which made the Americans very upset. Aircraft carriers are live targets. This article began to analyze in detail the small single-person attack submarines of Apocalypse Weapons Company. According to data, Apocalypse Weapons Company has produced and sold tens of thousands of such submarines. No matter how powerful your aircraft carrier is, can you hide a target 200 meters underwater? Aircraft carriers have no way to deal with such submarines. On the contrary, 100 such small single-person attack submarines can easily sink an aircraft carrier formation. 10,000 submarines can sink 100 aircraft carrier formations. Does the United States have 100 aircraft carrier formations? The article was written in an exaggerated way. Su Pinggan felt a pain in his balls after reading it. Who the hell did I offend? Isn't this making me uncomfortable? Your boss is guarding against you, and you are full of resentment to target me. If you have the ability, go to target your boss. Putting down the newspaper, Su Pinggan rubbed his head, his face full of helplessness. It is completely predictable that a new round of restrictions will come again. Who will pay for his losses at that time? The Great Eagle Empire is really a global troublemaker, making everyone restless. Su Pinggan is in pain, and Italy is also in pain. Apocalypse Weapons Company pays so much tax every month. Once something happens, the money will be gone. Neither the local government nor the federal government will accept this result, and they immediately started a meeting to discuss it. Soon, the media in the United States broke another piece of news, pushing the Apocalypse Group to the forefront again, a low-key arms sales giant. This article is even more exaggerated than the British one. Last year, Apocalypse Weapons Company sold nearly 7,000 small single-person attack submarines. Based on a profit of $20 million per submarine, Apocalypse Weapons Company made a profit of €140 billion. It was definitely the undisputed leader of the global arms sales company last year, more than the total amount of major arms sales companies in the United States. Last year, the total profit of major arms sales companies in the United States was €94 billion. The difference in sales profit is nearly €50 billion, and this does not include the sales of torpedoes of Apocalypse Weapons Company. If it is calculated, the difference is nearly €100 billion. The title of Death Messenger does not apply to American arms companies, but should belong to Apocalypse Group. Su Pinggan was confused when he saw the newspaper. This article was a blatant article to stir up trouble. In the end, it did not criticize Apocalypse Weapons Company, but directly criticized Apocalypse Group. This is really Simazeo's heart, and passers-by know it. Many presidents and chairmen of arms companies were shocked when they saw this report. After careful calculation, they found that the data was not exaggerated at all, but rather underreported. I didn't expect that Apocalypse Weapons Company would make so much profit. Su Pinggan, this bastard, was really insidious. He snatched so many orders without saying a word. This money should have belonged to us. Many people's eyes were red. Many chairmen of large companies smashed their cups directly. The agreement signed in order to restrict Apocalypse Weapons Company has now become a stumbling block. The agreement stipulates that submarines and other arms belong exclusively to Apocalypse Weapons Company, and no one can interfere. Correspondingly, Apocalypse Weapons Company cannot interfere in other arms transactions. I didn't expect the profit here to be so high. What should I do? I really want to get involved, but if I get involved, Apocalypse Weapons Company will definitely interfere in the projects where it has an advantage. Su Pinggan, this bastard, will definitely not suffer in vain. At that time, there will definitely be a lot of open and secret struggles. This report has stirred up a hornet's nest. Media around the world are reporting this matter crazily and forwarding this report. The US side is watching the show happily. It is really a pleasant thing to be able to cause some trouble to Su Pinggan. After the Chinese media forwarded this report, the whole Chinese people were shocked. They didn't expect that Shaanxi Group was also an arms giant. And it is the world's #1, which is too incredible. In Wei Dongshuo's office, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were both shocked to see the news. I can't believe that our big capitalists actually hide such a lucrative project. I was wondering why he looks like he has no shortage of money all day long. A submarine must have a profit of more than 20 million. With Su Pinggan's greed, he won't do it without a 50% profit, Chen Qingshan said with a dark face. Yes, when the United States imposed sanctions, he announced his obedience so straightforwardly, without any resistance. I thought this kid had changed his nature, and it turned out that he was reluctant to give up this profits of more than €100 billion a year. Have you asked the tax department for their opinions, and did he hide this matter? Wei Dongshuo asked with red eyes. I keep an eye on this matter every year. It seems that the profit is not small, but Apocalypse Group can't get much? Apocalypse Weapons Company is in Italy, and the profit in tax of the arms industry is as high as 40%. The remaining profits are assigned to the European financial headquarters. We can't calculate taxes if the European financial headquarters does not hand over the funds. Last year, the profits handed over by the European financial headquarters were more than €20 billion. From a legal point of view, Apocalypse Group has not evaded taxes. This is a huge loophole. I'm sure that the funds of Apocalypse Group's European financial branch are no less than €100 billion. Su Pinggan played this trick very cunningly. In addition, Europe has a tax reduction policy for charity. His financial center trades back and forth, and in the end a large part of the profits are tax-free. We cannot collect additional taxes on tax-free profits. In the past 2 years, Su Pinggan has only transferred €10 billion to his personal account each year, and the rest is kept in the company's books. If it is not included in his personal account, we can't collect his personal income tax. Besides, The annual audit of Apocalypse Group's tax revenue is done by personnel sent by the General Administration. According to Wu Sikei's requirements, the General Administration must issue a tax payment certificate every year after the audit is completed. Su Pinggan, this bastard, is too calculating and too cunning, Chen Qingshan said with a dark face. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan both began to breathe faster. Now they understood that Su Pinggan was also trying to evade taxes, but his methods were very clever, so you couldn't catch him. There are dozens of financial experts in the European Financial Center. Ho Minghe, the headquarters of the Apocalypse Group, led dozens of people to become the financial headquarters. How could so many financial experts gather together to carry out reasonable tax avoidance without any effect? If it weren't for the exposure of the US media, Su Pinggan would have been fooled. Every year, he would have taken the tax payment certificate issued by the General Administration, resting assured, and secretly transferring a large part of the profits. Report to the General Administration and request a review. No one can evade taxes, Wei Dongshuo said directly. Chen Qingshan shook his head and Wei Dongshuo was stunned. The registered location of the Apocalypse Bank's headquarters has been changed. It is in an island country in the South Pacific. It has no diplomatic relations with our country and we cannot check the accounts of Apocalypse Bank. The annual accounts are given to us by the other party. They are all branch bank accounts in our country. Another thing is, can we really strictly review the taxation of Apocalypse Group? I'm worried that Su Pinggan will directly move the headquarters of Apocalypse Group to those tax havens. At that time, our tax revenue will be sharply reduced. This is not a profit of hundreds of millions, but a profit of tens of billions of euros. No one can resist this temptation and not be jealous. For the sake of this money, I'm worried that Su Pinggan will take risks. At that time, things will be irreversible. After listening to Chen Qingshan's words, Wei Dongshuo's mind became clearer. He took a few deep breaths and said, "Old Chen, you are still sober. I was so stimulated that I almost made a mistake just now. This bastard is so confident now. Now I understand why Italy was the first to charge when the Apocalypse Group had a falling out with Country J with tens of billions of profits. Only a fool would not protect it." Wei Dongshuo understood Su Pinggan's plan. Is it possible for Su Pinggan to move the Apocalypse Weapons Company back to China? Chen Qingshan frowned and asked. If it moves back to China, this part of the tax revenue will belong to the country. Wei Dongshuo shook his head and sighed. It's difficult. The national conditions are different. If it really moves back, I'm afraid there won't be so much profit. In Hangzhou, Zhang Jianbin and Qiao Lianqing were also discussing this matter. In the end, they came to the same conclusion as Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan. Su Pinggan is now fearless. There are many places in the world that welcome the headquarters of international giants. What is more worrying is that the preferential policies obtained by Shianqi Group abroad are only better than those in China, not worse. Take Shianqi Steel Group as an example. People in China have also seen the preferential conditions, which can make people jealous. Every year, they only need to pay local taxes and a fixed tax, and no other taxes and fees. For steel companies of the same size, the total annual tax payment is 17% lower than that in China, including the preferential policies. Seeing such a large force for the first time, Zhang Jianbin and Qiao Lianqing were shocked. These foreign countries are really willing to spend money. This is the comment of the two. This time, not only Wei Dongshuo, Chen Qingshan, and Zhang Jianbin saw through it, but many entrepreneurs also saw through it. No wonder Shianqi Group is so popular abroad. It turns out that there is such a huge profit involved. J country and Italy are both members of the European Union. As a result, J country is now isolated. It can be seen that the interests of the Apocalypse Group and other countries are also very deeply involved. When people all over the world were discussing this matter, something happened. An aircraft carrier and 3 frigates were sunk in the North Atlantic Ocean. When the support from the United States arrived, the attackers had already withdrawn. This incident directly shocked the nerves of people all over the world. The United States began to get angry. Although it shouted loudly, it actually ordered all aircraft carriers to return to the base and not to act alone outside. According to the investigation, the sunken aircraft carrier was sunk by more than 30 torpedoes. Small single-person attack submarines are the nemesis of aircraft carriers. This has been confirmed. Now let the aircraft carrier stroll outside. If it is not good, the loss will be greater. You can't check this kind of thing. How can you check things under 200 meters of water? You can only express your tough attitude. The United States issued a statement to review the delivery list of the Apocalypse Weapons Company. Someone must take the blame for this matter, and Apocalypse Group is a good scapegoat. Even if it means a falling out, it must be done and the Chinese people must be given an explanation. According to estimates by relevant departments, the United States allies do not need to order so many submarines, as they are protected by the United States aircraft carriers. If Apocalypse Weapons violates the ban, it will be severely sanctioned by the United States. Just one day ago, Italy issued a statement that the submarines sold by Apocalypse Weapons meet the requirements, have been audited, and the customers are all from the United States allies. The Italian government supports the legal operation of enterprises, and the legitimate rights and interests of enterprises must be guaranteed and cannot be interfered with. Immediately afterwards, Su Pinggan directly published the details of Apocalypse Weapons shipping customers on the internet social media. In addition to customers from allied countries, there are also 3 American trading companies. The orders of these 3 American trading companies accounted for more than half, which surprised people all over the world, especially Su Pinggan's last words, which made the Americans very upset. The United States can verify the number of submarines in those countries. I don't know how you can verify the number of submarines purchased by Americans. It is very likely that the aircraft carrier was sunk by Americans. The United States can order that all companies around the world are not allowed to do business with Americans, so that these submarines can be prevented from being out of control. After Su Pinggan made the shipping details public, the people in the United States were in a state of pain. What should they do? How can they explain to the Chinese people that it was the Americans who bought the submarines, and no one knows where these submarines went? I won't take the blame, that's what Su Pinggan meant. The uncontrolled submarines are in the hands of you Americans, and it may be the Americans who sank your aircraft carriers, so don't bother me. This move is so beautiful, reasonable and legal. All customer qualifications are reviewed by the country where the company is located. Apocalypse Weapons Company operates reasonably and legally. Italy has said that there is nothing illegal. People all over the world have seen that Apocalypse Weapons Company has not violated any local laws, and it will not let you catch any handle. However, everyone knows one thing, the end of the aircraft carrier era. With tens of thousands of uncontrollable small single-person attack submarines on the sea, your aircraft carrier formation will be a live target when it goes out to sea, which completely ends the era of aircraft carrier hegemony. Many countries began to sigh. Aircraft carriers are the nod of a generation in many countries. Now it has ended so suddenly. Many people feel bad. Su Pinggan received a call from the relevant Italian department. The United States will send a special team to review the Apocalypse Weapons Company. Su Pinggan agreed directly and called Bannon. The two communicated for a while before hanging up the phone. 2 days later, the review team arrived in Italy. Bannon directly held a press conference, laid off 1,500 people, and compressed 2 production lines of small single-person attack submarines. When this news came out, Italy was very uncomfortable. It means that tax revenue will be reduced, which means that you have to subsidize these unemployed people. The review team is very unwelcome. 2 days later, Bannon once again announced that the patent for small single-person attack submarines has been authorized to China, Pakistan, India, France, Germany, Britain, Norway, Russia, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Peru, Colombia and other countries. The relevant production drawings were sold at one time, and the transaction has been completed through the internet. The money and goods are cleared. From then on, the production of small single-person attack submarines is no longer the patent of Apocalypse Weapons Company. After the news spread, the whole world was shocked. They all understood that this was Su Pinggan's counterattack. I can't afford to offend you, the United States, so I'll just hide. So many countries in the world can produce it, and most of them are your allies. You can go and argue, I won't participate. These countries have issued statements that the transaction has been completed and their countries can produce this small single-person attack submarine at any time. The submarines produced will be used to maintain the safety of their own offshore waters. This makes the United States a little embarrassed, but the drawings have been traded and you can't stop it. It's unrealistic to ban production completely. Soon, the United States issued a penalty order. Apocalypse Weapons Company did not control the outflow of this dangerous weapon and had an unshirkable responsibility. A fine of €500 million was imposed. Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Pinggan. As a result, 2 days later Bruce rushed to the U.S. court to pay the fine, and the case was closed. Everyone held their breath and wanted to vomit blood. You had been so stubborn before, but now you compromised. This change was too fast, and many people were not used to it. Isabella couldn't figure it out. At night, she asked Su Pinggan while nestling in his arms, "Su, why do you have to pay the fine?" "You did nothing wrong." Su Pinggan smiled bitterly. "Isabella, in life, there are many times when you can't help yourself. Apocalypse Group is just a company, not a country. Even if you are a country, you have to swallow your anger. No one can be free from shackles. If I insist on carrying it, the United States will have to tear its face with me for the sake of face. At that time, I will lose more. After all, it is the only superpower on the earth now. After paying the fine, everyone has a step down. There is more room for maneuver in this matter. There is no need to tear your face. Take a step back and the sky will be wide open. I am so young, there is plenty of time to develop." In China, many bigwigs saw this result, shook their heads and smiled and made comments. "If you have a son, you should be like Su Pinggan. Know the times, know how to advance and retreat, be hard when you should be hard, and be soft when you should be soft. A gentleman is like a dragon. He can fly up to the sky and turn into a divine beast, or hide in the stream and minnows. He can be big or small, invisible or visible, flexible and adaptable. A big man changes like a tiger, a villain changes his face, and a gentleman changes like a leopard." Su Pinggan has grown up again, and this growth speed is eye-catching. Super 2 in 1 chapter. Chapter 517. The 6th generation fighter aircraft arms race has begun. Recently, the global media has been very lively. Apocalypse Group has really been in the limelight. Su Pinggan's actions have won praise from many people. There is no hard cap, no threat, everything is done according to the rules and legally. Many people think that this is a sign of Su Pinggan's maturity. Conspiracies and tricks are not acceptable. A fair fight is the time to reflect a person's value. Many people think that Su Pinggan will definitely use super fish oil and super multi-pancreas as weapons to fight back this time. As a result, Su Pinggan did not use them at all, but followed the legal rules. It seems that he was fined €500 million by the United States, but those who know the inside story know that Su Pinggan's loss is not big at all. Su Pinggan sold a complete blueprint of a small single-person attack submarine for €500 million. So many countries don't care about being fined $500 million. The only one who suffered a lot was Italy. The profits and taxes of Apocalypse Weapons Company will definitely drop sharply. In addition, 1,500 people are being laid off now, and these people need to be given unemployment benefits, which is not a small amount. Just when everyone thought that the matter had been completely settled, something happened to Grumman in the United States. A group of people attacked Grumman's R&D building in the middle of the night, and more than 60 security personnel were killed or injured. After the news spread, the whole country of the United States was shocked, and the whole world was shocked. Who was so bold to cause trouble in the United States? Just when people were speculating, 7 or 8 Middle Eastern organizations announced that they were responsible for this matter. This was a punishment for the United States. Everyone knew that these people did not have the strength to cause trouble in the United States. Su Pinggan was also wondering who was so bold and dared to do something that he himself did not dare to do. It was simply a slap in the face of the United States. This kind of thing was comparable to 922. A day later, Grumman wanted to apply for a protection order from the High Court. The formula of the fuselage material of the 6th generation aircraft was stolen. The court was asked to rule that if any country in the world had this material, it would be sanctioned. It must be these countries that attack Grumman's R&D building in order to steal the formula. At the same time, apply to lift the patent authorization restrictions. If you want to buy it, you can spend €2 billion to buy it from Grumman. There is no restriction on countries. Any country in the world can buy it. This time, the U.S. court was very efficient. It approved Grumman's application in just one day. After the news spread, all countries in the world were shocked. Then, Curacao gave a speech, respecting the judgment of the law. Any country that produced this material without Grumman's patent authorization was related to this attack. The United States would use all means to sanction, and when necessary, directly declare war to defend the interests of its own companies. €2 billion in exchange for the formula of the 6th generation aircraft fuselage material was not a big deal in many countries. They took this opportunity to send personnel to negotiate with Grumman. In just 1 week, more than 30 countries purchased patents. After the news came out, many people felt something was wrong. But they couldn't tell what was wrong. It was too easy to get the material. Although it was reasonable to leak it just because of the distribution, there was always a sense of uneasiness. All the countries that purchased the patent authorization got the formula, and they were all in pain. The material was indeed real and extracted from oil, but they didn't say that so much oil was needed. To refine the materials needed for an airplane, it takes about 100,000 tons of crude oil. How many countries can afford such a large consumption? Many senior officials of many countries saw this result and were fooled. This idea began to surge into their brains. They must be fooled. This is the overall situation that the United States has spent almost 2 years to arrange. The international crude oil price is weak, and the United States has fiercely purchased a batch of oil fields at extremely low prices. Selling patented formulas to foreign countries has made tens of billions of euros. Next, if you want to refine this material, you need to buy oil, and American companies can make money comfortably for many years. From the moment Grumman obtained court approval, the price of international crude oil has soared all the way. It has more than doubled in just 1 week, and it is still rising. The United States has calculated very clearly that some countries have to jump, even if they know it is a pit. Because you can't refuse the 6th-generation fighter. The curtain of the 6th-generation fighter arms race has been opened. This is an open conspiracy. You must more or less tilt certain resources to this aspect. This period of time is really changing, and various things have evolved to make you confused. Sue Pingan stayed in the UK for a while, mainly waiting for the report on the ecological restoration of the English Channel. Since taking over the contract, the Institute of Marine Ecology has begun to hire people. Hundreds of people dive to the bottom of the sea every day and start cleaning the seabed. They use high-power equipment to artificially create submarine currents and directly clean up the seabed. Today is the day when the test report is released. Zhao Shenyu, the head of the project team, came to see Sue Pingan with the report. Although Zhao Shenyu is a woman, she is very courageous in doing things. She is the leader of the English Channel Ecological Restoration Project team. So, there are still bacteria on the seabed, Sue Pingan said with a frown. Zhao Shenyu nodded and said, President, the bacteria on the seabed are much more stubborn than we expected. The best way is to clean up another layer of the seabed, otherwise, the number of bacteria we invest will need to double. How much will the cost increase, and which way is more in line with our interests? Sue Pingan looked at Zhao Shenyu and asked. Sun Wenbin is not young anymore, and the Ocean Research Institute needs a new helmsman in the future. Sue Pingan has already started to inspect personnel. Zhao Shenyu is only in his 30s, and he can completely accept the Ocean Research Institute in 10 years. It is more in our interest to clean the seabed directly. It costs a lot to cultivate bacteria, and the number is very large. Cleaning a layer of seabed directly will reduce the living space of this bacteria. It will be very helpful for us to transplant some corals and carry out the second step of repair, Zhao Shenyu said seriously. Sue Pingan nodded and began to ask in detail. Asking very carefully. Isabella listened beside her and didn't understand why Sue Pingan asked so carefully. Could it be that Sue Pingan was attracted to this woman? She looked at Sue Pingan's eyes carefully and didn't find anything abnormal. It was very clear and there was no shrinkage. Go, implement your plan, I support you, Sue Pingan said with a smile, his eyes full of appreciation. Thank you, President, Zhao Shenyu said very politely. He shook hands with Sue Pingan and left directly. Sue Pingan sent Zhao Shenyu to the elevator and then returned. He just sat down and drank a sip of tea. Are you attracted to her? Isabella suddenly said from the side. With a puff, the tea in Sue Pingan's mouth sprayed out, and he cough. Took a long time to recover. He looked at Isabella with a puzzled face. Why do you ask that, Sue? For things like this, you just need to ask about the results. Why do you waste time asking in so much detail? I can't think of any other reason, Isabella said and shrugged. Sue Pingan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Isabella, I really only have a work relationship with her, and today is the first time I've met her in person. The reason why you asked so carefully is for the Institute of Marine Ecology. Isabella was stunned and asked in confusion. What does this have to do with the Institute of Marine Ecology? Sun Wenbin, the director of the Marine Ecology Research Institute, is not young anymore. He's expected to retire within 10 years. I must check his successor in advance. Most of the Earth is ocean. Therefore, the Marine Research Institute is of great importance. It must be led by a qualified person. You know the difficulty of ecological restoration in the English Channel. Zhao Shenai was obviously a capable person to be in charge of this project. I just asked so much detail to check her actual work experience. Obviously, she has rich actual work experience. If nothing unexpected happens, she will have to take on bigger projects in a few years. Several research institutes of the Apocalypse Group are top priorities. We must not be careless. It is related to the foundation of the Apocalypse Group. I must arrange it in advance, Su Pinggan explained, and Isabella understood what was going on. An embarrassed expression appeared on her face. She picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Su Pinggan to express her apology. Su Pinggan smiled and drank it directly. We are leaving for France tomorrow. Are you going? Su Pinggan asked. Isabella shook her head. No, I have to design. The professor assigned us a topic to design a building that combines classical and sci-fi styles. Time is running out. I must concentrate on designing. I have found a way to break through. However, I will go on vacation in October this year, in Hawaii, and Song and Meow will go with me. After saying that, Isabella had a cunning look on her face. Su Pinggan shook his head and smiled bitterly. This was something they had discussed before notifying him, so his objection was invalid. The next day, Su Pinggan arranged a plane to send Isabella back first, and he stayed one more day. He would leave for France tomorrow and wander around aimlessly during the day. Su Pinggan heard someone shouting his last name, turned around and saw that it was Norton. Hilton Hotel, what is Norton doing here? He thought in his mind and walked over directly. Hey, why are you here? After saying that, he shook hands with Norton. There will be a Christie's auction here soon. I came to participate. Are you interested? I heard that some antiques of Oriental civilization will be exhibited this time, Norton said with a smile. Su Pinggan was stunned. As for the auction, he was not very interested in antiques. What's more, there was a relic being excavated in Colombia. However, he had nothing to do, so he decided to take a look. Chapter 518. A small circle independent of the world. I don't have an invitation. Is there a problem? Su Pinggan said with a smile. Norton also laughed, thinking that this was Su Pinggan's humor. If the auction house knew you were going to attend, it would definitely welcome you with both hands and feet. However, there is no need to be so troublesome this time. I have a private room. Let's go together. I just robbed a bottle of good wine, Norton said with a smile. The two of them went in together while talking and laughing. They went through 2 security checks very smoothly along the way. When they reached the last security check, Norton took Su Pinggan to the side and did not go through the security check channel at all. This security check is really for people in the lobby on the first floor. Guests in the private room on the second floor do not need security checks. When they were about to reach the stairs, a blonde beauty came to greet them. Hi, Norton, you are a little late today, the beauty said very enthusiastically. Norton also had a smile on his face, shook hands with the beauty and said, I met an old friend and talked a few words. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Su Pinggan, the president of Shinopsis Group. This is Ms. Selena, the senior account manager of Christie's auction. Hello. Su Pinggan shook hands with Selena and said directly. Selena was ecstatic. She didn't expect Norton to bring Su Pinggan with him. Su Pinggan's financial resources were well known to be strong. If he really wanted something, his commission would definitely not be less. You two, go to the private room to rest first. I'll go to that auction album for Su, Selena said with a smile on her face, full of affinity. Thank you for your trouble, Su Pinggan said with a smile. After a few pleasantries, the two went upstairs directly. Selena started to talk on the intercom with excitement. Boss, a big shot is here. I need the most exquisite album. Who is it? An old man's voice came from the intercom. Su Pinggan, the president of Shinopsis Group, came with Mr. Norton, the chairman of Airbus Group, Selena said directly. Where are you? The voice in the intercom was a little hurried. At the stairs, Selena said her location. I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you right away, and also send some snacks. Seize the opportunity, the person in the intercom said. Understood, I will never let the boss down, Selena said directly. Selena has been working at Christie's for more than 10 years and has been a senior account manager for 5 years. She knows very well that for those international giant bosses, as long as they encounter items they like, price is not a problem at all. It didn't take long for 2 people to come over, one holding an exquisite picture album, and the other holding a large tray with some exquisite snacks on it. Serena said a few words to the two, took the picture album, and took the person holding the tray upstairs. While Su Pinggan and Norton were talking, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Norton said, and Serena pushed the door open and came in. "Mr. Su, this is the picture album for today's auction, Mr. Norton. Our president learned that you are here, so he asked me to bring you some snacks." Serena is very good at talking. While speaking, she handed the picture album to Su Pinggan, and the other person arranged the snacks neatly. After a few pleasantries, Mr. Norton, "Mr. Su, just press this button if you need anything. And I will be there as soon as possible," Serena said directly. Su Pinggan nodded to Norton, and Selena left the room with the waiter. Su Pinggan smiled and said, "Does every room have this kind of treatment?" Norton also smiled and shook his head and said, "Su, these snacks are nominally given to me, but in fact they are for your face. Their President Billy is a man who will not give away his money until he sees the rabbit. Since you are so generous this time, you must be adjusting the auction products now, and you will definitely add a few Oriental antiques temporarily. It doesn't matter, take a look, buy if you like it, it won't cost much," Su Pinggan said indifferently. "You need to buy at least one. Have you seen these snacks? This kind of nut is a specialty of the United States, this kind of butcher shop is a specialty of Argentina, this kind of tea paste is a specialty of Japan, and this kind of raisin is a specialty of the Middle East. These snacks come from 10 countries. Judging from the appearance, they are all fine products." "The other party is very attentive," Norton said with a smile. Su Pinggan frowned. "So, it's a bit unreasonable not to buy one. This is the other party's plan." "They have studied our psychology thoroughly," Norton said with a wry smile, and Su Pinggan also laughed. The two chatted for a while, and Norton stood up and took out the red wine from the refrigerator next to him. He poured 2 glasses and began to taste the red wine with Su Pinggan. After about 20 minutes, the auction officially began. Su Pinggan also tasted a few snacks with a fork. The taste was really good. The two did not care about the first few items. They were good things for the people sitting below, but for the two, they were not rare items. Soon, a Patek Philippe born in 1840 caught Norton's attention. Patek Philippe was officially established in 1839, and this watch should be an early work of the factory. The starting price was €100,000, which was very low. This is a common method used by auctions. Give a low price to attract people's attention and let you start bidding. The price rose very quickly, reaching €1 million in an instant. Norton picked up the tablet and directly pressed a price of €2.5 million and sent it out. Soon, the price was displayed on the LED screen outside the box. Box number 7 bid €2.5 million, which is the highest price today. This is the first batch of watches produced by biopharmaceutical. According to statistics, there are only 3 pieces left in the world. According to market analysis, the value of this watch is far more than that. It is a good product for value preservation and collection. Box number 4 bid €3 million. Good things are always scarce. If you miss it, it will be a lifetime regret. After several rounds of confrontation, Norton won the watch at a price of €5.3 million. Su Pinggan smiled and said, "Congratulations, thank you, I am determined to get better. To be honest, the other two are also in my collection room," Norton said with a smile. Su Pinggan was stunned, then smiled and gave Norton a thumbs up. The two clinked their glasses and took a sip each. Norton hesitated for a moment and took this opportunity to tell Su Pinggan the truth. He would need to talk to Su Pinggan about this matter sooner or later anyway. "Su, I have received invitations from several international companies in the United States. They know that I have a good relationship with you and want me to invite you to a party in Hawaii in 2 months, Norton said meaningfully. Su Pinggan was stunned and looked at Norton in confusion. "What is the nature of this?" "It's a private event, and the participants are all heads of international giant companies. As far as I know, your country originally had no quota, because your national conditions are different from ours, and many entrepreneurs cannot be called entrepreneurs. The only ones who meet the criteria are you and the chairman of WeWe Company. The content of this gathering must be kept confidential. Anyone who leaks it will be excluded and no longer belongs to the business circle. The quota is strictly controlled. Japan has only 2 quotas, South Korea has 1 quota, and India has 1 quota. These are the quotas for East Asia. All companies with state-owned backgrounds in the world are excluded. Only 6 companies in the United States have quotas. Mexico has 1 quota, and Canada has no quota. The total number of participants will not exceed 50 people, Norton explained in her low voice. Su Pinggan was somewhat stunned. Canada didn't even have a quota. Was he mistaken? It seems that this business gathering is not that simple. What is the main content? Coordinating conflicts between companies, or? Su Pinggan asked tentatively. Su, you underestimate this kind of gathering. This gathering is held every 2 years, the location is not fixed, there are no fixed members, but the list of participants is determined according to the strength of your company. Each gathering has a theme, which basically establishes the direction of the company's future development. As for the conflicts between your companies, you have to solve them by yourselves, and no one will participate. This small circle is very free, a small circle independent of the world. Any entrepreneur who knows the existence of this circle wants to join it very much, but the review is very strict. If your assets are not up to a certain level, your company's development potential is not up to a certain standard, your influence, and comprehensive strength, etc., you will not be invited if you do not meet the requirements. As far as I know, 5 companies were kicked out this year, and 2 of them were given to your Cheo, because Wiwa Company and your Shaanxi Group are both companies with great potential. The notice I received is to invite you. As for the one who invited Wiwa Company, I don't know, Norton briefly explained. Su Pinggan thought for a while and asked, Norton, your Airbus is a company with EU background, how can it join? Su, it's a bit unprofessional for you to ask this question. The EU has absolute controlling rights over Airbus, but it only has the right to dividends and does not participate in the daily management of the company at all. Another thing, I am not participating in the name of the chairman of the Airbus Group. I am participating in the name of the company that I have absolute controlling rights. Norton whispered something in Su Pinggan's ear. Su Pinggan had an expression of sudden enlightenment. Norton was really well hidden. He actually had such a company in his hands. If outsiders didn't know, he might be killed without knowing what was going on. I'll participate. Give me a call a week in advance and I'll be there on time, Su Pinggan said directly. Norton felt much more relaxed when he heard Su Pinggan's words and nodded. At this time, a golden antique from the Eastern civilization was carried up. Ladies and gentlemen, I solemnly introduce to you an additional item, an unknown antique from the Eastern civilization, the Golden Star Disc. We can't be sure which dynasty of the Eastern civilization this is the product of. According to carbon-14 testing, this item has existed for more than 5,000 years. It is hard for me to imagine how that magical land made such a huge golden star disk 5,000 years ago. There are records of a total of 3,000 planets on it. It is said that this golden star disk possesses a mysterious power. We can't be sure of its other functions, but if you can't sleep, you can sit in front of this golden star disk. Looking at this star disk, you will fall asleep easily. We have asked 8 authoritative experts to verify this. It is harmless to people. It will only make you relax and fall asleep unconsciously. The starting price is 100 million euros, and each bid must not be less than 1 million euros. The auctioneer briefly introduced the item. Chapter 519. What is this? Please make an offer for me. 300 million euros, Su Pinggan said directly. Norton next to him was taken aback and looked at Su Pinggan. Su, this golden star disc is not the first time it has been exhibited. It has failed to sell for several times. Although it is an Oriental civilization, a price of 100 million is already the highest. The prices of the 2 failed sales did not exceed 150 million. Oh, how much should I offer? Su Pinggan asked with an indifferent expression on his face. Do you really want it or are you just playing around? Norton asked. Just for fun. I've been very bored lately. I want to experience what this mysterious power is, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Norton also smiled. Picking up the tablet, he directly entered the price of 130 million, and the LED screen outside showed it. When the auctioneer saw the price, he immediately became excited. The offer for box number 7 is 130 million. This is a mysterious antique from the East, and the only item found to have mysterious powers. If you miss it, you don't know when you will have the next one. There is an unconfirmed news that this golden star disc was made by an Eastern Kagan practitioner. In the legends of Eastern civilization, humans can also become beings beyond God. Kagan practitioners are the representatives of this type of people. Through step-by-step practice, they can achieve powers beyond God. Magical East. Magical items 130 million for the first time, 130 million for the second time. The offer for box number 9 is 150 million. 150 million. Experiencing the mysterious power of the East may bring you luck. Maybe you will have luck beyond Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan laughed when he heard this, and Norton also laughed. Ha. The real owner was right next to them, which showed how much Westerners envied Su Pinggan's luck. Box number 2 bids 160 million. 160 million. Surpass the luckiest man of this century. Surpass the man who slept with a goddess of luck. You are the luckiest man on this planet. The auctioneer was already having a blast at this moment. Norton and Su Pinggan couldn't stop laughing. Su Pinggan even bent over with laughter. It was so fucking funny. Norton, this auctioneer is definitely a talent, a fucking talent, Su Pinggan said with a smile, his stomach aching from laughing. Indeed, why didn't I realize this person was so humorous before? Are you still making an offer? Norton asked with a smile. Make an offer, just 200 million directly, just for fun. If I can't get it, no one else can either. Why don't you just make an offer of 250 million directly? I'm going to make this agent vomit blood, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Norton also laughed. Box 7 bids 250 million. 250 million for the first time. Get lucky, become the richest man in the world. There is only one chance. If you miss it, you will have nothing. 250 million for the second time. Box 2 bids 260 million. 260 million. The auctioneer's face was red and very excited. He didn't know that the senior executives of Christie's had already started to worry whether Su Pinggan would raise the price again. This was a gamble. If Su Pinggan didn't raise the price, it would be a waste of money. Okay, no more bidding, let's just watch the show. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he picked up a piece of tea paste and ate it directly, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Norton watched from the side, secretly feeling sorry for Christie's. What a good opportunity to sell an item that failed to be sold twice, and still not giving up at 250 million, it was really too greedy. 260 million for the third time. Pop deal. Congratulations to Box 2 for successfully bidding for the Golden Star disc. You are definitely a lucky person. The auctioneer announced the result loudly, and all the people in the auction house backstage began to look black. Selena, go talk to Sue. As long as the price is not less than 200 million, just agree to it. If it's because of the price, you can contact me at any time, Billy sighed. Because of his greed, he lost tens of millions. Yes, Selena agreed and turned away. Sue, I think Selena will come to talk to you later. Box number 2 is the box of the chairman of the Bergenley Group. As far as I know, the chairman of Bergenley is currently in New Zealand, Norton said to Su Pinggan with deep meaning. Su Pinggan nodded. It doesn't matter. The real value of this item is not even worth 100 million euros. It's better for me to invest directly in buying a building, and the building can also collect rent and bring benefits. I'm just curious and play around. I want to experience what it feels like to be dragged in the dark. Now it seems that it's really cool, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Norton almost spit out the wine in his mouth after hearing it. If the people at Christie's know your idea, I think they will feel like vomiting blood, Norton said directly. It doesn't matter. They have seen many storms and waves, and there are countless items that have failed to be sold. If it doesn't work this time, try next time. There will always be a time to sell it. Besides, as long as there is a political power in the world, there will be no shortage of powerful people. Antiques in prosperous times and gold in troubled times, their business is a steady profit, Su Pinggan said with emotion. Yes, it's so difficult for us to make a little money. Every year, scientific research expenses need to invest tens of billions of profits, while auction houses don't need to invest in research and development. This business is really incomparable, Norton said with emotion. Pick up the wine bottle, fill the 2 glasses, and start chatting. The knock on the door sounded, and Norton glanced at Su Pinggan. The meaning was very clear. The lobbyist came. Su Pinggan shrugged indifferently, and seeing Su Pinggan's attitude, Norton said loudly, "Come in." Selena pushed the door in and said with a smile, "You too, the auction will continue for a while. Is there anything you need?" "No, thank you," Norton said with a smile. Selena didn't care. "Excuse me, is that the price Mr. Su quoted for the Gold Star disc?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Su Pinggan said with a smile, very cooperative. Mr. Su, I apologize to you on behalf of the auction house. Box number 2 is ours. He is too greedy and violated the company's arrangement for his own commission. To express our apology, we are willing to sell the Gold Star disc to Mr. Su for 200 million euros. To express our apology, Selena admitted her mistake very openly. Norton is an old customer of the auction. He must know who owns box number 2. He also knows that the owner of box number 2 is not on the UK at the moment, so it is easy to guess the problem. Now, being stubborn can't solve any problems. Selina has been thinking about how to solve this matter all the way. First of all, she must express her sincerity, so she said what she just said. Su Pinggan hesitated. The other party had already admitted his mistake and apologized. It would be inappropriate for him to pursue it. 120 million, this is the final offer. If you agree, give me a message. If not, forget it. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand, not wanting to say anything more. Selina frowned and just wanted to speak. She found Norton's cold eyes looking at her, and suddenly she woke up. Please wait for a moment, Mr. Su, I will ask for instructions. If it doesn't work, we will express our apologies in another way. Selina said this very politely, nodded to the two of them and left the box. If it were me, I would offer 50 million, Norton said directly. If you dare to play tricks in this regard, you must pay the price. The big guys are not for you to fool. After Selina left the box, she reported everything to her boss. Billy rubbed his head and understood what Norton meant by the cold eyes he looked at Selina. However, he was a little reluctant to sell this golden star disc for 120 million. After thinking about it seriously, he called the chairman and reported the matter truthfully. Sell it, the price is 100 million, as our apology Billy, you arranged for someone to cross the line when he bid 250 million. He is the president of the Apocalypse Group, not an ordinary rich man. This is because his temper has changed recently, otherwise, you will definitely suffer. The chairman knew very well who Su Pinggan was. Since the establishment of the Apocalypse Group, it has experienced a lot of things. Those waves of attacks in secret did not make Su Pinggan succumb, but made the Apocalypse Group stronger and stronger. Small single-person attack submarine, such a big thing, the United States only fined 500 million euros to settle it. From this point we can see the power of the Apocalypse Group. Su Pinggan has the power to make the United States cautious. Thank you, Chairman, I will execute it immediately. Billy is also an old man in the arena. Although he doesn't know some things, he also knows that the Apocalypse Group is a very powerful international giant. Soon, the matter came to an end. Selina re-entered the box to apologize, and sold the golden star disc for 100 million. Su Pinggan smiled and gave 2 checks. Leave the items to my bodyguard. After saying that, he waved his hand. This time, Selina knew what she should do. She smiled at the two and left the box directly. The auction was going on normally. Su Pinggan bought another set of 8 ancient books, and Norton bought another oil painting. When it was almost over, the two left the venue. Wait for my call. I will call you in advance, Norton said to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan nodded, and the two shook hands and separated directly. They got into their own cars. Su Pinggan went directly back to the hotel. The bodyguard put down Su Pinggan's auction items and left. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Su Pinggan got up, took out the golden disc, added pure water to it, and then put it on the balcony to receive the starlight, and turned back to the living room. About 30 minutes later, Su Pinggan stood up and went to the balcony. Looking at the golden star disc, the stars marked in it began to emit a faint light, not like reflection. Star Spirit, what is this thing? Why is it so strange? Su Pinggan asked curiously. This item should not be made by you humans. The technology it contains exceeds your civilization. The voice of the Star Spirit sounded in Su Pinggan's mind. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520. Isn't it just spending money? Are you kidding me? How could such an item appear on Earth? Su Pinggan asked in surprise. How did you humans come into being? According to your current theory of evolution, you evolved from apes step by step, but why do a considerable number of people in the scientific community not admit this? In addition to being written into textbooks in your country, many foreign countries have clearly told students about this. The theory of evolution is not necessarily correct, because humans have spent more than a century on archaeological excavations and have not found any evidence of the evolution of apes into humans. There are 2 theories. One is that the Earth has undergone tremendous changes that have obliterated the evidence. Second, human evolution is definitely not natural evolution, I can't give you an answer to this question either. There are humans in the high-dimensional world, but there is no way to verify how they appeared, Xingling said directly. Su Pingyan was completely confused at this moment. He didn't know what to do. It took him a while to recover. Are there really other intelligent civilizations in the universe? I didn't scan this dimension. I just merged with you when I crossed the space. I am an alien in this dimension. If I appear, I will be annihilated by the will of the dimension. When you can build a spaceship that can sail in space, let's go for a walk in space. This golden star disk is 7 centuries ahead of you in technology, the star spirit said directly. What is the use of the golden star disk? Su Pingyan continued to ask. Gathering life substances, it can purify pure water. Through the magnetic force between the planets, it allows water molecules to contain a trace of life substances that are beneficial to carbon-based life. If you keep drinking it once a month for 10 years, your physical fitness will grow greatly, and your speed, strength, endurance, mental strength, immunity, vision, hearing, perception, and internal organs will all grow. There are no other effects. This should be part of a device. Now it only has this little effect. This device should be said to be a device used by carbon-based creatures to purify water that is 2 levels higher than your human technology, just like the water purifier invented by humans now, the star spirit said directly. The originally joyful expression on Su Pingyan's face became lost. It will take 10 years to have an effect. This is too slow. Life matter is a substance beyond the scope of your human understanding. Even a trace of it is a great blessing for you. Life matter is a substance necessary for evolution. I don't know about other planets. I haven't found any material on Earth that can make humans evolve. With this golden star disk, your children will definitely be smarter than ordinary people in the future. No matter what you learn, your ability to accept it exceeds that of ordinary people. For you, it is a treasure that can be inherited and the foundation for the birth of a super family. The words of the star spirit made Su Pingyan start to think deeply. If my parents drink it, will it increase their lifespan? Su Pingyan asked. Yes, the effect is very weak and must be persisted for a long time. However, I suggest that you don't give it to your parents. Life matter is not a repair substance and cannot repair already weakened organs. Long-term drinking will cause cell conflict problems inside the organs and accelerate the death of already decaying cells. It is recommended to drink it once a year, the star spirit said truthfully. You mean that this kind of life matter only works on cells that are full of vitality? Su Pingyan said with doubt. Yes, if you can find this device, you may be able to get life matter that can restore cell vitality, the star spirit admitted. Can you make equipment to improve the golden star disk? Su Pingyan said with shining eyes. Yes, but there is no material. According to analysis, this kind of material does not exist on your Earth. Even if you have the blueprint, you can't make it. Xingling said it very straightforwardly, which made Su Pingyan feel like a cat's claw. The expression on Su Pingyan's face changed back and forth, and he soon made a decision: sponsor a few archaeological teams and let them look for it. It doesn't cost much money every year. Besides, the special pattern on this golden star disk is very representative. I don't believe there will be no news at all. This is also an unexpected gain. I can't believe that there is such a thing on Earth. The Earth where you humans exist is really strange. According to my classification, there are actually several civilization systems, which is impossible in other dimensions. Humans and other creatures will evolve and develop towards a single civilization system. With so many civilization systems and chaotic existence, I really don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse for you humans. After Xingling finished speaking, Su Pingyan frowned. After a while, Su Pingyan finally woke up from his thoughts. He stopped thinking about it. Anyway, he couldn't figure out this big topic. He would talk about it tomorrow. He went to take a shower and go to bed. When he got up the next day, he drank the water in the golden star plate directly. He felt it carefully, but there was no reaction. He didn't think too much. He packed it up and went to the airport. He flew directly to France today. After returning to the manor, Su Pingyan started to make phone calls. He first called Waltz of Shianki Steel Group and immediately arranged to produce a batch of special steel. 9 metals such as iron, gold, and silver are used to produce a steel brick in a certain proportion. At the same time, 12 steel columns are produced with this material. Steel bricks and steel columns have detailed specifications and must be produced strictly in accordance with the specifications. After production is completed, they will be sent to Su Pingyan's manor in France according to a certain proportion. 1 copy will be sent to Shianki Island, One copy will be sent to Address Island, one copy will be sent to the headquarters of Shianki Group in J-City, and one copy will be sent to Hangzhou Science and Technology Center. Walt certainly didn't dare to refuse, and immediately agreed to give priority to producing what the president needs. Su Pinggan was very satisfied to hear this. This is a small alter pattern given by Zingling. Su Pinggan couldn't stand it anymore. He told Su Pinggan that it didn't work. Su Pinggan refused to give up and had to buy it even if it didn't work. Isn't it just spending money? Now the only thing left for the poor is money. After hanging up the phone, he started to make calls. This time he called Zhou Wei, who was doing archaeological work in Colombia. He took photos of the patterns on the Golden Star disk and sent them to Zhou Wei, asking Zhou Wei to help pay attention to these patterns and notify Su Pinggan directly if he found similar ones. After finishing his work, Su Pinggan calmed down a little and assigned a task to Liu Wenjin and Darina to select 5 archaeological teams with good reputation worldwide. Every year, there are many archaeological teams seeking sponsorship. Many of them are professional teams. They excavate and survive by relying on the sponsors behind them. Show them the photos of the Golden Star disk pattern. They must always pay attention to this pattern and report it immediately if they find it. The next day, Su Pinggan began to inspect the French branch of Apocalypse Game Company. Jacques accompanied Su Pinggan to inspect various departments of the company. Last year, the French branch of Apocalypse Game Company achieved good results. Not only Apocalypse Game Company, but also all the PC games that purchased the voice control system license have ushered in the peak of profits, especially World of Warcraft, which firmly occupied the throne of the world's largest game company revenue. This large-scale online PC game that has been running for more than 10 years has ushered in its second spring. The emergence of the voice control system has made many handicapped players start to go crazy. Various PKs and battles between the Alliance and the Horde are all over the game world. The accumulation of players is too deep. Except for China, which is not the first in the number of players, it is basically the first in the number of players in other countries. When seeing this report, Su Pinggan wanted to slap himself twice. Unexpectedly, the voice control system directly made World of Warcraft a success. Don't mention the regret in your heart. If you can do it again, you would rather continue to endure the big client and never give World of Warcraft a license. This deal is a big loss. Activision Blizzard was very happy. Originally, they thought they had suffered a loss, but they didn't know that it would end like this. Fortunately, they agreed to the deal and paid a few patents that were about to be outdated to get this technology. It was really a big bargain. The work of the French branch of Apocalypse Games, World of Chaos, has also ushered in development. Large-scale online games have seen a huge increase, but the sales of standalone games have begun to decline sharply. The one who suffered the most here is Ubisoft. After all, people are social creatures. Everyone is eager to communicate and recognize. After all, only a few people focus on standalone games. After inspecting the circle, returning to the office to chat with Jacques, and communicating for a while, Su Pinggan directly called Yi Changlin and formally launched an acquisition invitation to Activision Blizzard. Su Pinggan did not intend to endure it. Seeing the profits passing in vain, he was heartbroken and could not bear it. At the same time, he issued a lobbying contract to Venus Escort Group. In cooperation with Apocalypse Games' acquisition of Activision Blizzard, Venus Escort Group considered it again and again, accepted the contract, and began to move. A day later, Yi Changlin of Apocalypse Games offered €8 billion to acquire Activision Blizzard in full in cash. After receiving this invitation, the president of Activision Blizzard was directly angry. Just one day later, a U.S. media outlet broke the news that Apocalypse Group officially launched its acquisition of Activision Blizzard, which directly caused a great stir. The president of Activision Blizzard directly held a press conference to announce that he rejected the acquisition and called on all players to boycott Apocalypse Group's acquisition. They must boycott for the sake of World of Warcraft. This news also caused an uproar in China. Netizens all supported Apocalypse Group's actions, but the agents of World of Warcraft firmly opposed it and began to frantically boycott Apocalypse Group's acquisition of Blizzard. Just kidding, if it was really acquired by Apocalypse Group, the agent's company would be finished. Now it completely relies on World of Warcraft to maintain its face and popularity. Without this, the company's stock price will definitely plummet. Europe is also divided into two factions. One faction firmly opposes Blizzard's acquisition by Apocalypse Group, and the other faction firmly supports Apocalypse Group's acquisition of Blizzard. It was a big deal on the internet. Su Pinggan directly added fuel to the fire, announcing on his Twitter and Facebook accounts that once Apocalypse Group completed the acquisition, he would recall the creator of World of Warcraft back to the company and give his team absolute autonomy to be responsible for the development of World of Warcraft. Chapter 521 Su, give up. Su Pinggan not only expressed his position, but also sent people to contact these founders who had left to confirm Su Pinggan's commitment. Soon, several founders began to make comments. After receiving Su Pinggan's invitation, Su Pinggan did express that he would give them enough autonomy and was currently considering it. This statement reassured many players and they stopped making trouble. Bruce, as Su Pinggan's representative, had already arrived in the United States and started to work, cooperating with Ernst & Young, and began to conquer cities and territories frantically. A few days later, 6 shareholders of Blizzard announced that they had sold their shares to Apocalypse Group, which already held 11% of Activision Blizzard's shares. This news made President Moss restless. After discussing with several people, he wrote directly to the Ministry of Commerce, hoping that the Ministry of Commerce could stop the acquisition of Apocalypse Group. The Ministry of Commerce was also uncomfortable. Since this incident happened, the Black Palace has not given any opinions. There was no way. The head of the Ministry of Commerce went to the Black Palace in person, but the reply he got was that the head was still considering it and there was no result yet. Things are temporarily delayed, and Activision Blizzard is also restless. It is related to their own jobs. No one dares to be careless. No one dares to be careless. President Moss is active every day. Discrediting Apocalypse Game Company is not feasible. Players all know that Apocalypse Game Company is one of the game companies that pays the most attention to players. The Fairyland Civilization theme park is the best example. It can only be carried out through other methods, but these methods are not very effective. The situation is very anxious. At this time, the news of Apocalypse Steel Group holding a press conference came out. Su Pinggan also inspected the French branch and flew to the Japanese branch for inspection. He was taking a hot spring bath with Watanabe Yoko. There was a TV next to the hot spring, and the situation of the press conference could be seen. The global steel industry is weak. Are you so confident that the steel group can make a profit? Watanabe Yoko asked with a blush on her face. Su Pinggan's face was also red, and he raised his hand to drink a glass of wine. You look slowly. There is no weak industry, only weak products. Apocalypse products must be the peak. Waltz explained it on stage himself. Ordinary people may not feel anything, but those who know the business all took a deep breath. The 3 categories of products of Yankee Steel Group completely beat the products on the market now. Hardness, toughness, tension and other aspects are all leading, especially in aerospace materials, which makes many people jealous. It can allow satellites or space stations in outer space to operate for a few more years, which can save a lot of money. The media that broadcast live are also very smart. They have invited some experts in this field to give on-site explanations to let ordinary people understand the difference between steel materials. Many people have an expression of sudden enlightenment. They all began to look forward to Waltz announcing the price. The product is a good product. Yankee Group has always been in the style of the price. Will it be the same as before, with a high price? Soon, Waltz announced the price, and everyone began to be shocked. The price of ordinary steel is even cheaper than that of China, and the price of the double-grained steel, which is better than rebar, is the same as the market price. As expected, the price of aerospace materials is high, which is 200% higher than the current market price. This result makes all countries feel painful. It's still the same. The steel group is not responsible for delivery. The reason why the price is low is to give benefits to dealers and let dealers reduce the freight burden. We are a humane company. When Waltz said this, the reporters below were collectively contemptuous, and the people in front of the TV also had contemptuous expressions on their faces. The dealers who have cooperated with the Apocalypse Group were even more contemptuous. It's too shameless. It's just to save freight, and you say it so high-soundingly. If you have the ability, don't let us bear the freight. Next, Waltz announced that it had signed contracts with 38 dealers. At the same time, it has obtained aviation material orders from 6 countries, with a total transaction amount of 4 billion euros. Seeing this, Watanabe Yoko moved in the water and got into Su Pinggan's arms. Why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could short some steel company stocks and make another fortune? It's a pity. The stock prices of steel companies such as Kobe Steel are not low. After this news broke, the prices will definitely fall a lot." Watanabe looked regretful. Patting Watanabe on the shoulder, he said, "What we did the last few times was too obvious. Many countries know it well, but they just didn't point it out. Some things must be done in moderation. Understand, how can the price of ordinary steel be compressed so low?" Watanabe asked again, drawing circles on Su Pinggan's chest with her fingers. "The price of iron ore in Africa is very low. The location of the steel group has a great geographical advantage, which is very beneficial. In addition, the equipment of the steel group is another advantage. The last aspect is the process. The steel group's process is ahead of other steel companies, and the scrap steel produced is very small. Adding up several aspects, our cost is much lower than any other steel company. Take your time. As the sales of aviation materials increase, the price of ordinary steel will also be gradually adjusted. For the time being, in order to ensure the production quota, we will operate like this. Anyway, the profit margin is very objective, so there is no rush. Besides, the export port is under the responsibility of the steel group. A large commercial district has been invested in the port town. When the port becomes more and more developed, this commercial district will also bring very good profits. Taking all aspects into consideration, the annual profit of the steel group will not be less," Su Pinggan explained with a smile, and Watanabe finally understood what was going on. After talking for a while, the two of them hesitated and their breathing became a little heavier, and they left the hot spring to rest. A week later, when Su Pinggan was about to leave Japan, he received a call from Cheng Jialu. The weight loss product had been tested on 50 fat people, and the effect was amazing. After Su Pinggan inquired about the situation in detail, he hung up the phone. He sat there alone thinking. Ding ding ding, the phone rang again. He picked up the phone and smiled bitterly. It was Herbert, chairman of the Swiss Roche Pharmaceutical Group. Needless to say, it must be for weight loss products. "Herbert, what's the matter?" Su Pinggan picked up the phone and said helplessly. Herbert sneered in his heart when he heard Su Pinggan's words. "What's the matter? You don't know what's the matter. You can feel your unwillingness across the phone line. Su, the weight loss product is very perfect. 50 volunteers have lost weight perfectly. Everyone has undergone a comprehensive physical examination in more than 3 hospitals. All aspects are very good and have not caused any discomfort to the body. I suggest that the 5 of us meet to discuss the product to the market." Herbert directly stated his purpose. Su Pinggan felt disgusted. It was painful to divide up so much money like this. "Okay, but I feel that the shares between us must be redistributed. According to the information I got, your researchers have not contributed much. The shares of Shianki Group should be increased," Su Pinggan said with a dark face. "You are dreaming. We have an agreement and must act in accordance with the contract. Otherwise, I will sue directly in the High Court," Herbert said bluntly. "The contract stipulates that if there is any objection, it must be resolved in the Shiancheo court," Su Pinggan said with a stiff face. Herbert rubbed his temples. "Su, give up. No matter where we are, we will not give up profits. My Roche Pharmaceuticals group will not agree to it, and other companies will not agree to it. Herbert, our 2 companies have invested so much, and the shares they occupy are a bit small. The 3 of them must give up a certain amount of shares to meet our profits. Please consider it," Su Pinggan said, changing his strategy. Herbert smiled and shook his head. "Su, come to Switzerland in 3 days, and proceed according to the agreement. The 5 of us can maximize profits by working together. Respect the contract. Although the 3 of them have not invested much in research and development, they have to increase their investment in global advertising. Everyone has contributed, and the current share division is reasonable. We know you are unwilling, but this is the reality. We did not expect such a return when we invested. This is God's will. Let's meet and talk. I'll fly directly to Interlaken, Switzerland tomorrow," Su Pinggan said helplessly. "I'll arrange a hotel for you. It's absolutely beautiful. I hope we can have a pleasant meeting," Herbert said directly. The 2 talked for a few words and hung up the phone. Su Pinggan stood up, walked to the corridor, looked at the small pond in front of him, and sighed deeply. "I'm afraid this matter really has to be done according to the contract. Dalina, notify everyone. We will fly directly to Interlaken, Switzerland tomorrow," Su Pinggan said loudly. Darina, who was sitting on the side drinking tea, began to call to notify and let the plane prepare to fly to Switzerland instead of returning to China for the time being. Su Pingyan was very wild at night. Liu Wenjin and Darina both heard Watanabe Yoko's cry in the room. They knew in their hearts that Su Pingyan was holding back a lot of anger. The next day, both of them had dark circles under their eyes. After breakfast, they went straight to the airport. Watanabe Yoko saw Su Pingyan off and then returned to the company. His skin was delicate and shiny, which was very attractive. After getting on the plane, Darina and Liu Wenjin went straight back to their rooms to sleep. They had to have a good rest. Su Pingyan sat on the sofa with a glass of water and thought about things. After a long flight, the plane landed. When Su Pingyan and others walked out of the airport, they saw the vehicle sent by Roche Pharmaceuticals Group and got in the car and went directly to the hotel. The hotel they stayed in this time was specially arranged by Herbert. It is in the east of the city, not far from a nature reserve. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the scenery in the distance. Su Pingyan's room was specially selected. Knowing Su Pingyan's habits, the lighting is very good and the space is large enough. I hope that Su Pingyan will not make any more trouble during the negotiation. Chapter 522. This gamble is interesting. In the evening, Herbert invited Su Pingyan to dinner. Dinner was one thing, but it was necessary to communicate in advance. For his own reputation, Su Pingyan could only nod his head and the contract must be abided by. After 2 days of rest, the chairman of the other companies also arrived. Su Pingyan, chairman of Shianki Group, Mayer, chairman of Eli Lilly Pharmaceutical Group, Saul, chairman of Novartis Pharmaceutical Group, Johnson, chairman of GlaxoSmithKline Pharmaceutical Group, Herbert, chairman of Roche Group. In the large conference room at the headquarters of Roche Pharmaceutical Group, the 5 big men began to discuss the launch of weight loss products. According to the contract, the newly established weight loss direct operated enterprise will be headed by Estherine, vice president of Roche Pharmaceutical Group, as general manager, and a vice president of GlaxoSmithKline Group named Gady will be transferred to serve as deputy general manager. The company name is Health Miracle Company. Shianki Group is responsible for dispatching financial personnel, and the other companies have the right to check accounts at any time. Eli Lilly Pharmaceutical Group, Novartis Pharmaceutical Group, and GlaxoSmithKline Group are the only ones responsible for advertising expenses. It must be promoted globally, targeting 10 relatively wealthy countries, and they must also be countries with a lot of fat people. The United States, China and Europe are the focus. The headquarters of Health Miracle is located in the British Virgin Islands, a tax haven that will increase everyone's profits. No one objects to the proposal, and no one thinks they earn too much. Su Pingyan has called Niels in advance. 5 financial staff will arrive tomorrow, and the rest of the staff are also required to be in place within 2 days. Normal work will then begin. Esther has done a lot of work in advance and has established many direct sales stores, but has not launched large-scale publicity. She only focuses on training personnel. At that time, those who pass the assessment will serve as supervisors at various locations. The meeting lasted a whole day. Although the other chairmen were old, they persisted all day. In the evening, everyone had a meal together before they rested. A press conference was held a week later, and the new weight loss officially kicked off. To be honest, including Su Pingyan, everyone was looking forward to it, to see how many people were willing to throw tens of thousands of euros to lose weight. The next day, the 5 companies jointly issued an invitation to all major media to come to Interlaken. There was a major announcement, and no media dared to be careless. The joint notice issued by the 5 major groups was definitely not a trivial matter. They all sent their best soldiers to Interlaken, Switzerland. Time passed slowly. On this day, the 5 chairmen appeared at a press conference. To build momentum? They were all heavyweights, so it would definitely cause a sensation. They introduced the product to the media and released the information of 50 volunteers. They had signed an agreement in advance. They would help you lose weight for free, and correspondingly, they would use you as promotional materials. They also talked about how the product came out. It was the result of an accidental breakthrough when researching superimmune products. Although the immunity did not improve much, it was amazing in terms of weight loss. The general manager of Health Miracle, Esther, and the deputy general manager, Gady, all showed up. The 2 of them will be fully responsible for the operation of the weight loss product. Health Miracle promised that there would be no rebound within a year, and there was no need to control diet. You can do what you usually do. This is the crystallization of the latest technology, breaking the harm of traditional weight loss drugs to the body. At the same time, the information of 50 people who successfully lost weight began to circulate on the internet. The pictures before and after weight loss were compared, and the effect was amazing. These 50 people came from more than 30 countries around the world, and the coverage was absolutely sufficient. The next day, the photos of Su Pinggan and the other 5 people were on the front page of major media, which caused a sensation. After all, the New Human Project was a global sensation at that time. Eli Lilly, Novartis, and GlaxoSmithKline began to launch the publicity campaign arranged by the 3 pharmaceutical groups, and began to bombard the world with press conferences. The chairman of the 6 companies that withdrew from the New Human Project wanted to vomit blood after seeing the news. Who the hell could have thought that such a byproduct would be produced? No, when Su Pinggan played the video, it showed that a cow was skinny and bony. How could I ignore this point? Damn it, it's really damn it. Now I can only watch the 5 major groups make a lot of money, and they all regret it. The chairman of 2 groups directly submitted their resignations. Although the board of directors was also very uncomfortable, they still tried to retain them. The 2 thought that they were old and their brains could not keep up, so they resolutely resigned. The board of directors could only elect a new chairman, and the company was bound to experience some turmoil. On one side, they were frantically making money, and on their side, the company was in turmoil. The board of directors felt very uncomfortable and wanted to make trouble, but finally gave up after thinking about it. None of the 5 groups was easy to deal with. They were all rogues. It was said that Su Pinggan had quarreled with the other 4 several times in order to get more shares. Now that the profits of the 5 groups were messed up, there would definitely be a big storm. Just bear it, go on vacation directly, out of sight, out of mind. The 5 people are still staying in Switzerland, waiting for a week to see what the result is, to see how many people are willing to spend money, all with a certain curiosity. Time passed slowly, a week passed in a blink of an eye, and the data came out. After seeing the data, all 5 people were a little silly, and the proportion of women was as high as 87%. There were 87 women in 100 customers, which was something no one had expected, and they all chose the full set of packages, which was the most expensive package. The imperial capital of the Celestial Empire, the Magic City, and Shenzhen, 3 cities have set up 15 direct-operated stores, covering a large area, with 3 floors. After a comprehensive physical examination, they started to use the medicine. Just as advertised, no taboos, you can eat whatever you want, you will lose weight successfully in 2 months, and it is guaranteed that there will be no rebound within a year. Both parties have signed a contract. With a contract, people feel very relieved. Besides, this is a company jointly invested and established by the 5 major groups. They are all well-known enterprises. Even if the monks run away, the temples cannot run away. Those who can afford it have begun to pay for the package to lose weight. Women dare to take out loans for beauty. It is very crazy. Meyer of Eli Lilly Pharmaceutical Group curled his lips and said with emotion, "Men must consider their affordability when they see this price, but women don't even consider it. They are really willing to spend money. I am convinced, this is better. The more fat you have on your body, the more obvious the weight loss effect. Is there a better way to promote it than this? When these women lose weight, just relying on word of mouth, we don't need to worry about having no customers. This time, I really didn't expect that women in China would be so willing to spend money. The cost is as high as 70,000 yuan, and so many women would pay for it," said Herbert of Roche Pharmaceutical Group with emotion. "These are all small matters. I think we need to send an inspection team to China to see if the branches have received foreign guests. Those who dare to violate the regulations must be severely punished," Su Pinggan said at the side. Everyone nodded, and Johnson, chairman of GlaxoSmithKline Pharmaceuticals, said directly, "I will arrange it immediately and prosecute one if I find one." The inspection team is under the charge of GlaxoSmithKline Pharmaceuticals, which is only responsible for the 5 chairmen. General Manager Esther Lin has no control over the inspection team. The inspection team is small and consists of 15 private detectives. These people are selected from retired police officers in China and various countries and private detectives in Hong Kong. They are all capable and are responsible for investigations in Asia. After all, the prices in East Asia are several times lower than those in Europe and the United States, so it is not possible to be strict. Have you noticed that European men are more willing to spend money than American men? According to statistics, The number of European men is higher than that of the United States. You know, the number of fat people in the United States is the highest among all countries, said Sol, chairman of Novartis Pharmaceuticals. No one, including Su Pinggan, noticed this and started looking through the information. Soon, Sol, the chairman of Novartis Pharmaceuticals Group, spoke up. This is understandable. After all, everyone has had a hard time in the past 2 years because of trade issues. The U.S. economy is far from as promising as the published data. I really don't know how long this situation will last, Sol said with emotion. Herbert smiled and said, to be honest, I had the idea of raising prices for the U.S., but I had to hold back with great difficulty. Everyone else laughed. The Black House was against everything, the earth, and society. There was no one in the business community who didn't feel disgusted. Because of the president's willfulness, they all lost a lot of money. It seems that the situation has stabilized now. It will explode in 2 months. After so many people have successfully lost weight, more people will be unable to resist. Now many people are waiting and watching, and the United States is the same. The United States has the most weight loss products in the world. The effects are effective at the time, but rebound soon, and people are hurt. After the relevant regulations were introduced, this situation was curbed, but it also made American fat people suffer a lot. They are generally worried that they will spend money but still cannot solve the problem of obesity in the end. I'll make a bet with you. After the first month of 2 months, the growth rate of Americans buying weight loss packages will be the highest, definitely higher than Europe and Asia. Whoever bets, just 500,000 euros for the sake of it, said Mayer, chairman of Eli Lilly Pharmaceuticals, with a smile. Su Pinggan smiled and said, this bet is interesting. I'm participating. I bet it's not the United States that has the highest bet. Mayer smiled and didn't say anything, but looked at the others. As a result, only Herbert of Roche Pharmaceuticals nodded to participate, and the other two did not participate in the bet. Okay, Su and Herbert's participation, now close the channel, we will see the effect when the time comes, said Mayer with a smile. It was soon noon as they chatted and laughed. They had a meal together and then went their separate ways. Su Pinggan had already stated that he would be returning directly to China tomorrow, and there was no need to be seen off. He just shook hands with everyone and left. Chapter 523 He is a man, not a god. After a night, Su Pinggan left on a special plane the next day and hurried back to China. Space Mining had already assembled the first rocket and planned to test launch it. For several months, all the accessories were delivered to Shianki Space Mining Company on time. Lu Zion coordinated the arrangement of personnel for installation and testing. This was the latest type of reusable rocket. It was the first launch, so we couldn't be careless and had to conduct multiple tests. The plane slowly landed at Dunhuang Airport. Lu Zion and the motorcade were waiting outside the airport. Su Pinggan got into the car as soon as he walked out of the airport and headed straight to the Space Mining Company. The company has its own guest house, especially the largest one on the top floor, which is reserved for Su Pinggan. No one is allowed to stay there. It is only used when Su Pinggan comes. It has been cleaned 3 times yesterday. Let's go to the rocket launch site first. I want to take a look, Su Pinggan said directly, and Su Zhengang, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, immediately began to notify the motorcade on the intercom. There was no conversation along the way. Soon, the motorcade entered the Space Mining Company and headed straight to the launch site. It stopped at the edge of the launch site and Su Pinggan got off the car directly. The rocket in the distance has been erected. The black body is covered with the latest carbon fiber material, and the lower part is 6 huge brackets. The hole is much larger than the average rocket. When Su Pinggan was sighing, the star spirit spoke in Su Pinggan's mind. The rocket has a flaw and is expected to explode about 1,550 meters in the air. Su Pinggan's mind was confused and he was about to ask the star spirit what the problem was. The star spirit spoke again. Humans accept success after failure. Your one-time success will attract the attention of many organizations. Failure once may not be a bad thing. The loss of 100 million euros is worth it. Hearing this, Su Pinggan pondered, turned his head and looked at Lu Zion and asked, when will we get approval to launch, President? According to the approval of the relevant departments, we can launch at any time in the next half-month. We only need to file with the relevant departments 3 days in advance, Lu Zion answered truthfully. Have you checked everything? Have you installed monitoring devices? Su Pinggan continued to ask. President, we are very careful in this launch. We have installed monitoring equipment in various parts. If it fails, we can know which part is the problem and conduct targeted review, Lu Xian said very confidently. Su Pinggan nodded and continued to ask, according to your plan, when can we launch? According to our project team's investigation of the weather conditions, the best launch time is 1 p.m. the day after tomorrow, Lu Xian blurted out. Su Pinggan nodded and said, prepare according to the plan. After speaking, he took out his mobile phone and took a photo of the black rocket, turned around and got in the car, and everyone followed him in the car, and the convoy drove towards the guest house. Even though it was his own guest house, Su's Hangyang still took people to test a room first. After confirming that there was no problem, he took people away and let Su Pinggan rest. Su Pinggan did not rest either, but issued a statement on Weibo, Twitter, and Facebook, the three major social software, that the rocket of Apocalypse Space Mining Company would be launched on time at 1 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Then he sent it out directly with the photos he had just taken. Many people were watching Su Pinggan's social account. Many people saw it and immediately forwarded it crazily. Many people were shocked that the Apocalypse Group could actually launch a rocket by itself. It was so sci-fi. In the Celestial Empire, the news that the Apocalypse Group launched its first rocket directly topped the hot search list of major platforms. Many media began to contact the space mining company, hoping to obtain the live broadcast rights. Lu Xian and others received a lot of calls and directly called to ask Su Pinggan's opinion. Su Pinggan thought for a while and said, promise them that each live broadcast authorization will cost 3 million, if you want to buy it out exclusively, 200 million, anyway, this rocket is going to fail, and it is necessary to recover some of the losses. Don't refuse the money that is delivered to your door. Although the mosquito's legs are thin, they are also meat. Only 3 hours after the incident, Su Pinggan was awakened by a phone call in his sleep. President, XX Satellite TV has purchased the holiday live broadcast rights for 200 million, Lu Xian's voice was filled with excitement in his report. Su Pinggan was also quite surprised. XX TV was bold. It said directly, sell it. Tell them that the launch date will not change. It's up to them to decide what to do. If you can cooperate, please cooperate. The key departments will be closed directly. Yes, I will reply immediately, Lu Xian said excitedly. Su Pinggan communicated with him about some details and hung up the phone. He was in a good mood and continued to sleep. After XXTV received the reply, it immediately processed the transfer and began to mobilize. It directly chartered a plane to send elite soldiers to lead the personnel to the space mining company. People from other departments immediately launched publicity and advertising activities. The official website of Apocalypse Space Mining Company released the news. XXTV has purchased the exclusive live broadcast rights. Please ask our friends to watch the first rocket launch of Apocalypse Group through XXTV. After the news spread, XXTV was overjoyed and moved faster, especially the advertising department, which negotiated crazily and all kinds of gimmicks were flying all over the sky. The network group also began to build momentum in major forums. This was the first time that a private enterprise in China launched a rocket. Was it a success or a failure? Did Apocalypse Group really have the ability to launch a rocket? Say whatever you want to attract people, all for the purpose of attracting traffic. That night, XX Satellite TV reached an agreement with a video website, selling the live broadcast rights for 150 million yuan. Currently, the TV station has negotiated advertising fees of more than 70 million yuan. The cost of 200 million yuan has been recovered and it has started to make a profit. In the middle of the night, the live broadcast team had already arrived at the Apocalypse Space Mining Company, and Lu Xian arranged for them to go to rest directly. The next morning, they were divided into two groups, one to set up equipment, and the other to interview the heads of various departments. After learning that Su Pinggan was also there, they proposed to conduct an exclusive interview. Darren asked Su Pinggan, and Su Pinggan agreed directly. At noon that day, the news of Su Pinggan's interview had spread, and the people of XX Satellite TV began to work non-stop. Interview columns can also have advertisements, and we must work hard to create a new high in profits. Soon, it was sold to an online video company for a simultaneous live broadcast at a price of 50 million yuan, and earned another 30 million yuan. Soon, Su Pinggan's exclusive interview began. The female host shook hands with Su Pinggan with excitement and sat down to start the interview. The topic revolved around this rocket launch. As time went on, The ratings were rising. When asked about the gap between China's private rocket companies and the United States' private rocket companies, Su Pinggan began to show off. Private companies in the United States can do it, an Apocalypse Group can do it, and we can do better in the future. This sentence directly swept the screen, and the online video website was full of barrages. Where the enemy can go, I can go too. This is a domineering statement, worthy of being Su Pinggan, who dares to say that no matter what the result is, just for your courage, I support you, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. The boss of the video website was also excited. Traffic, this is all money, and the 50 million is really worth it. Traffic is money, pop-up ads are also money, and interstitial ads are still money. Many ads are calculated based on your traffic. With such high traffic, the website has begun to make a profit. After an exclusive interview, XX Satellite TV has begun to get excited. It has already made a profit of 200 million, and tomorrow's live broadcast launch will also make a profit. This exclusive buyout is really a wise decision. Inside the satellite TV station, there are as many as 200 people active on the internet, leading various topics to hype up the topic of rocket launch. It is not common to earn hundreds of millions in just a few days. Everyone is working very hard for their bonuses. This day passed, and the next day, at 10 o'clock in the afternoon, the live broadcast of XX Satellite TV began, reporting various details. At more than 12 o'clock, Su Pinggan and a group of senior executives had already appeared in the on-site hall. Watching through the huge LED screen, time passed little by little. When it was almost 1 o'clock, Lu Zion asked Su Pinggan for instructions. Su Pinggan nodded, and Lu Zion issued an order to launch on time. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, ignition. The controller pressed the ignition button. Boom boom boom, the rocket began to spew violent flames, and the rocket began to slowly rise into the air. Many people began to get excited. The successful launch was worth celebrating. Now it depends on whether the rocket can turn around in the sky and land smoothly. Everyone began to stare at the screen, and soon, the harsh sound of beep 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 was heard. Not good, Zhao Chengquang shouted and started to operate in front of the computer. Boom boom boom, a huge explosion sound came from the speakers. Everyone watching the live broadcast could see clearly that the rocket exploded in the air. This time the rocket launch failed. Su Pinggan didn't notice that the camera gave him a close-up, with his eyes closed and a painful expression on his face. This picture was spread out, making many people cry. Many people at home and abroad watched the launch of the Apocalypse Group's rocket this time. After seeing the launch failure, many people had mixed feelings. It can be said that many people did not expect the Apocalypse Group's rocket launch to fail. After careful consideration, it feels that the failure of the Apocalypse Group's rocket is a normal performance. He is a human, not a god. Scientific research is not a joke. Scientific research requires luck, and luck cannot represent scientific research. Many places are celebrating wildly, celebrating the failure of the Apocalypse Group's rocket launch. The Apocalypse Group has put too much pressure on them. This failure also shows that space technology is not that simple. If space technology is that simple, there are countries around the world that have the ability to launch rockets. This is a powerful weapon for a great country, and ordinary countries simply do not have this strength. The people of XX Satellite TV began to pack up the equipment. Lu Zion began to comfort people everywhere with tears in his eyes, while Su Pinggan sat there motionless. After the people from the satellite TV station left, Su Pinggan opened his eyes and said, "Dalina, notify all department heads to hold a meeting in 10 minutes, and let Lu Zion arrange people to start searching for the rocket debris." Dalina immediately went to convey Su Pinggan's notice. Su Pinggan stood up and walked towards the conference room with Liu Wenjin and others. Those who received the notice also began to gather in the conference room. Soon, everyone arrived at the conference room and saw Su Pinggan sitting in the main seat with his eyes closed. They all looked uncomfortable. He sat in his seat without saying a word. The atmosphere in the conference room was very depressing. P.S. I would like to recommend a book by a friend, The Great Era of Heroes. Friends who are short of books can go and have a look. If it suits your taste, you can support it. Chapter 524, I can afford to spend, I can afford to pay. Su Pinggan opened his eyes and looked at everyone. They all had heavy expressions on their faces. Da da da, Su Pinggan tapped the table with his fingers, and everyone looked at him. Look at your condition. How can you work well in this condition? The launch failed. This is a result that none of us want to see. This situation only shows one thing, that we still have a lot of shortcomings. Find out what the shortcomings are specifically to avoid repetitive mistakes. Some losses are enough for us to suffer once. Lu Zion, tell me how long it will take to analyze where the problem is. Su Pinggan turned his head and looked at Lu Zion and said. Lu Zion stood up directly. President, we have a monitoring device installed on the rocket. The alarm was sounded before the rocket exploded. We only need to call up the relevant data to know where the problem is. It is clear at a glance whether it is a problem of human carelessness or a problem of unqualified accessories. Very good, I will give you a week to deal with this matter, and the results will be announced directly to the outside world. There is no need to hide it. Failure in scientific research is very normal. Our rocket is a new type of rocket. Only with failure can there be progress. After finding the problem, we will avoid similar things in the future. After the work is done, everyone will take a week off and submit a new rocket report after a week. I will sign and approve it directly. Your time is very limited. Su Pinggan looked at everyone and said. Hearing Su Pinggan's words, everyone was stunned. The president did not blame us. This was something no one had expected. A rocket is worth hundreds of millions of euros, but it was just passed by so lightly. Everyone knows about carbon crystal solar panels, but do you know how it was born? Professor Nealon, it failed hundreds of thousands of times before it was able to break through and create this epic-making product. I personally reviewed and approved each of you to join the space mining company. What you don't know is that you have been killed out of the resumes of hundreds of thousands of people. I firmly believe that you are talents, the elite among the elites, and you can complete this cycle rocket project, because you are the talent selected by me, Su Pinggan. When Su Pinggan said this, his momentum had risen, and his eyes were sharp, staring at everyone. Everyone sat up straight unconsciously, their eyes gradually regained their brilliance and spirituality, and they looked at Su Pinggan with a very firm look. Please rest assured, President, we will definitely learn from this failure and complete the circular rocket project. Lu Zion stood up and expressed his position. Please rest assured, President, we will definitely complete the project. Everyone stood up. Su Pinggan looked at everyone who had recovered, nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand to let everyone sit down, and looked around at everyone. I believe you can complete it. This idea has not changed. Isn't it just 100 million euros? The Apocalypse Group has nothing else but a lot of money. If it doesn't work once, we will do it twice, and if it doesn't work twice, we will do it 10 times. This is our Apocalypse Group's future development strategy. It must succeed, Su Pinggan said with a firm look in his eyes. Su Pinggan's firm belief has influenced everyone who is working on it. Everyone has a sense of mission in their hearts, and they are determined that they can succeed. I want to see your report in a week now. Do what you need to do, dismissed, Su Pinggan said, and everyone stood up. Su Pinggan stood up, looked at everyone, nodded, and left. Liu Wenjin and Darina followed behind him. Lu Zion looked at everyone. Everyone, we are going to get busy now. Feng Xingqian, take people to search for rocket debris immediately. Zhao Changkong, begin the action. Yes, everyone answered, and began to devote themselves to work with fighting spirit. Lu Zion's spirit and fighting spirit returned, affecting others. The spirit and fighting spirit of the heads of various departments returned, which would affect their subordinates and drive everyone to return to fighting spirit. The people of the entire space mining company began to get busy. The headquarters did not give up this project. It would be launched again in half a month. Everyone was in high spirits. Su Pinggan rested for a night and flew back to the headquarters of J-City the next day. The plane landed directly at the J-City airport. It was too convenient. He took a car and went home to rest. In the outside world, the topic of the failure of the Apocalypse Group's rocket launch was becoming more and more intense. Various analyses were heard, and they began to sing the pessimism of the Apocalypse Group. Su Pinggan knew very well what people outside said, and he didn't care. Miao Yi ran to J-City with a worried look on her face to accompany Su Pinggan, and never mentioned anything about the rockets. Isabella and Songs and Ayu both called Su Pinggan, comforted him for a while, and then hung up the phone. There were still people who cared about him, which made Su Pinggan feel much better. In the morning, Miao Yi accompanied Su Pinggan to start running. Her face was full of energy. She hadn't been with Su Pinggan for a long time, and now they were together and well-nourished. Do you still remember the first time we met? Su Pinggan said while running. Miao Yi blushed. How could I forget? I really didn't think about it now. It's my luck to meet you. If it were someone else, my life might be very miserable. Scandals harm lifelong. Young girls often understand this truth after they suffer losses. Yeah, I didn't think about it at the time. I was just thinking about making a scandal to divert people's attention, Su Pinggan said with a rough breath. After jogging for dozens of meters, the two stopped, panting and sweating. It is good for the body to sweat in the early morning. The outside world is reporting so fiercely now, and it is very pessimistic about your apocalypse group. Don't you plan to say something? Miao Yi asked, and then she took the towel on her arm and began to wipe the sweat. Su Pinggan shook his head and said, I'm not a listed company, I'm not afraid of a ball. They say theirs, I earn mine. They started to walk back, chatting while walking, and they were very energetic. They returned to the room and took a shower together. Su Pinggan left the bathroom first with a refreshed body. Miao Yi rolled her eyes at Su Pinggan, washed and brushed her teeth again, and then left the bathroom, returned to the bedroom to change clothes, and went downstairs to have breakfast together. Liu Wenjin and Darina were already in the restaurant. Following Su Pinggan, the only good habit to develop is to run in the morning to exercise. After dinner, Su Pinggan was drinking tea in the living room, and Darina came over with a tablet. Boss, this American media said too much, should we sue him? After saying that, she handed the tablet to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan took it and browsed through it. This media called Today Morning News belittled Su Pinggan and said that Su Pinggan had nothing but luck. Without luck, Su Pinggan was nothing. Compared with the elites in society, he was far behind. Apocalypse Group was sooner or later bankrupted by Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan browsed through it again and found that the comments of domestic and foreign media were getting worse and worse, and the efforts to discredit Apocalypse Group were getting stronger and stronger. It had reached the point where he had to fight back. He leaned back and started writing on the tablet. Soon, Su Pinggan published an article on Weibo, Twitter, and Facebook. Recently, the Apocalypse Group was criticized by the global media for the failure of the rocket launch. I feel very puzzled. Isn't it just a failure? Why does it feel like the end of the world? I remember that when carbon crystal solar panels came out, Professor Niren failed hundreds of thousands of times before he succeeded. Miao Yuan's super paint also failed hundreds of thousands of times. Dr. Lex super fish oil failed for decades. They persisted in their efforts and finally gave birth to a super product that changed the course of human beings. Apocalypse Group is not a listed company. Is it interesting to belittle it like this? Will the stock price of Apocalypse Group fall? Will the money that Apocalypse Group should earn be reduced by 1 cent? A rocket launch failure only results in a loss of 100 million euros. It doesn't matter. Apocalypse Group has money. If it doesn't work once, we can try 10 times. The maximum cost is 10 billion euros. Is 10 billion euros a lot? I feel like I earned it in one sleep. I believe that the research and development team of Apocalypse Space Mining Company will succeed. They are all elites in the industry. I support them. If it fails once, we will try 10 times. If it doesn't work 10 times, we will try 50 times. Or, try it 100 times, which will only cost 10 billion euros. I can afford it. I can afford it. I don't need you poor bastards to talk nonsense. After Su Pinggan's article was published, everyone who saw it was shocked. People who were eating or drinking directly spit out the food in their mouths. Arrogant, overbearing, and unreasonable. I am rich. If you don't accept it, bite me and see if I can knock your teeth out. Many editors-in-chief of media curled their lips after reading this report. What can you say? People are not fools. Can you say that Su Pinggan is a sin because he is rich? If you say so, you will offend all the rich people. If you refute it, you will automatically be labeled as a poor, jealous and messy person. If you don't refute it, you will be choked up after reading this article. Su Pinggan is not wrong. With the financial resources of Apocalypse Group, it will not be a big deal to experience 10, 50 or 100 launch failures. Apocalypse Group can afford it. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan also saw the article posted by Su Pinggan. Both of them curled their lips. You are really arrogant. You can't play like this even if you have money. After seeing this, many netizens laughed. Only Su Pinggan dared to confront the media like this. Su Pinggan was the final winner of several battles with the media. It's awesome. Su Pinggan has personality. I like it. After being collectively slapped in the face by Su Pinggan, the domestic and foreign media have become more honest. At least the big media will not continue to report this matter. After all, Apocalypse Group has a lot of advertising fees every year. If you offend the financial sponsor, the boss will not agree. Besides, Su Pinggan is a very ruthless guy. If he retaliates against you secretly, it is not something a small reporter can bear. A few days later, Su Pinggan received a report from Lu Xian. The cause of the rocket launch was determined. It was related to the accessories produced by a U.S. company. There was a problem with the quality of the accessories. Have you notified this supplier? Su Pinggan asked. Already notified, they have sent an engineer to confirm, and they will arrive today, Lu Xian replied truthfully. Notify them and give them 10 days to consider whether they agree to compensate us $50 million. If they don't agree, we will sue directly and make the matter public. Su Pinggan gave instructions directly. Chapter 525 I am not satisfied with their progress. I will notify the parts supplier immediately, Lu Xian said immediately. Notify them. After this matter is resolved, I will take a week off. After a week, I will contact the parts supplier to ship the goods directly and build a second rocket. I will strive to conduct a second test launch at the end of the year. This time, all parts must be strictly tested, Su Pinggan said directly. Lu Xian took a deep breath and said, please rest assured, President. This time we will definitely learn from our lessons and never make the same mistake again. If there is a problem again this time, I will resign. What I want is success, not resignation. Resignation is a kind of escape. Solve the problem and stand up again from where you fell. This is what I want. Do you understand? Su Pinggan's tone was reprimanding. I understand, Lu Xian said. After communicating with Su Pinggan for a while, he hung up the phone. A week passed slowly. On this day, Lu Xian called Su Pinggan again. The parts supplier in the United States had no way to argue in the face of facts. The search team had found the wreckage of the rocket, and the problematic parts were clearly placed in front of the parts supplier. There was no way to argue, but this parts supplier did not completely surrender. They began to look for the cause seriously, and finally determined that it was not a technical problem of their own products, but a problem with the raw materials of steel purchased from Japan. The steel was not up to standard, so the American parts supplier was not willing to do it. After negotiating with a Japanese company, they asked for a compensation of $70 million, which was borne by the Japanese Steel Group, and compensated Shanghai Space Mining Company $10 million more in order not to kick themselves out of the supplier system. They hoped that Shanghai Space Mining Company would suppress this matter. Su Pinggan sighed after hearing it. Notify all parts suppliers that all products using the products of the Steel Group as raw materials must be put into the supplier system. Let them ask the American parts supplier for the specific reasons. At the same time, announce that in the future, if there is a problem with any parts, the compensation amount will be increased to 100 million euros. Su Pinggan made up his mind. He did not give the parts supplier less price. It was unforgivable that there were product problems at such a price. Yes, I will send a notice immediately, and the American parts supplier will definitely cooperate very well, Lu Xian said directly. Su Pinggan smiled, told Lu Xian a few words, and hung up the phone. After staying at home for a few days, Miao Yai needed to leave. Miao Yai set up a studio by herself and is currently filming a film in cooperation with Brothers Pictures. Worried about Su Pinggan, he directly announced a holiday and ran over. During this period of time, the crew also suffered certain losses. Other actors did not complain for the sake of Brothers Pictures, but Miao Yai could not always not return to work. Those who know the relationship between Miao Yai and Song Zemin all look at Song Zemin with admiration. Being able to be so tolerant of Miao Yai is really not something that ordinary people can do. Go and tell Mr. Song that when necessary, Apocalypse Video will buy this drama and guarantee that Brothers Pictures will not lose money, Su Pinggan told Miao Yai at the airport. Miao Yai smiled and nodded, gave Su Pinggan a kiss, and walked into the boarding channel with her suitcase. After Su Pinggan could not see Miao Yai, he returned home. The next day, Su Pinggan went to work as scheduled. He had just made tea when Liu Wenjin came in. Boss, Bruce, the lawyer, called. The U.S. Department of Commerce officially rejected our acquisition of Activision Blizzard. The reason is that many companies, including China, believe that the acquisition of Activision Blizzard by Apocalypse Group will create a monopoly in the game industry. Su Pinggan frowned, picked up a cup of tea and thought for a while, and said, "Have you asked Bruce, the lawyer, how many shares have been acquired so far?" After that, He raised his hand and drank it directly. I asked. It is currently the second largest shareholder of Activision Blizzard, with 26% of the shares. If we work harder, we will surpass the 31% of the shares held by its president and become the largest shareholder. Bruce, the lawyer, suggested that we should not give up. Even if we cannot become a wholly owned subsidiary, we can become the largest shareholder. Activision Blizzard has a very rich reserve in game technology. We can acquire it in disguise. It will take some time to achieve the goal, Liu Wenjin reported truthfully. I'll think about it. You can reply and say I will call him tomorrow, Su Pingyan said directly. Liu Wenjin nodded and left. Su Pingyan frowned and began to think alone. After a while, he took the computer and started video chatting. He gave such a big contract to Venus Escort Group. Now the Ministry of Commerce rejected it. He must give himself an explanation. Soon, Mrs. Bach appeared on the computer. Hi, Sue, what's the matter? It's a small matter. The U.S. Department of Commerce rejected my acquisition. Don't you have any explanation? Su Pingyan asked calmly. Sue, this matter is an accident. Activision Blizzard's agents in China have joined forces with agents in more than a dozen countries to write to the U.S. Department of Commerce. In the name of monopoly, they strongly oppose the acquisition of Activision Blizzard by Apocalypse Group. If this matter does not happen, the Ministry of Commerce will not intervene. You should clean up your base camp. Although Mrs. Bach had a smile on her face, her words were not funny at all. When did the U.S. Department of Commerce care about the opinions of agents of a foreign company? Tell me, is there such an example in the United States? Is this excuse interesting? Su Pingyan said bluntly. Sue, you can ask your lawyer. They are well prepared. According to U.S. law, the Ministry of Commerce must consider the issue of monopoly. The other party is very well prepared. Of course, we are not without responsibility. I admit that we have a certain responsibility. We will continue to work hard in the future. At present, you are already the second largest shareholder of Activision Blizzard. In a roundabout way, there is no problem in becoming the largest shareholder. I believe that with your skills, there is no problem in controlling the board of directors. Kick out Blizzard's agent in China. With such a face, he is no longer an agent. Everything submitted is waste paper. We can start lobbying, Mrs. Bach said away. Su Pingyan thought for a while and smiled. Okay, madam, let's do it as you said. Lawyer Bruce will take action in the near future. When Blizzard's agent in China is kicked out, please cooperate with the action. No problem, Sue. You know our reputation, Mrs. Bach smiled. The two communicated for a while and ended the video conference. Su Pingyan picked up the phone and called Bruce directly. After asking, Mrs. Bach was really right, which made Su Pingyan feel painful. The United States is too involved, so he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Bruce, you should have a good talk with Ernst & Young. They have not shown the value of a world-class accounting firm. Tell them clearly that I am very dissatisfied with their progress. If they can't make any changes, I will sign a contract with other accounting firms and select an efficient accounting firm. In addition, you can make a deal with other shareholders of Blizzard and kick Blizzard's agent in China out of the agent team. There are only a few months left this year, and it is not a big deal to not renew the contract, Su Pingyan said calmly. I will take action immediately and talk to other shareholders, Bruce said directly. Pay attention to rest. It's no big deal to spend a little more money. There is no end to the money in this world, Su Pingyan said directly. Thank you, boss. I'm not tired, Bruce said with a smile. By the way, I just communicated with Venus Group. After kicking Blizzard's agent in China out of the agent team, they will start activities and start cooperation. You should keep in touch with them, Su Pingyan reminded. After chatting with Bruce for a while, he hung up the phone, let out a long breath, and said to himself, you also snatched this agency right from others. Now I snatch it back, which is also a justice for the heaven. Star Spirit, help me keep an eye on Blizzard's President Moss. I don't believe he's so clean, Su Pingyan said in his mind. Okay, Commander, Star Spirit replied and fell silent. The next day, Bruce called Valen, the president of Ernst & Young, and directly conveyed Su Pingyan's original words. Valen's face was not glorious. If this matter spreads, it will be a huge blow to Ernst & Young's reputation and will affect the acquisition order. Bruce, you will see the power of Ernst & Young, I promise, Valen said in a very firm tone. I'll wait and see, Bruce said and hung up the phone. expressing his strong dissatisfaction in this way. Valen was also uncomfortable. Since becoming the president of Ernst & Young, he has not experienced being hung up on the phone like this for many years. He immediately called Rosa, who was in charge of the project, and scolded her. 10 days, I'll give you 10 days. I don't care what method you use, you must meet the requirements. If you can't do it, I will directly replace you, Valen said very impolitely. Boss, you will see the results, Rosa said very seriously. Rosa, you have been with me for many years. This matter makes me passive. It is not for me to see the results, but to satisfy the customers. Apocalypse Group did not bargain with our quotation at all. We have nothing to say at such a price. The company's reputation will be severely hit. Use your brain. I don't believe those people are so clean. Valen gave some advice because Rosa has followed him for many years. Bruce began to meet with other directors frequently, looking for ways to trade. Blizzard's president Moss was also taking action, talking to shareholders and seeking support. However, Bruce's weapon is money, and Moss's weapon is years of affection. As for who will win in the end, it is unclear. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.